slow to pick it up in here. We're back. It took us 3 minutes. There was no naps. Still going for 24 hours. Don't worry.
Neither of us went to the bathroom because we're stupid.
Right. I do need to go to the bathroom here in the next half hour or so. Let me get communications with Mrs. DLP. Okay, cool. Gonna have some dinner. That'll be good. Dinner's always good. Dinner's good to have.
Yep.
I was all right. DCP1 first.
Yeah, I'm just trying to get it to load myself here. There we go. It's back up on the page now.
Yep.
Cool.
Get me some dinner here. I made the mistake because I'm like, you know how you go, how you do, whatever. But I'll eat later. I'll do my thing. But we're doing this all day. Maybe a little sugar is good. I'll get a couple of treats along the way, and get some Swedish fish. They're delicious. I love Swedish fish, but I don't know. I should just eat protein all day. I've been smart. Where are the dancing girls? You have to pop the right balloon, and you can have a dancing girl of your own.
Oh, my stupid wireless keyboard didn't kick in for the first part of my joke in the chat.
Oh, man.
I hate when that happens.
Here, let me see if I can light this up behind me. Wait, there we go.
Oh, hey. We just need a foam gun.
Oh, wow. All right, that's good. Let me actually, while we're getting up and we're getting people back, all of our viewers, thank you.
This would be an excellent point for everybody to help us out by liking and subscribing to the feed so we can get back on everybody's page. Thank you very much, everybody.
Do you want me to do announcer man voice? Because I can do that one
Please
too.
do.
All right, let me just get the shot of the balloony tunes. All right. All right, Bob, come on down and subscribe and like to our stream right now. You too could be a big winner of the washer and dryer, a brand new car. Head down to the Detroit Lions podcast and subscribe. Hit the like button and do all those things like the bell. That'll give you the chance to win like great cash and prizes. We'll see you next week on the Detroit Lions St. Jude 4th Annual Telethon.
A thing I do because it amuses me at work is I do 2 announcements a week over the intercom because I have these like elementary school level coding clubs that I do after school. I come on and like they've become a thing, and it's kind of sad because it just ended last week. It was my last one. But basically, like I just walk in and I'm like, it's that time! Tuesday night coding club, head down to the steam room. Because that's what my classroom's called, like science, technology, engineering, arts, mathematics. I have like the coolest job in teaching where basically I'm like, hey, you're 9, want to learn how to use a green screen? Cool. Like that's what I failed up into is a thing where that's my day-to-day for the most part, unless a bunch of people call in sick and I'm, juggling a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah,
Hold up.
Yeah, so that's kind of where we're at. But I believe at this point I do owe everybody 2 more sweaters, and I should probably make good on that.
Let me get this. Right. Mr. Sweaters works in the steam room.
Yeah.
That's
sweating,
awesome.
Baby.
Okay. Let me share one picture really quick, just to give people the sense of scale here of what we got going on. This is the pile of balloons behind me. I know the lights are making it kind of hard, but they are.
It's an impressive pile of balloons you got there, Chris.
Yeah, they got all blown up by themselves. Or no, they didn't blow themselves
all right.
up. There you go. All right. All right. Thank you again, everyone, for coming back and joining us. You know how this kind of thing is. It's the world of YouTube. They're in control. Yell at Google, the Googles. All right, buddy. Let's do this. It is time. Oh, wait. Race fans, hot runners, boys and girls of all ages. I don't remember what they say.
I am actually curious to see if I can get all of these sweaters on, because like obviously it's not a thing I've tried previously to take all of my ludicrously thick wool clothing and put it on at the same time. Like it gets cold here, but it doesn't get that cold, if that makes sense. All right. For one moment, as soon as Chris is done chewing.
We're at balloon 30 really quick. How many we got?
Thank you.
16 more. Thank you very much.
Oh.
Nolan Broncom is already starting us off for the next hour. $100 more. Every $100
Paid
we
for
get
the-
are more
you know what?
balloons.
The hour where it was only 200 is over, but I will give our friend, because we had that delay, credit and put on the rest of the third sweater.
Oh my God. All right. We're rocking and
Back
rolling.
up to 500, guys. You had your shot.
500 a sweater now. Okay.
Thanks for donating to the children. Honestly, like that's I love you guys. Like, to be just like brutally honest right now, like that we have a community of people who are like willing to do this is just fucking awesome. Like, I love you guys.
Yeah.
And now I'm gonna put some sweaters on because I love you so much.
There we go. And while he does, Zodar, not to be a wet blanket, but I watched some of the stuff I missed earlier. So sorry for your cousin and family had to go through that. Brother, it's why we do this. Help some people out, you know, and it's not a wet blanket. It is why we're here. So appreciate you looking at it, because it was important stuff, and we did it because we want people to understand what some of these folks are going to and understand why we're trying to get them some money to help out. Big Ash here. I mean, holy cow. Oh my God. It is getting bigger back there. What kind of, I mean, I think it's a mom and pop shop. I'm not sure. My wife ordered it. There's a local place, and this is the local place, actually. I know who it is. It's good stuff. If you happen to just join recently, there were so many good segments and interviews earlier. Make sure to go check them out. Yeah, I need some sleep and I need a weekend, but over the course of the next week or two, we're going to pull out some of those interview segments and get those going. Oh, I hash another sweater. You guys, you'll definitely want to check those out on the single, because they're really, really awesome. Did I build a balloon filling machine and sync it with the donations? No, Mrs. DLP, the most beautiful woman in the world, is rolling the balloons in. We do have a machine that inflates them, and then she's bringing them in and filling us up every hour with whatever we met. Now, somewhere around midnight or 1 a.m., she's going to go to bed, and then we'll go ahead and like at 6 in the morning or 7 in the morning, we'll do all the incremental ones we missed. So it'll come in. Balloon check. We're at 234 balloons right now. All right, let's watch Ash get into another sweater. He should have really put these in my size, but
Get in my belly.
oh my gosh. We can officially call him Big Ash now. It looks like
One more.
He looks like he needs a bra. He's got to put something better on.
I'm not calling that a
Oh, man. Nolan Broncom, $100. We've always drafted talented players, but never had coaches to develop them and bring out the most mentally in them. Cheers. Absolutely right, Nolan. Absolutely right. This is something new. This is something new and exciting. All right. He's got the hat on. His arms are gonna get caught up. He's gonna get all tangled. Hashtag Big Ash. He can't.
Bo, best comment ever.
We struggle. Oh my God. Like me
All
struggling to put on a Magnum XL condom, but the opposite. That is so great.
Do you know they're not actually bigger?
They always break when I try to put them on.
Well, that's because you're hung like a Shetland pony. But oh wow, it's actually getting difficult to put this sweater on over top of the other sweaters now.
So Jesse, wanted a quick brief on some of the earlier interviews we had, and we have more coming up tonight. 10, 11, 12, and 1 a.m. We've got Tony Ortiz, former sideline announcer for the Lions Radio Network, also daytime personality on WWJ. Micro Mike is going to be on at 11. We got the guy who got the Anal Zone jersey signed by Alex Anzalone. He's got a band. He's a funny guy. He'll be a lot of fun. And then Doug Farrar, USA Today. Doug Farrar, USA Today national writer. He'll be on at 1 a.m. for us. So we're still going late with some good interviews. But throughout the day, we've had some really, really good ones. We had Justin Rogers. We had Scott Bischoff. We went to Bill Keenest, former historian and director of communications for the Lions for 38 years, 40. It was forever. Herman Moore was on. Former Lions wide receiver, current coach of Limestone College, Mike Furry was on. My cousin Mandy, who lost her son this year, was on. Very emotional interview to kind of help you kind of line up with one of the why we're doing this and what the importance is. We also had Dan Miller. We had Tom Kennedy, wide receiver for the Lions, on. We had Michael Gray, great personality, really great interview. Mark Schofield. Mark Schofield was on. I love him too. He's just awesome. Brian Burkheiser, lead singer from I Prevail, was on. Clean vocals singer. Have that going on, and that's what we've done so far this year, or this day, this morning, this first half of the day. More coming, but we knew we had to catch up a little bit. We know Ash's brand is is a little bit more Michelin star.
Sweater King.
So we figured we get that in.
100% natural, boys and girls.
If you were here for the first half of the day, it was going huge, like fast. Like we were having to chill out people. Hey, thanks a lot. Really great to talk to you, Dan Miller here, but we got Tom Kennedy. Really great to talk to you, Tom Kennedy. We got to go. We got to let you go. Like it was just moving so fast. So Tom Kennedy.
Thanks for coming out. We got another caller here.
Yeah. Tom Kennedy, his call, My Claws, My Cleats last week was St. Jude, so he popped on with it. It was really cool to have him. Like
awesome. Like,
connect
God,
on that.
was there any more reasons we needed to fucking love that guy? Like, really? Like, this just a fucking class act.
Ash, the interview.
I can't wait to listen to it.
He is your spirit animal. He's sharp as hell.
Yep.
Flat. And I mean flat in a good way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like not chested because
you kind of look a little bit like you need a bra, brother.
Oh, dude. This is starting to hurt a little bit. I'm not even joking. Like
get the old maiden form going on.
I still have circulation in my fingers, so we're okay. But yeah, the angle my arms are at just keeps puffing out.
Can you stand? Can you stand and give us a quick look?
No, I'm saving that for the end.
Oh, okay.
It's the payoff for this. We got another 21 minutes until anyone gets to see this baby.
So do we have to cross the 500 mark here for the next one?
I'll give one more at 200. Just because I'm feeling spicy. I'll put on my Country Music Hall of Fame sweater just to switch up the theme a little bit. But Robin's asked, because he's very concerned about the exact themes of the sweaters that I've been putting on. That was 2 cashmeres and secret utility sweater I forgot existed is what went on there.
There's 2 weeks of utility
I am now wearing
now.
Like 6 merino wool sweaters and like 4 cashmeres and this fucking thing. And then like a Ralph Lauren that I think is just a poly cotton blend.
What the hell is even a poly cotton blend?
Well, it's from an outlet store, so I didn't actually look at what it's made out of, but I assume it's cheap garbage.
Oh, okay. I got reminded by Mrs. DLP as these fucking balloons. I forgot to mention Wayne Fonts was on the show too.
Oh, like greatest Detroit Lions coach in the history of the game, Wayne Fonts. He just a blow by today. Someone that we just forget was on.
He wasn't scheduled. I'm just reading through the schedule. I forgot. I gotta write him in here. He just called.
Do I gotta put another one on?
He just called.
He just saw that this was happening. Was like, oh, hey, I should probably do something about that.
I talked to him. He's like, oh, okay, let's see. We'll talk about it. Weren't able to connect. Whatever. Fonts just calls up, hey, what's going on? I'm like, hey, can you do it? He's like, well, I'm about to go shopping with my wife. He goes, F it, let's do it. And we just did it. And like, we're scheduled. He and I are going out next week. Going to have a cigar. Just going to hang out and let him rattle on all he wants. He's like, I'd be happy to. Like, Wayne's the best, man. Wayne is such a cool guy. Him talking about Dan Campbell and the Lions and the direction they're going. I'm telling you, you absolutely need to check that out. it's special. And then Wayne, like, he's like, hey, if you talk a little bit about talk to any of the guys from the teams, you know, back when I was there for the rest of the show, just tell them I love them. I was like, you got it, buddy. Thanks.
Oh, my heart, if it was not already melting underneath the weight of the sheer amount of fabric on my body, would be melting from the emotional capacity of Wayne Fonts to all of these decades later, still love the fuck out of those guys.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. I saw, sorry. Yeah, I get random calls from Wayne Fonts too. Yeah, I know. When is Kyle Krabs on tomorrow in the morning? I think it's 7 a.m. I'm
gonna set my alarm. I like that guy.
Yeah, he's really good.
Oh, he's a guy worth listening to. Like, he always has like something, like a lot of people have something to say. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like, I can talk forever. I could just keep going for eternity about nothing and spit nothing.
Do it for one piece of pizza, please.
Kyle does the same thing, except that every word out of his fucking mouth is like a nugget of pure gold. Mm-hmm. Like, there are not many people that I will just say, like, oh, I trust that guy's evaluation of a player when I watch tape 100% over mine, that don't actually work for an NFL team. You know what I mean? Because yes, every scout knows more about football than I do. I can at times come off like an arrogant douche, but I'm self-aware enough to realize that the people who are doing this all day, every day, like it's air that they're breathing, are better at it than me, you know, on the balance of things. But there's like a lot of people out there who get paid to just say dumb shit all the time. And
Thank you.
The nice thing about Kyle is he started his own company so that wasn't going to be the case. All right, well, Jerry just donated $100. That definitely means I got to put another sweater on. But I'll keep going so you can chew. Thanks, brother.
You right now look like the guy from The Meaning of Life who, one more minute, just a little bit, right at the end. Yep. That's what you look like. I'm going to have another bite.
Yep. Like, don't get me wrong, I do have a little moob action going on, like, at the best of times, but looking a little chesty here. You know, like it's sending the wrong message to the right people, if you know what I'm saying. Or is it the right message to the wrong people? Who knows, really? Could go either way on that.
Absolutely. You know what, Wayne, he and I will definitely have some drinks. Wayne is one of the coolest, most down-to-earth people. He'll talk about anything. He said in the interview, it was so hilarious. He's like, he go out and he'll be watching the game. He's a fan. He goes to a local place, and he's like, people keep finding me, Chris. I'm like, I'm not telling them where you're at. But he says he goes to a local place. He watches Lions games, and forever he was there alone. He was the only one watching. And he said, the things have been going now, and all of a sudden people are showing up. He said, what do you think? What should they do? He said, don't ask me. They fired me. I'm just here to watch the game. Fonz is the best,
and like,
man.
that's, oh yeah. And like, the thing is, he's one of those guys, like, sort of like Dan Campbell, you know what I mean? Where like the pressers he did tell you who the man is. You know what I mean? Like, it's so many of these guys just like, you get nothing. You know what I mean? Like, Bill Belichick, by all accounts, is fucking hilarious.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, everybody who actually knows that man is like, yeah, smartest guy in every room he's ever been in his entire life. Also so disarmingly fucking funny that you love him to death, despite the fact that every once in a while he's the world's most giant asshole.
He's literally said the least in any freaking press conference I've seen
in
the entirety of his career.
Speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, literally, like, well, actually, know what? He actually transcended and doesn't even bother with coach speak anymore. He's just like, we're on to Cincinnati. Like, he's the Marshawn Lynch of coach interviews.
Yeah.
Like, I'm only here so I don't get fined.
Without saying it, he says it.
Yeah, 100%.
So here we go. Who wants to lie down and cuddle with Ash right now? The next line. Ash is the big spoon.
Yeah, I don't know. If I was cuddling with me right now, I'd probably want me as the little spoon, because like it's just like a pillow. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like you're grabbing, and like I can't get my arms around you, and like pulling tight. You know what I'm saying? Because like they can't fucking move.
You're the Jolly Green Giant's body pillow.
Have I delayed long enough for you to finish eating and drinking for a moment while I put an
Yes.
ever dwindling number of sweaters. And I do have to remind people that there are 14 minutes left in Sweater Palooza. And like, if we don't get these last few done, I I wrote a check where like I got to match a bunch of cash if we get rid of all my sweaters. And I would so Flounder, like if you've been holding off for like a reason with like one last thing, this is the thing, brother. How many am I down to here? I only got 4 sweaters left, is what I'm saying. And we have 30 minutes. You know what I'm saying? Yep. And like, I know we went back up to 500. I'm going to drop it to 3 because we had $200 hour. You know what I'm saying? We only have 14 minutes left on the shopping channel right now. So we're going to have a special bundle price where every $300, I'm going to put another sweater on. And Flounder wasn't here when I said it in the first place. So if we make me put on all my sweaters, Flounder, I match the next grand after that.
Is there a discount price for all 3? Can I buy all 3 for $600?
No, it's too low.
In one, but in one transaction, $750. So you can get all 3.
$750, and I put all the sweaters on, and then we are done with this charade. Because I don't think we're going to get to my ridiculous stretch goal of 30K while I'm on the air to make me wear these until the next day, unless someone's feeling particularly generous today.
So we need 1,200. Robin's with the math. Oh, Flounder's thinking.
I wish say this was going to be the next one. So yeah, this is I went to Nashville last year, bought myself some clothing that didn't really fit super well, but you can't try it on.
100 out of JC.
You know what you're going to do? 200 more gets you one more sweater. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so Jerry was one more sweater, please. Thank you, Jerry, for your $100. Ben Kivella, I'm sorry if I'm getting it, from the UP, was there with 100, and JC the 100 just now. They're the 3 that I missed so far. Thank you all so much. Down to 1,100 we need. Ding, 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 ding. I think I have a little bit of music I can do. Down to 1,100 we need. Can I see the first 100? 1,100. Give me my first 100. Come on. We can do this. Let's get it rock and rolling. I owe you guys a bean. We'll rock this out. $1,100. Piles ash in a bunch of sweaters. Rocks us out. Gets the matched funds. You turn all your money into all kinds of good things. All you got to do is get $1,100. Let's make it happen. I got a music bed now. We're rocking there, Natch.
All music played around me is anti-stripper music. All right. We got a comment here where, Ash, I'd be more impressed if you were in Chris's climate, not in Canada. If I was in Chris's climate, I'd have fucking air conditioning, and this would be sweet.
Thank you.
I assure you, ladies and gentlemen, that I do not.
Mike Bennett with $150, keeping you between the lines.
Puts us 50 short of the next sweater, if I recall.
That is 50 short of the next sweater, and we're it's 950 left. 950 left.
Thank you.
Oh, Lieutenant donated another 100. Thank you, Lieutenant. Salute you, brother. That makes us down to 850. Wow. We're going to get $1,000 and these sweaters. Ash wrecked his sweaters, all stretched to.
Oh yeah, they're destroyed. Some of these are immediately getting donated to Goodwill.
All right. Woo! We have 40 minutes. 850. Robbins is counting it down. Thank you, Robbins, for doing the Lord's work here on the calculator. I need that. All right. God, Ash, you look so ridiculous.
This is problematic, brother.
You look like you've eaten so much you can't breathe.
I legitimately am having some issues right now related to the temperature of the core of my body. Like, what? It is literally a frozen fucking wasteland outside a window that is right here and wide open. You know what I mean? And like my feet, I can't feel them. If that makes sense. And I'm like doing checks to see if I still have circulation in my fingers, and I do. But like
700.
hell?
We're at 700. Ash is the Hulk.
Found the green utility sweater, ironically enough, so we're gonna actually see Hulk Ash.
Before we get into week 3 of utility sweaters, where did you come up with country music Hall of Fame sweater? We skipped past that. I don't remember. We didn't talk about how that
I was at the Country Music Hall of Fame. That's Point me some Johnny Cash. Outlaw country. You know, like, yeah, granted, like giant metal head, but like, you know, you gotta salute the greats.
Oh man. Jordan DeVree, another 150. That takes us.
The crumble cookies.
We were at 7. We're at 550 now. 550. We're down to 5. We're down to 5. Oh my God.
$500, yo.
Riz didn't tap out. He will be back at the top of the hour, 10 o'clock. He had a family obligation he has to do, but he will be right back. That's why he took the all that stuff early on. Okay, country music.
Jesus, I don't even know if I can get this one on.
So like, random. You gotta now. There's no stopping.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's going on, but this is a process,
rip, bro.
Like, yep. Fat guy in a little sweater.
The Country Music Hall of Fame still kills me, though. How did you get?
I was just in Nashville, and I was like, "What do you do when you're in Nashville?"
I
you go to Johnny Cash's house. You rent a Cadillac and drive around like an asshole.
Where's Graceland?
Go to the Ryman. No, Graceland sucks now. My mom would have wanted to do that, though. I'm glad she wasn't there. But yeah, you know, Ryman Theater. You just hit all the like stupid shit that you've ever heard of that's in Nashville, and listen to bar bands that are better than 90% of what's on the radio.
Gonna have to call the fire department to help you get these off.
Oh no, that's the nice thing about this is these come off in like one shot, and it's just a pile of sweater.
I want to see.
I'm gonna tweet that out. Okay, but off with the headphones so I can get this thing on. And speaking of Matt Patricia, I think I'm kind of built like him right now.
Oh my God, his wife's gonna use a box cutter to free him with the full blade out because there's no risk. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, Ash. And then isn't there one that goes over top, Ash?
Oh, yes. I have forgotten.
I haven't.
This one's actually weirdly still slipping on. Like, it very obviously just does not fit me.
Ash Patricia. It's going to be a caterpillar becoming a butterfly.
That is what it feels like every time I poke my head through one of these at this point. Is like I'm just trying to desperately get out.
On prednisone. Oh, Flounder, that was a good one.
I don't have a pencil to put behind my ear.
Will he be able
to? Let's pop this dry erase marker underneath there.
Ash Trisha.
There we go.
Oh my God, this is ridiculous.
Greatest play call in Super Bowl history.
All right.
Sit up straight, Chris. You're fucking talking to me. You piece of shit.
Oh my God. Oh, this is hilarious, Rash.
Glad someone's enjoying this because I certainly am not.
Ash, next year, can we get a video of you going in public with all these sweaters on?
That was the thing I threw out there, Jesse, is if we hit 30K while I was on, which like was a pretty fucking difficult goal, let's be real. But then I was going to wear this shit until the fucking game, except when I'm trying to sleep, which I think at this point would have meant like just standing outside on my deck every second I was awake. Because that's a check. I'm glad my ass doesn't have to cash. Let's be real.
So
this sucks.
You're in all the sweaters now, right?
No.
Because wait, it was 1,200 because that
Oh,
was
did I miss some donations while I was doing this?
I think so. Thank you, Jamie E, for the 20. Run the table, Lions. Because they figured out at 750 plus what they had, it was like 1,200 or 13, whatever it was where we started. That was to get the 1,000 and the sweaters.
Robin stopped the 5.
480 to go.
Yeah.
But he was like, because he started way back up there. Let me see if I can scroll up. We're 950, 1,200. So 1,200 he came up with from where we were, because it was 750. That'd have been 1,750. I didn't check the math.
That was, yeah, because I think the math you're thinking is for the bulk price. Like if someone had just dropped straight up.
Oh, got it.
I want it all in one shot. You know what I mean? Like the deal.
Oh, sorry.
Whereas, we're down to 4 minutes left, folks. And so
I thought you were
if you were
10.
waiting.
I thought you were on until 10.
This is the time. Oh, am I? I thought you said 4. I thought you said 6:30 to 9:30.
I haven't. OMG, Ash is huge. From Mrs. DLP. I haven't heard anything from Riz. If you don't mind going till 10?
Yeah, I'll go till 10, but I'm going to be honest with you. I desperately want to take this shit off, so this ends at 9:30.
Okay.
Like, I am in a significant amount of discomfort right now.
We had 4 sweaters for 300. Got it, which would be 1,200. Thank you, Chris. That's it. So we are 480 to go to get the sweater.
That's 2 sweaters.
Yeah.
That's where we're at.
Okay. He did the math.
We're 180 off of one of them, and then 300 off the other one after that.
Oh my God. Sweater Palooza. Mike Bennett. I missed that one. Thank you. Suck it up and respect the process, Ash. While you do that, I'm gonna get that one on now, and then I'm gonna spin for my bean, because that was $800 ago.
Oh yeah, we hit that a while ago. Yeah.
All right, let's see.
But that's good. It's good we're having so much fun. We didn't even notice.
Yeah.
Or perhaps we did notice, but we were delaying because other things were happening, and those beans are goddamn terrible.
They are. Tutti Frutti or Stinky Socks. Now, I like the Tutti Frutti beans.
And I mean, there's people who would, be getting off on that Stinky Socks thing.
Just for the record, if anyone's sending anything to the show, that's not me. That is not me. Let me check I made the mistake. I should have done this before the pizza was gone. Okay. Yep. Let's see what else we got. Also, don't forget, save your receipts for the corporate match. I haven't got the thing back from the corporate match people. I'll put it up on our website for those who need it. Probably tomorrow evening, because I'm going to sleep most of the day tomorrow. But I'll get the information up on the website. We'll talk about it at the post game show. Because if you think just because I'm up for 24 hours on 3.5 hours of sleep that I'm not doing a show a day later, you're on crack, man. There's a post game show where we beat the damn Vikings that we got to put together. Right, Ash?
100%, brother.
That's what I'd like to hear. All right.
And we are only a mere $5,669-ish away from me being dressed like this until that post-game show. Stretch goals.
Magnanimous donor.
Yeah. Someone was looking to blow $6,000.
No, you need your taxes taken care of, and it's the time of the year to get that done.
If you're going to donate it somewhere anyway, I'm just saying, if you don't hate kids with cancer, you would donate that money.
I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
If you're not donating that money, you hate kids with cancer, right? I mean, that's what we've heard.
Yep.
Ed and Mary, thank you. Let's get another sweater. Love you guys, Ed and Mary. We love you too, very much. Thank you for donating. This is awesome. You folks are some of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to talk to, and many of you meet, and that it's the one truth. I haven't met anybody doing this that listens to the show or does any of this stuff with us. That's a jag off. I mean, you people are the best. So, all right, here's my hopefully Tutti Frutti. I don't mind being Tutti Frutti in this case. Here we go. 4:30 to go now. They improved these, like the intensity. I mean, they not improved.
Yeah. Like increased.
Oh man. Oh god, these are horrible. I mean, I remember. I would maybe rather choose a sweaty sweater.
I don't think anyone wants to juice the bottom 7 or 8 layers of what I'm wearing right now. I don't think Chris has gotten a good one yet. At least not while I've been here paying attention.
I have not. Riz ends with a good one.
Thank you.
Maddie, in a world of mats, rolls in with 75. Ash, ditch those cardigans and get down to the Sunshine State. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The shit sticks
Someday,
in your teeth.
somehow.
Like, you think you got rid of it, and then all of a sudden a chunk falls out of your teeth, and it's like, ugh. If you're in a stinky socks, you're messed up, man.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's pretty obvious.
What if they're always good beans? I don't know. I would like to find out what that's like.
Yeah. It's okay.
Oh my god, 3:55 to go. 55 to the next sweater. Robbins is rocking.
Well, I mean, we've timed out. You know what I mean? I'm kind of sitting here waiting because sometimes these take a few minutes to go through. Okay. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So like if something popped up in the next couple minutes, I'd probably give some people the benefit of the doubt regarding whether they had donated prior to the deadline of 9:30. That's all I'm saying.
You don't forget to put the other sweater on.
Yeah.
Oh, you still got to do that one. I'm sorry. I'm behind the times here. Oh god, the thing's my eyes are.
Yeah. This does not want to go on. Save the bulkiest one for second last.
Direct link to I can't put it on the screen here. I think in the description I have there's a direct link though. If you go under the words, the top thing. Let me see if I can. I don't know if I can do this while we're doing it.
StJude.org/DLP.
It's not there. Yeah, let me.
It's gonna be faster than waiting.
Yep. Sorry, I can do this right now. I think.
Thank you.
113 from Floundericious. We got another one that must have been. That was just late. That he got that in beforehand. I'm sure of it. I'm sure.
Absolutely did. 100% believe that.
God, I can't get rid of this freaking bean, bro. Okay, that should be.
That's the worst when they like coat your mouth.
It's like in my teeth and won't go away. Floundericious gets us up. How far away can we do the math on now? Oh, 24, 5, 69, 69. Flounder knows what he's doing. Sweater's good.
Oh God, this is getting incredibly difficult to even do like basic movements. You're not wrong about how hard it would be to get up if I fell down right now.
Don't fall over.
Some turtle action going here.
Ralphie, help! Chris, take a shot of Jaeger. That'll help the bean taste. I would have no problem drinking my way through the 24-hour show if I wouldn't be worried about falling asleep, to be straight up honest. But I know I would just get too tired and be done, and like I would cook myself out. So one thing, like the draft show, grand time. The training camp party show. I mean, you guys watch. It's basically me with a funnel. I mean, the entire time at the training camp party, and then afterward, we're there. We close all the bars. I just pour them down. It's like my bill's like close to $200 at the end of the night. I mean, it's all beer. That's no problem. But I just know that if I try to do it for 24 hours, I would not be able to stay awake. So, and plus, because this is for the kids and there's branding guidelines and things like that, we try to keep it that way and keep it, appropriate. So
that's exactly. I was going to be opening a bottle of wine for this, and then I kind of decided that because of those reasons, and also the rest of what I'm doing right now and the exacerbating effect that would have on my level of intoxication, just maybe not the best idea.
Here's the thing, and you're absolutely right, WMW2. Ash looks like the guy at the airport trying to avoid the extra bag fee.
Yep. I was actually just thinking that Friends episode.
He sits next to me on the plane too. Oh, he's making old man grunts while.
Because I'm an old man. I'm going through quite a physiological challenge here.
Looks like he's trying to sneak snacks in the movies. This would be funny to see you like walk into a movie theater like this. Like people would be so fucking suspicious.
Yep.
What do you search me?
Yeah.
Oh,
yep.
I'm enjoying this.
Y'all heard of a Russian doll?
As they're peeling through layers, you're like, "Oh, that feels so good."
Yeah.
Can you get some air up there?
I can almost feel what you're doing right now.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Brett Bellou. I hope I got you right on that. Donate $20. Thank you very much, Brett. Appreciate you. Wow, we're at 24,589.69. Oh, am I thinking of
we're past my deadline for the stuff, but like if we hit the dollar value, I'll still put the sweater on, guys. Like let's just keep donating here, okay?
Even in small chunks, we'll just keep the gas pump moving.
Exactly.
What's 242 to go? So we're at 222. We need $222 to get this last sweater on for.
Yep.
For the
we might
man.
as well see it, right? Like we've reached the point where I think everyone, including me, wants to just like have that picture be a thing that exists. It's where what does Ash look like wearing every single sweater he owns?
It's watching you put it on for me. The massive struggle is what's.
Oh, at this point, it like I'm looking at the last one I have left, and I don't know if it will go over this. But it's the cardigan. It is the blue cardigan. That's the last one. It is the pièce de résistance on this whole fucking thing. You know what I mean? Like the Wisco sweater. Underneath the cardigan, over top of everything else I have.
Oh wait, that cardigan's going over the Wisco sweater.
Yeah, it's the capper. I've had this planned out. Just like I unfortunately also in other news, like I did promise that today I was going to do a video where I did one pie for every 1,000. Because of the shit show at work, I was unable to make that happen. So instead, I'm going to do one pie for every $1,000 we raise, and I'll give that to you next week.
All right, I'm down for that. I'm doing that. Is it a utility cardigan? Is the question coming from the chat?
Well, I guess that kind of depends on where you place Mr. Hilfiger in the general hierarchy of brands. Like, if it got destroyed, I would not be too upset. Let's say, but I wouldn't put it on intentionally walking into a situation where I expected it to be destroyed. Like, so it's not one of my like construction sweaters, you know?
I feel like I need to see Ash do the same with socks while wearing all the sweaters. I'd like to see you put on a pair of socks while wearing all the sweaters.
That would be quick. Maybe that's the video I'll shoot if we get this last sweater on. Because like I legitimately like that took effort to get my arm, but to get my hands to touch.
Oh no, okay, that's good. Check really quick. I'll tell you what, I'll throw a bean in. If we get the 222, I'll eat a bean. Looking for $222. That puts us at $800 and change. You're the opening sequence for The Running Man. Stripes. That's it. We said, what scene of what movie is Ash acting out? It's all Chris Farley and John Candy movies. Yeah, Van by River. Oh man,
we'll make that the 500 more stretch goal. Is you then get to pick a movie scene that I have to try to act out.
Oh god, that'd be great.
That's a reasonable dollar value. Like it's got to be funny. You know what I mean? Like
right.
Don't pick like
Gone with the Wind, the goodbye scene at the plane.
And it's also got to be something that I could reasonably do. Like don't pick something dumb from Avatar. You know what I mean? I can't jump on the back of something, fly around.
Right.
Although I guess I do have a green screen at work.
Oh my God. Can you imagine Sweater Ash doing the Superman flying? Oh, Sergeant Bilko, where they have to help him do the push-ups. Oh my God. You had me at hello. Target 24/7/91/69 to hit the max weight. We'll get a bean. We'll get Ash with the sweater. Oh, I've got a note here.
It also has to be something that isn't going to get me fired. Let's
right.
Yeah, reasonably clean.
Reasonably. All right. Let me really quick think where we're at. 24/5/89. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. We're looking for $222. Chris to eat a bean. Ash to put on the last sweater to see if the cardigan can withstand the external pressure. We're gonna go over the top, get it all in one big.
Yeah, pick your scene from
explosion.
Strange Brew. I'm down.
Oh, that was a great one.
It was amazing.
I want to hear you sing like Geddy Lee. Do you think it holds up? I haven't watched it in years.
Like it's probably been 15 since I watched it too, but I still found it incredibly amusing at that point.
Oh, okay. That's good to hear. Because like I said, we did History of the World Part 1, and I've quoted it my whole life.
Yeah.
You know, am I telling my sire, you look like the piss boy. Bo Gagrius. I'm trying, brother. Donate 25 extra. There we go. We're down less than 200. Jack donated 22. We're $75 away. Thank you for doing the math for us.
Yep. Yeah.
Or
glad someone's doing the math because my brain is savagely overheated at this point. This baseball cap was a tactical error.
Thank you.
These balloons were for me. Brad Huff, 22. Uh-oh. It's 175. We'll just call it 150 now. Because when we start to get those numbers, it gets hard.
24/7/91/69. Just as soon as we hit that, we're good.
Oh, God. Okay. 24/7/91/69. 24/7/91/69. I got them. These fucking balloons. Ah, God. This is 153. Let's go. 153. I'm excited. I'm excited because I don't think the tensile limit of the 25 down to like
we getting close.
We
getting so close.
Tensile strength of that cardigan is going to make it.
I don't think so either. Like this will be the death of sweaters.
This may well be just like that scene from Meaning of Life. It really may when it blows.
Well, weirdly, legitimately, I'm beginning to understand why Wisco hates this sweater so much, because like it fits around this, and I wear it all the time. So it's just this like gross, baggy, like schlubby.
I don't think that's why he hates it.
Well, no, he hates it because it brings me joy.
Right,
and that's who Wisco is.
Yes,
but
exactly. He does not want anybody to be satisfied. He's a Lions fan, you know.
Yeah, we must all be miserable.
Thank you.
25. Oh my gosh, we're getting there.
Oh, we're getting so close, bro.
We're down to like 103 or something like that. Oh, God. These balloons are going to drive me nuts. They are, too. One more cardigan Ash for another crappy bean for Chris. I'm feeling good about this one, I hope.
Yeah, let's get you a good bean and, bring the night to a close with me being able to shed this husk.
50. Dave's not here, man.
Dude, we are so close.
That was it. Get it? Great scene. Great scene. Put it on, Mike Hodges. Do the socks Ash from Brad Huff. Oh, my God. What is that now? It's 53? Are we at 53?
Like I think it's like $13 away or something like that at this point, isn't it?
53, I think. Let's see really quick. It was 24/7/91.
Oh, yeah, I was off there. Okay.
50. It's 40. 24/7/91. So it's like 30 something away. All right. $40 will do it. $40 to do it.
DLP does math. This is why, this is not how we make our money, ladies and gentlemen, by performing simple mathematical tasks.
This is why we have no money, ladies and gentlemen.
Exactly. Yeah. If the voice ever goes, I will legitimately be a hobo. This is why I'm practicing collecting as many sweaters as possible.
Best place to eat near Ford Field.
Thank you.
That's a good question. Michigan Man 84. $20 in. Thank you, Michigan Man 84. Thank you very much.
One more of those, and we've cooked this hog.
Cooked this hog. 88 and so $13. Lucky 13. God, I'm so bad. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Mrs. DLP. I love you very much.
Plus, the other advantage is that I got to stand up. And I did throw one thing away that I had initially called a sweater, but then I looked at it and it was too thin. But it is actually probably the warmest article of clothing I own because it's like a ultra sub-zero thermal layer. And I was like, nope, we're not putting this one on.
Thank you.
Here it is, Flounder, with $33 to take us over the top. Flounder.
At the table.
Thank you.
Oh, here we go. Roxy Hodges.
Oh, a bunch of people
20.
jumped in.
Thank you. Now we're in the match zone.
Thank you.
$50. Garrett Stabler. Woo! We're close to $100 into the match zone now, my friend.
Yes, we are.
Oh my God, those balloons are.
Like I said, we didn't. You know what? We didn't hit the target on the match thing by the deadline, but I'll still match $500. You know?
Yeah.
Like we let me down on that, but like I'll still.
Thank you.
Yeah. Beyond that line, I'll match the first $500 donated. I'm gonna just donate $500 right now because like we're gonna do that. So I might as well just give it. You know what I mean?
Don't make me do math. Oh my. Oh, okay. That means we're gonna get over a thing.
Thank you.
We're gonna get over $2,500. Paul Meyer, $5. Thank you, sir. Let me do that again, just for effect. It's better for effect. Oh. Here we go. I got a thing. We're going to do a thing. Okay. I should probably do this after I take a
Thank you.
fluid adjustment. Maddie donated $20. Thank you, Maddie. Socks next, please. Accidentally donated on Super Chat on accident. Beam Boozled Chris. Paul, thank you, brother. I appreciate you. I got you. I got you Bean Boozled here in a second. I gotta have this ready for when we get across the $25,000 mark. Okay. A little bit of firework in action. We'll see how that goes. And if you still burn off your hair, if you burn off your hair and eyebrows, you still have to finish the show. Are you kidding me? Of course. That's the plan. Like I've planned this out so well. My legs are balloons, static electricity to the hair on my legs. The most uncomfortable thing in the world. Ash Thompson, woo!
There's my preemptive 500. I'm counting on you guys to actually donate 500 between when I said I would do that and when it's done. I'm sure we will. We're gonna hit the goal. Everybody is awesome. I love all of you.
Thank you, Ash. This is awesome. This is super cool. And Riz is going to be in here shortly, so you are literally going to be off the hook. But we've got to see the exploding card again.
Oh God, I can't even actually like just sling it on like I normally would. It's not fucking possible.
Watching you move. Oh, play us a song on the axe, Ash. Sweater jam.
I don't think I could. Like this is like my range of motion. Like when I say that it is severely limited, I am not exaggerating in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
This is great.
Hello, Mr. Sweater. How you doing? See if we can figure out see if we can light this fire.
I like the way you put. I feel so safe when you hold me like that.
All right. I think I need to find something to hook this. Actually.
Thank you.
These nuts, $25. Thank you.
Why is this so difficult?
Oh,
Top here. There we go. Figured her out.
I just pictured you ass over apple cart backwards in that chair with your feet up. Help!
All right, I got the arm in. That's the beautiful thing about this is if I can get this buttoned up, this is going to be so tight over the top of this thing of beauty.
Oh man, I'm sorry, Ben. We're 13 hours in. We just need a little bit of moment of comedic departure here.
What? Someone complaining about this?
He's like,
you got a problem with what I'm doing, Jerky?
Quality content.
Yeah. Best thing you're going to see all fucking day.
Is this the
Tell
start
you right now.
of the porn parody of Brendan Fraser's new whale movie?
Yeah. Actually, if you called me the like low budget porn Brandon Fraser,
Oh man,
I'll wear that badge. I'll wear that badge proudly.
Oh man.
Just got to button this up a little here. I got to leave the bottom one unbuttoned because that's the style of the time.
What?
Got to be fashion forward.
Way forward.
Oh, good God.
Oh, I have not seen the 100 layers of clothes challenge gone wrong. That is hilarious. Yeah, this is Dylan. No, this is in like in a cartoon world. This would be actually hilarious. Cops show up finding Ash dead because he's suffocated from the sweaters. I just like that lean back, the chair gives, and it's just feet in the air. That's all you see. That's what I'm
just laying there. I'm like, somebody call help. This is my legitimate real address. I need somebody to use a VPN to call 911 in my hometown.
No, don't about it.
No, do about it, eh?
No, it's not 911. It's 999. I keep getting information.
Rips. This is brutal.
How many layers are you on? How many layers do we have?
I actually didn't count them. I don't really know.
All of them. We know that much.
Yeah, that is. We are at like I could have thrown some hoodies on. Like I could have considered that a sweater and made this more difficult, but I was like, that's cheating. And I'm a man of the people, first and foremost. Because, good God.
I hope the Lions stretch the Vikings like Ash stretched the cardigan. Patricia does
boys.
the Detroit starring Ash. Ash looks like a penguin. Just got off at work. I don't know if I missed it or not, but what are the chances we lose Johnson to a head coaching gig next year? If we do, who's his replacement? Josh, we did talk about that, but we'll talk about it again in a few minutes. I think
after I'm not on the air, because I don't come here to talk football. I am here for ridiculousness. Okay. Like, don't ask me to evaluate the Detroit Lions when I literally cannot move my arms up or down from the sheer weight of the fabric.
Get the axe. Get the axe. Can you stand?
Oh, let's see if I can even hold the stupid thing. No, actually, the base has a strap. It'll fucking hold itself, boys. Like, could I play this? Absolutely not.
Come on.
But
I bet there's...
At the moment I stand up, this is going to be pretty epic, brother.
Comedic how large you are compared to this, dude.
Yeah. How's this working here?
Ash is here to pump you up. See, you can do it.
No, that is incredibly difficult.
It's
this thing usually at the height that I have this strap set at hangs down around like my crotch. And it's like Tom Morello style up here around all these fucking sweaters.
It's easier to play with your teeth this way. Look at him go.
Ugh. All right. I'm not going to have nightmares about sweaters. This is my single greatest accomplishment as a human being, sadly.
This is proof that when you're too good at something, it becomes a weakness. Yeah. Oh, yeah. The side profile is it.
Yeah, that's. Oh, we're gonna get all angles, ladies and gentlemen. Don't you worry.
Overdrive. Oh my gosh, this is hilarious.
Bachman Turner oversized, more like it.
Look what you've done, you filthy animals. Oh yeah, gotta get just a little extra sugar in there before.
Yep. No, it's sugar free. Watching my calories.
Josh, I'll throw out a happy birthday to your daughter Olivia. Happy birthday to the #1 Little Lions fan. Happy birthday, Olivia. All right. You're like a BB King who's like so old he's moved to bass now because it's just easier.
Yep.
I got the real blues, the 4-string blues.
I remember watching an interview with old BB King, and he was like, "Man, I don't play chords anymore. I haven't played a chord in 30 years." I was like, "Rock on, brother. You do you."
You don't have to do chords. You've done enough. The Sweater Arms could swallow that can. Oh yeah, Ash looks ready to go hunting. Or be hunted.
Look how comically small this fucking bottle looks right now.
Oh.
I think he's up because we're fancy.
Now that you're the
All right,
size
it's
of
about
bugs, now that you're the size of bugs, you put on the shoulder pads and you look, and like him, your shoulder pads look like thigh pads look on everybody else.
Oh, this is gonna be like comedically like potato with 2 toothpicks sticking out of it. That's the visual effect we're gonna get out of this one. Cause I don't have small legs, but man, they are gonna look like it today.
You have bigger hands than Kenny Pickett still.
That is very true. Not useful for a guitarist. Just throwing that out there.
Play the Thrill Is Gone.
Huh. Why don't you just ask me to play Freebird, brother?
Oh, Ash should walk in a bar and ask to arm wrestle.
I had a student last year that would come in every second day and ask to arm wrestle me. You know what I mean? Yep. And like, I was super stressed out and not working out. So as the year went on, I got progressively weaker and he was lifting. So he got progressively stronger. Then after a summer where I had like literally nothing to do because I was in Florida and I just spent the whole summer lifting because I couldn't do any cardio because my back was all messed up. I went in and just boom. And he was like, "Whoa, what the hell?" And he has not wanted to arm wrestle me since.
Oh,
so good times.
Oh, all right.
Oh,
are we
prepped?
Are we about there? I feel like we're prepped. Is everybody else ready for the? Oh my God! Holy sh!
It's gonna be great.
Oh my goodness!
It's not even the fattest part of me yet.
Everything's a little big.
Are we prepared?
I think we are. I think we are. Can you stand up?
It's like my arm is like almost actually fully extended forward to get to where the bass is sitting in front of all this shit.
Give me a full E chord.
Yeah, boys.
There's so much to love.
Oh yeah. So much to hate too. Nobody more than myself.
Oh my God.
All right, so just because the Slack wants a picture, we'll ditch this thing.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea.
Was actually
wait a minute.
Relatively.
You just said the bottom button, or have they all ripped by now?
Oh, they just came out. All right. We'll tighten that back up because we got to be fashion forward at all times. Otherwise, what are we even doing here?
Look, obviously.
When having all them sweaters, you know?
All we're
there
doing
we go.
is looking good here. The grunt. How's your heart feel? Do it. Give us a dab. Give us a dab.
Dab. Trying to remember it. Oh. That's the win. That's the shot. Okay.
Oh my God. We need you on the line, Ash.
Are you not entertained? Good Lord.
Oh my God. That is absolutely fabulous, Ash. Now, do we get to see these come off?
I don't want to have someone watch me try to take this off, but I will send a picture of the pile for
But
publication.
I do want to see you take them off so badly, though.
All right, we'll see how this goes.
All right. Oh, wow. Here we go. This is a thick wad of clothes. He's gonna get stuck. He's gonna get stuck. Please get stuck, please. Stuck. Oh. So, oh, here we go. I got you, Logan. And that's all we got. It takes longer than the music. Oh, man. This is great. He's sweating through his shirt. Look at him. Oh, my God. You were sweating through your shirt, brother.
Yes.
You were
obviously. Jesus, man.
That's why they call them sweaters.
Yeah. So let's just count them quickly because I'm a little curious how much we did for charity based on my sweater-based donation technique.
I wanted
One.
I wanted a screamer for Christmas,
Two.
but I got a sweater instead.
3. Oh, and everyone gets to listen to me breathe because there was a moment there where I wasn't sure I was coming out.
We had some music going for you while you're doing it. I was like, please, stuck.
4. 5. Jesus, how many are in this thing? 6. Oh, we're almost down to the Country Music Hall of Fame sweater. 7,
Country
8.
Music Hall of Fame.
That was just the first pile.
You can donate them to the big and tall mission now.
Yep. Well, big anyway.
Oh, man. All right. Oh, gosh. I feel like I need to toss some singles at the monitor.
9.
Oh, man.
10.
Couple
11.
Passes, Joe.
12.
Oh, my God.
13. 14. And the one I did for free, which I'm about to put back on. Because fuck you, Wisco.
15 sweaters. Holy cow. All right. Well, thank you, everybody who's donated. You are absolutely awesome. That was a endorphin rush for me. That laugh was so necessary. That was freaking awesome. That was awesome. Ash, thank you, man. That was great. Riz, he said he'd be back in just a few minutes. We're waiting for him to pop in. I have to use the restroom. If you have to pop out, Ash, you can. I got to do some balloons here really quick. We got the top of the hour balloon drop. How many we got this time, babe? 21 balloons. It's $210. Thank you, everybody. You are rocking and rolling now. Sorry.
Yeah, 2,100.
2,100. I don't math anymore.
Let's not minimize the accomplishment of this hour. Like
2,100. 21 more balloons. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. DLP. You're gorgeous. I love you.
Oh, they want to hear about music. If you guys haven't heard of this band, go check out a video called Hypa Hypa by Electric Callboy. And if you don't laugh, we can't be friends.
So some old school fun music. I've got to keep my desk area from being. We're about halfway. Old school good time music. Let's see. There's Electric Six. There's a band from Michigan who most people I found don't know about, called Electric Six. Or not Electric Six, sorry. I
want to take you to a gay
I
bar.
need an extra one.
Great band.
There's another band. Holy cow, it's getting big in here. Damn it. I knew I should have gone to the bathroom first. They're called the Ghetto Billies. And I don't listen to
I have
them.
not heard of them.
I haven't listened to them in a couple years, but they are absolutely fantastically funny. They're a great band. They play great music. But they're just, the lyrics are to die for hilarious. Summer's Eve is one album. And then, I forget what the other one, Butterface. Butterface is another album. Before Butterface was actually a widely known term or used term. They're great. They're really, really funny. Love the band. They just do funny music. And it's quality music too. So then, yeah, the Ghetto Billies. Oh, let's bring in somebody. We can do a handoff here, a warm handoff. Then music. I've been listening to all kinds of different music lately, and I love my Metallica. I love all my Korn. I love a lot of like punk, old punk, 80s punk. You're not Brian Burkheiser. He's gone.
I was going to say, which one are we getting? Am I going to have to do the thing I said I would do if I had been on when he was on?
A lot of 80s punk. I like bands like The Exploited or Black Flag, or those are bands that never went away from me. The Damned, a lot of that stuff. The Sex Pistols are kind of played for me. I've just listened to them so much. I love them, but they just didn't have enough material to stay fresh.
You've heard everything that they do better from other bands that have come out since then. You know what I mean? Like, listen to any of the like 3-chord grunge stuff, and it is a better version of the Sex Pistols than the Sex Pistols.
When you actually can play bass, that helps.
Yes.
It just helps the quality of the band overall.
Amazing how having a competent rhythm section makes music listenable.
Riz,
It really does.
how you doing, brother? Welcome.
I'm back, guys. I am back.
How'd everything go?
Zealand East won. It was not my son's best night. He scored 16 points, had 5 rebounds and 4 blocks, but didn't play all that well. So a little frustrating, but they're 2-0. He's happy about that.
Yeah, that's in the end, I guess, what matters. And if he had a bad night and that's his stats, that's not actually bad.
Yeah, it was. Just didn't feel that great for him. He felt it too. But so we're all good now. I'm back.
But that happens, and that's part of it.
It does. And one of the things he's got to learn, he's got to play a tough team tomorrow. So
Yep.
got to get right back up and see what it's all about.
Yep. They don't all feel great, and the fact that you go back and keep grinding and doing it, you'll get that great one again.
Yeah, we heard something like that earlier today, didn't we?
We did. We heard just that. Ash has been here. I don't know if you saw Riz. He had.
Let me put it this way. Don't tell him what I did.
Okay.
I'm just going to preface it with this.
Okay.
In the first time of this podcast, someone will say these words. I desperately need to go have a shower right now.
Wow. Okay. All right.
So with that, I mean, I'm out. Gentlemen, have an excellent evening.
Ash,
you,
thank you.
Ash.
Thank you for
Appreciate
filling in.
you,
I appreciate
brother.
you, buddy.
No worries, man. Anytime. I love doing this stuff.
This is awesome. You're a great guy. Thanks a lot, man. Thanks for
All right.
helping out with the kids.
Peace out.
All right. We'll see you.
Yeah.
All right. We have Ash departures. All right.
Yeah.
Brother,
Punk,
man.
not my style of music. I was never.
You weren't a
Punk.
punk guy. No.
No, I wasn't. I was much more like prog metal. Like, hey, I was hair metal, but from
Same.
there I went to more musicianship, and that, bands like Queensryche and Living Colour and Dokken, where they had like actual really good virtuosos playing.
Yep.
Were much more my thing. And then I went backwards and got like Deep Purple and that kind of stuff, and Rainbow and Scorpions and things like that, which was much more melodic.
Yeah.
The whole 3-chord thing. I'm like, I have no musical ability whatsoever, and I can play their songs. I'm not listening to that.
Yeah, no, I was super punk, and then there's a band called the Meatmen who made a trans. They're from Michigan too. Their first album is raw. I mean, it's disgusting, like in many ways, but and it was disgust-a-punk, and then they kind of got into like a real heavy metal sound that just was like right before the hair bands hit, and then I kind of morphed with them into the metal and the Metallica and all the other stuff. It was all that kind of.
That's where you being a little bit older than me really shows, because that was like before me.
Yeah. Oh, we got Showered Riz going up there.
Yay.
Check the Slack, Riz. I have to. I love punk. Thank you. Music can bring people together. Riz, here's one thing I haven't done since you've been gone.
Okay.
It was a fluid adjustment.
All right.
I hate to bring you right in and say, start talking, but
we'll talk. I gotta see where we're at. What are we at? 25,000 already?
Yeah, 25,400. We are less than 10,000 away. Yeah, these guys stepped up. Ash came in, not a Juggaloo, Flounder. Ash came in and went crazy. He had, I don't remember what the number was, like 14, 15 sweaters on. Every couple $100 he put on. He looked like, beyond the Michelin Man. It was incredible. He slung a bass on for a while afterwards when they were just like straining. I thought they were going to pop. Like I did. Do you remember, are you a Monty Python fan at all? Did you ever watch it? Okay, so the meaning of life.
Mr. Give Me a Bucket.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly who you reminded me of. And because of everything else, his face looked big and everything. It all transformed. He lifted a soda bottle to have a drink of Coke, and it was like comically small in his hand. It was like, what the? His whole body transformed with just a bunch of sweaters. Like, it was crazy.
That guy in a little coat.
All right, I'm just gonna go and do this. There's a lot more balloons here.
I'm gonna get caught up. I'm gonna look through the chat here for a little second. And
I think some folks are asking about Jamo and Dobbs in particular. Those are some of the things that are coming up. Riz's Pie, we shared that. I'll bring the full length version of that up as well.
Nice.
Let me do Fab. Actually, you didn't see Fab. Let me bring Fab's pie in, and we can share that with everybody. Let's rock and roll on that.
All right, ready.
Hey, Chris, it's Fab out here making high.
Nice shirt.
I was going to do that this year, but my wife was very disappointed, and my son was very disappointed not to have that opportunity. We're going to do it for the kids. So, yeah, I guess we're doing it.
You're not gonna wind up? Aww.
Oh.
He gets into this shit. That's a for real one.
And as is grand tradition, we have one more child screaming.
Thanks for all you do.
Thank you, Fab.
And your daughter's laugh just makes that, bro. It's Bruce Lee, what? And that's you, oh, and your daughter, and it's just like on repeat. It's so good. You're like grown when you got hit. It was great. It was freaking great. You're just like, oh, it's like so like from the core, man. That's a man with a strong core right there.
We're playing Karate Champ or something back in the day.
It really was. 15 sweaters and a shirt. And Robbins is our math guy. If you need any numbers, he's been running them all night for us. He's been awesome with that.
Good to know. Good to know.
Oh man, Josh.
All right. So I'll talk about Josh Dobbs a little bit because I know him fairly well.
Awesome. I will be
He's
right
a former
back
senior bowler, so I'll let you go and
thank you, brother.
Adjust things.
And I own a bean when I get back. I'll do that. Don't let me forget.
Oh, okay.
All right.
I won't.
I know. See you guys in a minute.
Yep. All right. So Josh Dobbs at Tennessee was a very good quarterback. Wasn't a great quarterback. The best thing he's got is he is the smartest guy in the room. He is a rocket scientist like Matt Patricia. Unlike Matt Patricia, Josh Dobbs can understand football. He's really, really bright. And that almost gets in the way of him being a quarterback at times because you can see him thinking too much. And it looks like he will be called up to be our backup quarterback with Sudfeld in the status that he's in. So you're going to see a guy that good arm, not a great arm. He can move a little bit. He's sort of like, I'm trying to think of who he's like. He's got a little bit of mobility, but would prefer not to use it. He's an accurate, very accurate touch passer on short passes. The thing is that if his first read isn't there, he will struggle to get rid of the ball in a timely fashion, and will take some sacks. Doesn't always find the right decision, and can get like too much in his own head of like processing all the information. It's weird. It's almost like he's too smart. That's a weird issue. But there have been guys that are like that. He's a consummate pro. He's a great guy in the locker room. He's one of those Cleveland. Both the fans and the team were somewhat upset that he had to go, even though they obviously knew that it had to happen. He was the guy who was let go so they could activate Deshaun Watson. So I'm hopeful that we don't see him, but if we do see him, I have more confidence in him after 10 days of practice than I do in Tim Boyle. Nate Sudfeld, we don't hardly ever see the guy. I mean, he was okay when he first got here. I was at his first 2 practices. I haven't really seen him since. I mean, I guess he can kneel down okay, but we're so Dobbs is let's hope that Jared Goff gets protected and stays healthy, because we're much better with Jared Goff than Josh Dobbs. But you can also do worse than him, and the Lions have done worse than him. So see what else. Chris mentioned Jamo. I think this is the week, and I think we talked about this with somebody this morning. Might have been Dan Miller, might have been Justin Rogers. I don't know. The day blurs together as it goes on. I think we're going to see Jamo play maybe 50% of the snaps this week, maybe 40%, because this is what the Lions do when they have an injured guy coming in. We saw it with Jerry. He played 1 snap in his first game back. Then they built him up and in. We saw that when Pascal came back. Didn't play a lot in the first game. Then he eased right back in. Swift, his workload picked up the healthier that he got after he didn't do a whole lot right away. So I think that we're going to see Romeo this week get the 5 to 10 snap count. And I do think we're going to see Jamo accelerate. And I hope that we see him accelerate on the field, because he brings a dynamic that nobody else has. Like DJ Chark is a fast guy. He's not Jamo fast. Nobody's Jamo fast. He's got that, like, you guys have seen the clips, man. Just the acceleration that he's got and the long stride. It's like, it's so easy for him to be fast. Like I'm excited to see it. And I'm not all that worried about Jared Goff, not being able to throw the ball far enough, things like that. Goff doesn't have the strongest arm, like in terms of like zip on the ball, but he can get it out there. And I'll take a couple shots with that against Minnesota. That will be no Harrison Smith, it looks like, or a limited Harrison Smith. So there's some opportunities there for Jamo this week, and the interplay that he has. If they devote resources to him, Amon-Ra is going to catch 15 passes. We'll catch his typical, 10 for 89 and a TD. That's kind of what he does. That's where the whole spacing and dynamic thing comes, and that's what I'm really excited to see Jamo do, and how Ben Johnson uses that creatively to create more space for other guys. Let's put Jamo on the outside. Let's put Amon-Ra in the slot. Let's swing Swift out behind them, like on a circle route or a Texas route or something like that. And then on the other side, you got, your little tight end out, the out release that Brock Wright is getting really good at. James Mitchell can probably do some of that. And then you have, Chark or Reynolds or Kaylee Freeman, running a fly pattern down the outside. Like there's a lot of things you can do with that kind of speed, because it's going to make the defense make choices. And that's, being able to dictate to the defense what they can and can't do. That's the sign of a good offense. That, to go back to when we had Mike Furry on earlier today, former wide receiver under Mike Martz. Mike Martz's offenses were so intricately spaced, and as Furry talked about, like you got to be like right here. You got to be, if that calls for being 2 yards in off the line, off the hash, like you got to be right there right then. Otherwise, it throws it all off. And I think that's more of where Ben Johnson can go when you've got a player like Jamo that can do some things that he can. So I'm Guys, I'm excited, man. It's going to be fun. So I was at a high school basketball game. I was at my son's basketball game. I'm in Holland, Michigan, which is the hometown of Kirk Cousins. And we beat the Fighting Kirk Cousins and Holland Christian the other night. There was actually somebody at the game tonight in a Kirk Cousins jersey. I wanted to boo him. I was nice because I'm not going to be that kind of a guy, but it's hard, man. I want to beat that so bad. Like, and I'm not an anti Kirk Cousins person, but I'd really like to see the Lions get a win here and make them not be able to celebrate on our field. That's what I'm for. So let me look and see what we got going on in the chat here. Somebody fish. Wow, that is not for me. I can't do the dead, fish, any of that, Ouroboros. Like I can't do the stoner music. Not for me. The jam band stoner thing. The Allman Brothers is probably as close as I'll ever get to that. It's just early Journey, like before Steve Perry started taking over the band, like when it was Neil Schon's band, maybe, but yeah, that's not for me. That's much for. What else we got here? What are your thoughts on Bo Nix? For some reason, I am intrigued. He has some traits. He does indeed have some traits. I said this earlier today when I think it was when Bischoff was on. I cannot get over the fact that he was god awful at Auburn, where he was a scion, where he was a messiah early in his career. The son of a former heroic Auburn quarterback, and the pressure just wilted him. And I have a hard time processing the guy that I saw at Oregon, who still did a lot of the dumb things, but because he had a better team around him, got away with it. So I'm not a Bo Nix guy. I'm just, it's kind of like the way I was with Michael Penix Jr. He got benched at Indiana twice because he was terrible. Like he was completing 42% of his passes, throwing twice as many interceptions as touchdowns. Like I can't ignore that. I can't ignore the Bo Nix that Auburn fans like ran out of town because they couldn't stand him, even though he had the pedigree that he had and started very well. He did author a win early in his career over Alabama. And he just, that concerns me. And Oregon has had some guys that have transferred in there in the past and wound up getting a little bit of run. But if you're looking at that program, Justin Herbert's really the only quarterback who's ever come out of there that's been as advertised. Like Marcus Mariota, he's okay. He's a borderline starter, good backup, but he went number 2 overall. You go back to a guy like Vernon Adams, who was Bryce Young size, 5'10", 175, transferred in after being amazing at Eastern Washington. And it just didn't work for him in the NFL or the CFL, really. And he's bounced around a little bit. You go back a little bit further, go back to Joey Harrington. Like everybody who wants to play like Ohio State never puts out good quarterbacks. Like you can do that with every school. Like who's been good at Alabama? Is AJ McCarron, Greg McElroy? You're charting up all these guys. Like just because they're a prominent program means that they're going to have quarterbacks that get attention. And a lot of them aren't going to be NFL caliber quarterbacks, but they're going to get trumpeted as such. I think that's happened with Ohio State some. And I think it certainly happens at Alabama. It has happened in the past at USC. And I will just say, and I made this snarky comment to somebody on Twitter the other day because they're like, you gotta be able to win in college. I'm like, if you went by winning in college, the 2 greatest quarterbacks of all time would be Kellen Moore and Matt Leinart. How'd they do in the NFL? Like that doesn't matter in the end. You've got to have the requisite size, the requisite athleticism, the requisite arm trait, be able to read a defense, be able to lead a group of men. And those guys actually did do that. But there's so many things that go into it. Like, don't just look. I still cringe at the Kellen Moore sycophants that just peppered me on this site on Twitter like 10 years ago when he was coming into the league. And they're like, how come you're saying that he's undraftable? I'm like, because I watched him. I'm not a Boise fan. Like it was great that he did awesome there. He was a great college quarterback, but the ability to separate between being a good college quarterback and being a good pro prospect is something that I have spent a great deal of time doing. It's something that Scott Bischoff has done a lot of. It's something that Dane Brugler has done a lot of. Lance Zierlein does that. All the top level evaluators. And one of the biggest pushbacks that we get every year collectively is that there's a really, really good college player, but we know he's not NFL material. Scooby Wright is a great example. Phenomenal college linebacker. Didn't even make it out of the second week of training camp with the Cleveland Browns when they were terrible because he's just so unathletic. Like that's one of the things that when we're telling you that there's, we're not hating on the college. We're not hating on the player. It's the simple way it is. Like what works in college doesn't always work in the pros.
Thank you,
Chris
Riz.
is back.
Thank you for losing your voice all that time. I appreciate it. It's a chore. It's just nothing but a chore. I did not plan this well to get in and out of here as far as the balloons. We got Tony Ortiz coming. He was texting me here as we're doing this. Iowa bean. Let me hit the bean really quick before Tony shows up, and he'll see my sour face. But it is what it is. And we got berry blue or toothpaste. And I just have to let you know I've lost on every one of these so far.
Oh,
I have not won. I've had. You were here for what did I have?
I saw 2.
It was dead fish, which was horrible.
Oh,
And then I had dirty socks, which was really, really bad.
yeah.
They're I think they're stronger this year. What was the other one? Stinky socks.
I thought the popcorn one actually that I had was a lot stronger. So
Yeah,
I'm with you on that.
I don't know if they're fresher or what, but all right, here we go.
Yeah.
Best of luck to me. It
Look,
just
Chris,
looks like
go
it's going to
get
be
it.
gross. Yep.
What do we got
it's
here?
toothpaste. Oh. That's like eating. It's like eating toothpaste. I mean, the minty, like.
I don't hate that.
No,
That
it's
wouldn't
not
be the
as
worst one
bad
for
as
me.
the socks. No.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it could be way worse, but it sticks to your teeth and it doesn't go away. The dirty
Ew.
socks were with me. For
That was
20
the
minutes,
worst
bro.
part about. What was the first one that I had? Was that dishwater?
Mm-hmm.
Like that one got stuck into my teeth. I'm like, get out! that was unpleasant. I soldiered through.
Okay.
Okay. All right. You good?
Okay. Yeah. Thanks. Thanks for picking up. Went right out of the box, man. Appreciate it.
And anytime, man. That's what we're here for. We got to get
We got to get through this
it's
together.
10:30. We got what? 10 and a half hours to go. It's
Yep.
10:30 and we have 10:30 to go. That's beautiful.
We've got T.O. I'm going to bring him in. I'm going to eat a little piece of pizza just to chase this while we go. So I hope he doesn't get mad that I'm eating in front of him. Tony's too nice too, though. Let's see if we can get this working.
Tony's like the nicest person.
There's nobody nicer. He is so great. Oh,
It's Tony.
hi, Tony. Oh, wait, your audio.
we
your
cannot hear
I think
you.
you're-
We can't hear you.
Okay.
There you
That
are.
is why you cannot hear me.
Hi, Tony.
I'm a radio guy. I don't get this video thing.
You got the video working, though. It was the radio that didn't work. Tony, how
Yeah,
are
that's
you
pretty
doing,
much
man?
I'm
So
doing
to
good,
see
guys. How are
again.
you?
Oh, man.
It's good to see you, my friend. It's
Good to
been
see
too
you,
long.
Riz. Yes, it has. Yes, it has. And Chris, I see the balloons are piling up back there. That's a good thing.
Indeed they are. It is a it takes 10 minutes to go to the bathroom to navigate this. It is
Get in and out of
incredible.
that place.
I have to wait till I'm dancing in my chair because it's that bad, and then the navigation, it's nuts. How are you? How's work today? Everything go well?
Yeah, everything went well. There were moments, but everything went well. So thank you. And thank you very much again for what you did. That was really cool.
Oh, you're the best, Tony. You know you are.
I will send you copies of it once you send me an email.
Okay, you got it. Chris at DetroitLionsPodcast.com.
Okay.
Shazam!
Easy enough to remember.
That one.
So here we are. We're at $25,471, and of course, because it's us, 69 cents. We don't do that. Our people. It's our people.
It's our people. They have our people.
We've just killed it. We are now less than $10,000 away from crossing the $100,000 mark, Tony.
Yay.
It's really, I mean, that's for us. I mean,
Internet is wonky here.
uh-oh. Riz is froze. That's okay. We got this. We're radio guys, right? We can do this. So yeah, we're very, very close to the $100,000 mark, and it's all these folks that have been watching and playing along, and
Excellent.
the games and the stuff that we've done. It's been spectacular, and I mean we've had pies to the face. As a matter of fact, I have to share one with you. I don't know, it's just a shortcut. It's not the whole thing, but this is something that happened with our good friend Jeff Risden today.
It doesn't get old.
No, it doesn't.
We are 100% going to put a beat behind that and turn that.
That is awesome.
Oh, so fun, so fun. It was great. Riz has been he did it twice. That one was Micro Mike came across town. Go ahead, Riz. I'll let you tell.
Yeah, so Micro Mike got me on that one. That was good. And he was pretty good with it. Didn't like get it up in everything. Then Fab from the Slack and a local here brought 2 pies over, and my daughter got me. And so a couple of weeks ago I had stated. It was actually the week before James Houston made his debut. I'm like, I don't know if he's ever going to play in the NFL. Like, I sort of dogged him. I'm like,
you said he would not play a snap in the NFL.
Yeah. And he quickly made me look like a complete buffoon.
Oh, poor Riz. Poor Riz. We were going through. Just for context, we were going through Brad Holmes' draft, and we're going through, and I was like, James Houston, and like. The draft numbers are really, really good, and I could tell Riz was fine. I got to find a miss here. He's just looking too good. I can't feel. You could tell he was like, I don't want to feel like a slappy, even though these guys are these guys.
I'm like, I need one miss besides if he ought to.
Yeah. He's like James Houston. He's like, I don't think this guy's going to play a snap in the NFL. Right? That's it. Just straight up. The next week, 2 sacks.
2 sacks and 5 snaps. Oh, damn. I'm a freaking idiot. Yeah.
No, it happens. Whenever you do this job, when you've been in this business long enough, you get stuff like that happens.
Absolutely. And you got to own it. You can't, run away from it. So one of the pies said the problem, and the other one said, I love James Houston. And they both went into my face from my daughter, and she definitely had some thrust behind them.
Yeah.
Would you just got a big one. Tony, you are a magnet. Malcolm rolled in, Malcolm Simpson, $1,000.
All right.
You all are blessed, and thank you for doing this to support children, and thank you for making my Lions fan experience so awesome. I love you, big dog. Malcolm I love you too, brother.
Thank you. Malcolm came to our party last summer. Has been to a couple of those. Great guy, one of my favorite people to just sit and hang with. Wish we got to do it more often. So thank you, Malcolm. That's incredibly generous of you, sir.
Absolutely. Yep. Great job, Malcolm.
He's such a good guy. Okay, sorry, I hate to say the ones that you got to hit those, right? I mean, my goodness, $1,000 is a big. It's a big one. We're so close now. We're so close. So Tony, where's your balloons?
Yes, sir.
You said you're gonna. Did your lips give out?
Yes. Let's go with yes.
Yes. Okay, fine. I appreciate it. No, I'm just giving you a hard time. So, Lions this year. This has been a heck of a year. The Lions, of course, have started out, and at the beginning of the year, after New England, the calls started. You heard them. People grumbling. Yep. We want Campbell's head. He's not the guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. He can't do this. Jared Goff, garbage time. He's no good. He can't do this. This whole thing. We need to blow it up and start over. I mean, the chant starts. Same old Lions. You just started hearing it. Since that point, I think everybody on this team has learned and grown and turned this thing around. Do you remember? I mean, in all your years reporting, a season like this for the Lions, it started like that and came out with a trajectory with so much hope for the fans at this point.
Wow. No, it's been a long time. The only thing that comes close maybe would be Jim Caldwell's second year when they got off to the slow start and then kind of picked it up towards the end. But it's been an amazing roller coaster ride. And it's been a lot of fun to watch. And the biggest thing to me, and Riz, you can back me up on this, they got healthy. Yeah. They got a lot of their weapons back. They got healthy. And now we're starting to see what this team could have been had they been healthy at the beginning of the year.
Absolutely. That's been a prevailing theme with all the people that we've had in. When we ask, what helped? Jerry Jacobs getting healthy, Josh Paschal coming onto the team, Jeff Okuda getting more comfortable. DJ Chark back healthy last week. That certainly made a difference. We're seeing a lot of that. So yeah, you're right on with that.
Yeah, everybody getting healthy has been absolutely key. And now we're seeing this offensive line is playing better. Jared Goff has got more time. He picked apart the Jaguars. I was surprised the Jaguars couldn't mount a pass rush. I kept thinking this is going to be a really good test. They had success against Buffalo. Let's see if they can carry that over at Jacksonville. And they just absolutely outplayed Jacksonville. To me, as impressive as it was the way they played against Jacksonville, I thought the game against Buffalo was their best game of the year because they took on a legitimate Super Bowl contender and outplayed them for 59 minutes. You could make the case that they were the better team on Thanksgiving Day until the final minute of the game.
That Buffalo team, those players, other than Josh Allen and Stephon Diggs, they looked dejected. They looked like they had given up, like they had the fight beaten out of them. And I mean, if I'm Dan Campbell, look, we lost. I think back, boy, I'm guessing now, 2014, 2013, somewhere. Bill Belichick, New England Patriots, they got their rear ends handed to them from the Kansas City Chiefs. Right at the beginning of the season, everyone's like, "Oh yeah, this is over. They have no chance." And I remember watching the video they put together that year, and Belichick was like, "Well, no, I saw the guys didn't give up. They fought all the way to the end, and I thought, you know what, we have something here. We have something we can build from." And they took that team and won the Super Bowl. Right? It was really something to see how it was an embarrassment. That was an embarrassment game for them, and how the group of people that were involved didn't give up. They still believed, and they knew they just had to keep working and get there, and then they did. And I kind of get a sense that there's a lot of that. We're not giving up, and I don't know if it's the hubris of youth with the youth movement we have with the kids playing or what, but this is really a team that's dialed in and isn't going to give up and believe in the plan. And I think just that alone is helping carry them along. But yeah, that Buffalo game was just stellar play by a bunch of guys who believed that they were going to beat that team.
That game, by the way, was a tough game for the Ortiz household because I grew up in Buffalo.
Right.
So I grew up a Bills fan. My wife and my son are Lions fans. So I show up for Thanksgiving for the game with my Buffalo Bills jersey. They're wearing, my son's wearing his Detroit Lions jersey, and they're rooting for the Lions. I'm sort of rooting for the Lions, but I'm really kind of rooting for the Bills because I know how important this game is for their playoff hopes and, for Super Bowl chances. And it was just an amazing time. And, I got the last laugh, but for a long time there, I will never admit it to them, but I was sweating.
Oof. You walk into Thanksgiving and you can't lose. That's what it is. Oh, was that Jordan in the background?
Yeah, Jordan goes, right? Yes, I do.
You're not fooling anyone, Dad.
No.
So a lot of talk about Jared Goff. There's believers, there's disbelievers. There's a lot of people that say he needs a team around him. I always kind of chuckle, and you know how I am, Tony. I like to kind of pull people's strings. But when they say, "Oh, well, Jared Goff can't win unless you got a team around him," I'm like, Matthew Stafford didn't win a single playoff game here until he went and got a team around him. I mean, all quarterbacks need a team around them, really, right?
Correct.
And I mean, we're seeing with the other part is when we talk about draft. I don't want to get too deep into it, but the point I make over and over is it wasn't Jared Goff or the offense that lost the first 3 games of the season. And if you have a defense that's even mediocre or less than mediocre, you win those games. We're an 8-win team right now. And we went through the stats, and I could pull them up here in a minute if I need to, but I asked Risden on the last podcast, I'm going to read you some stats. This other quarterback is, whatever it is, 3,000 yards. This Jared Goff, 3,053. The other quarterback has 4 interceptions. Jared Goff has 4 interceptions. Right? And I went through, and their stats were almost identical. And I was like, well, who is it? And he's like, Jacoby Brissett. No, it was Kirk Cousins. They are almost identical stat-wise. And it's like, 2 completely different narratives of 2 quarterbacks who are probably very similar in their abilities and skill sets, yet completely different narratives just because of the team around them.
Yep. One's got 10 wins. One's got 5 wins. One's about to win an NFC North title and go to the playoffs. The other one's kind of struggling to battle just to even get into the playoff field and to be mentioned as a playoff contender. So, yeah. It's the whole perception is reality thing, especially with the stats, with those quarterbacks, and with the teams they play for.
Yep. Yeah, and the Vikings don't ask Kirk Cousins to win games very often.
No.
He actually has a couple of times this year, but that's where we got to get with Goff. And to the defense's credit, to Aaron Glenn's credit, to the training staff's credit to get everybody healthy, we have a defense now that can do that, that can make it so he can win a game or two if he needs to. It could very well be against Minnesota. We might need a game-winning drive at the end of this time that doesn't end in a field goal with a guy that has a groin problem. That would be nice.
Hey, Riz, do you buy the addition by subtraction theory?
I do.
TJ Hawkinson and Aubrey Pleasant gone, and suddenly everything looks completely different for this team.
You know, I do think that there's more to it with Aubrey than there is with TJ, but I do think that when you took Hawkinson out, it's like one less needy mouth to feed. Yep. Like he was like, so I watch Dr. Pol all the time, the vet show, and they always have like, you know, there's the top piglets go for the bigger teats. Yep. And like you got to get it on that. And Hawkinson was the guy who was going for the big teat to get the best milk and get the big production.
I want to see.
And now that you don't have that, now Jared's free to spray his milk more places, and it's working very well.
I don't think I'll be watching the game Sunday the same way after hearing that explanation.
Tony, this is the game we play now. You have to continue the metaphor.
Please don't.
No, I'm good. Thank you. I don't think I can keep abreast of this.
No, but to your point, Tony, like TJ Hawkinson does things that Brock Wright and James Mitchell can't do.
Correct.
But they're not things that are needed for Ben Johnson's offense. Like it's superfluous. You know, he's a very good player. He's been great for Minnesota. Like this is truly one of those win-win trades. Like Minnesota fans very happy with TJ Hawkinson. They're very happy to give up a second-round pick for that. I look at it and like he wasn't coming back here, not for the money he was going to ask for.
No.
I'll take pick 61 for that. I can turn that into a starting safety or a starting outside cornerback or something like that. You know, maybe my future right guard. Maybe who knows? Maybe another wide receiver with some size to play on the outside. There, the possibilities there. They're going to get enough value extracted from it that they're not going to miss it. And I liked it. And again, Vikings fans really like the trade. Like Hawkinson's been good for them because he fits what their offense wants to do with a tight end more. And they missed it. They let what's the guy from Central with all the tattoos, who is now with the Jets. He moved on in free agency. They missed him. I can see him.
I can too. And Irv Smith was doing well before he got hurt. I mean, he really was a good piece of that offense.
Yep. And they made that trade right after he rolled his ankle. And that's I don't think that the Detroit side of things picked up on that. Like they were that was kind of a desperation move for them. Like they know their windows this year. Like the way that Kirk is playing, the way that Justin Jefferson has emerged as perhaps the best wide receiver in the league. He's certainly in the conversation for that their defense is getting older. You know, they're relying on Patrick Peterson and Danielle Hunter and Harrison Smith, guys that are probably on the downside, or like if they're not there yet, they're starting to go down the hill a little bit, and they got to get it done this year. So it was an all-in move for them. I like we talked about this last year a lot. Like I want my team to be in a position to go all in and not be crazy about it. We saw it work with the Rams. It might work with the Vikings this year. I hope it doesn't work this weekend, but they are a playoff team. They got as good a shot as anybody the way that they've been playing. So
here's the other narrative too that drives me nuts about the Vikings, Chris and Riz. People are sitting there saying they're the worst, and my son has done this too. They're the worst 10-2 team ever in the NFL. I am a huge Bill Parcells believer, and you are what your record says you are. Their record says they are a 10-win team and they're a playoff team. They are, by record, one of the best teams in the NFL. Are they? Yet to be determined, but they are still one of the best teams in the NFL based on their record. And you are what your record says.
You could be the worst Super Bowl winner.
Absolutely.
You're still walking off with the trophy. Really quick, you got a question from the chat. Can you ask Tony where this team ranks in best up and coming Detroit Lions teams throughout the years? Because there's been a lot of up and coming teams along the way.
You think so you go back far enough to, we had Herman on earlier today. Mm-hmm. And he talked about the team that he came up with Barry and with Lomas and Glover and that crew.
Mm-hmm.
Are they there in your mind?
No,
Okay.
I don't think they're there because that team had a really good defense that they were also developing, which this team doesn't have. 2010, the team before Jim Schwartz, second year Jim Schwartz, just before that 2011 team, which made the jump and made the playoffs.
Right.
That's what this team kind of reminds me of. They've got the pieces there. The division's tough. They're still making mistakes that are costing them games, but you can see them making that leap next year, especially if the Packers are declining, especially if Chris was saying, the window is closing on the Vikings. The Bears are going to be the Bears. They have an opportunity in the next year or two to be a possible playoff contender in the NFC North. Or we're going to look at a division like the South where the team gets in, they'll be barely 5. They'll be 9-8, 8-9. They might be in that type of a division considering what the Packers and Vikings do going forward.
Take that.
Yeah, I think the Vikings, one of the big things the Vikings are facing is that salary cap. That's why I think that also made the Hawkinson trade a lot easier because I'm not sure they can keep him. I'm not sure they can hold him and that he'll be there next year. And 2 years from now, I highly doubt it because the guys are going to have to get up or give up in order to keep TJ Hawkinson are just not going to work. I think that it maybe made sense for them to give it up, make their run this year, and then start trying to get something out of him and his contract.
I can see that.
Yeah, they're gonna have some tough decisions to make. But
I can't imagine the TJ's at the top of the pile of them, though. You know what I mean?
I would agree.
They especially for Kirk. I mean, how long does Kirk have in his contract, Riz?
He's got 2
guaranteed.
more years. I think he signed a 3-year contract. He might only have 1 more year after this year.
Okay, all right. So maybe
he is the ultimate winner in terms of the NFL salary game. He really did like break the mold. Like, I'm not going to sign, a 5-year, $90 million contract. I'm going to sign 5 $30 million 1-year contracts, and it worked out brilliantly for him. And there are a lot more players and a lot more agents that are looking at that like, hey, maybe I should only sign for like 2 years, $25 million instead of 1 year or 5 years and 60. Like, it's the same annual salary, but you get more contracts, which means more signing bonuses. It means more chances to get, more guaranteed money out of it. It's as much as we hold Kirk Cousins in some disdain, he's been brilliant on that front.
He has been amazing at managing his contracts. It's just incredible. There's a big look. We've got a little bit of an inside scoop. I want to know, Tony, if you can break a little bit on this. If anybody knows anything about it, I think it would be Tony Ortiz. He has the history, he has the knowledge, he has the information. He's been there.
Green Bay, little old ladies, bratwurst cart outside of the radio studio. Just a little. I might know 1 or 2 things about that. Don't forget the zip sauce.
Oh man, that is great. That was fun. That was a great interview. You guys together still have the mesh of personality that you guys bring, and it's great. You guys are a great group, man.
I think I'm gonna text Brandstatter tomorrow and just text him 2 words, zip sauce, just to see what he responds.
It'll be something fun because the Michigan's doing really well. He's a happy guy these days. Tony, you mentioned growing up a Bills fan. Their offensive line in the 70s was known as the Electric Company. What made that group blocking for OJ special? And what would you nickname our offensive line?
Wow. That's a good question. I don't know. I'd have to think about that one, but it was a cool name. The Electric Company was absolutely cool. Yeah. That was a great nickname for a group. I think what helped them out was they enjoyed playing with and for O.J. Simpson. They enjoyed that. They enjoyed the recognition they got from getting him for a 2,000-yard season. And it was a group that came up together. And I think that was the key for that particular offensive line because they all came up together and they had some really good coaching there in the 70s. So, and they were a running team. Remember, the 70s were completely different in the NFL. The 70s teams, threw 15, 20 times a game, Riz?
Yep.
You ran the ball. That's how you moved the ball in the NFL in the 70s. You ran the ball. You didn't throw it.
Tony, remember back when Air Coryell and they started having the tight end that would come out as a receiver. It was Kellen Winslow. He was fantastic at it. Remember the Miami Dolphins? Where's their fullback? They got 3 wide receivers on the field. Like, we only got 4 defensive. Like, who's going to cover that guy? That's why Dan Marino was so incredible early on, because nobody'd ever seen. They run 3 wide receivers as their base offense. Like, boom.
Riz, I remember,
deserves a lot of credit for that.
Riz, I remember when the shotgun was a big deal. Whoa, the quarterback is dropping how far back? That's crazy. And it was wonderful to see.
Yeah. I have to tell you, I mean, as a Bills fan, I can't believe this didn't hit me right away. We have this big auction going, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. We have a Buffalo Bills Electric Company member signed helmet. Now, I need Riz to say the name. It's a full-size helmet signed.
Joe Delamalure.
Thank you. Too many consonants. And
he's from the Detroit area.
Yes, he is.
Yep.
Because when I did the all-time all-Michigan Detroit team, he was the guard on it.
You look over.
He's a Hall of Famer. He went from Buffalo. He went to Cleveland. He was on the Cleveland teams when I was a little kid and was still a great player.
Yep.
I want to say that he's from the Flint area. Or maybe Bay City, maybe more up that way, but he was a hell of a player.
Signed helmet, Hall of Fame 03, sitting there, beautiful. It's sitting like just in the other room for me. It's gorgeous. I held it. It's only the auction price right now. It's tragically low, $69.69. Of course, right? I mean that's who we are, but great price for a great piece of memorabilia. Hall of Fame guy, man. So you can head on over there, Tony, if you want to try to push some people up. Look good.
I might consider it.
Suitable for display, I think is the words they use.
I would display it probably on my case, on my trophy case. The one trophy case,
yeah.
Oh, come on. You've got to have like all kinds of like plaques and glass and everything else, Tony. You just toss it, huh? It's nothing to you. You're too good.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Oh, man. All right. So what do you think? I mean, prognosticate the rest of the year. This Minnesota game feels like obviously probably the most difficult game of the year. The Jets are going to be one that's probably up there too, but you prognosticate the rest of the year for the Lions. What do you see out of this team?
I think they fall to Minnesota. I think they go on the road and lose to the Jets. I think they beat Carolina.
Okay.
And now I have to remember the final 2 games. I know Green Bay's the last game. What's the game? Chicago, thank you. I think they beat Chicago. When you get old, you forget these things. And then I think the Green Bay game is going to be fun because there's a chance Green Bay could be in the playoff race at the end. There's a chance it might be Jordan Love at quarterback instead of Aaron Rodgers. So I think they'll win 2 of the next 4. And then let me put an asterisk next to Green Bay because I have no idea at that point what's going to happen. Who's going to be playing for the Packers? What's going to be at stake for both teams? That game, early January game at Lambeau Field is never fun. Well, no, let me rephrase. It's fun. It's not fun weather-wise, but it's always fun. That's going to be a hell of a game.
Yeah. So you got them. That's 7-10, 8-9 range.
Correct. Which is what I thought they'd be at the beginning of the year. 6-7 wins. So right about that.
Yep.
They just got there in a weird way. 1-6 to 5-7 has been a hell of a ride.
Pretty much.
Yeah. And you think about it, I mean, we talked about this a little bit too. It's kind of nice where the team was at the beginning of the year. I mean, if you had a realistic expectation to see December, they're in the hunt, there's meaningful games. And at the end of the year, if things go well, like, because they could beat Minnesota. I mean, Vegas knows something they could. I'm not, it is what it is, but they could walk out and miss the playoffs by a game. Right, or get wrecked in the playoffs because of that tie, and it's been forever since we've talked about that, and that feels good. That feels good. That
tie is going to come back to haunt a number of teams in the NFC because, and I was watching the end of that game, and I kept telling my son, it's like somebody's got to win. Hopefully, somebody wins this game. It would work to everybody's advantage for either the Giants to win or the Commanders to win, and it just didn't work out. And that tie is going to screw everything up. Seattle, Detroit. You name it, teams in that area, they are going to be messed up because of that tie.
If they tie again, because they have to play again, everything will be right with the world. But
they play next week. It's true.
Oh, man.
Did they flex that to Sunday night, too?
I think they did.
Okay. I'm good with that.
That would be
I'll take that. That'll be a good game.
Right.
Like Washington has quietly, like the Lions, risen from a slow start around a plucky quarterback and a defense that got healthier and started playing better together. Funny how that works.
And Riz, here's the other thing. Just like Dan Campbell, Ron Rivera was on the hot seat with everything going on with that franchise. You thought, well, this is it. He's gone. And then they've turned things around. Now suddenly it's like, give this guy a longer contract. Rivera proves that he belongs in Washington.
I feel like
we can tolerate their owner.
I was going to say, with
something
everything
else.
going on with that organization, I would feel like his seat is the least hot.
He's got job security.
Some of the things that came out this week about that, like I hear people complain about the Ford family. I'm like, this is what I was talking about earlier. Like, y'all got to get out of your bubble, man.
Yes.
Like, look at what's going on in Washington. Look what happened in Houston. Look what's going on with the Raiders. They can't pay free agents cash. Like, they got to like defer it. Like, there's so many more messed up ownership situations than what the Lions are. The Lions just don't win. Like, at least they're not a colossal embarrassment and federal laws.
Well,
the
national games were typically an embarrassment, but now, I mean, that's turned around. They had a hard time in the big games for a number of years, and it was hard for fans. But they're just a bad team. Ownership wasn't super effective at getting the right people. I mean, there's that, but I mean, the Snyder, Houston, that is and even
McNair, Jimmy Haslam, doing what he did with a number of things.
The Deshaun
taking
Watson.
Advice from a homeless guy to draft Johnny Manziel. That actually happened. That's a real story.
The Deshaun Watson thing didn't do anybody in Cleveland any favors either.
No.
I mean, there's
No.
The NFL's
that's
a tough
been a
spot.
nightmare. That's one of the reasons why I've scaled away from that. I don't need that mess in my life.
Yeah.
That I will.
Here's how bad the Cleveland Browns franchise is. Draft Day, the movie, wasn't the worst thing to happen to that franchise.
Yeah, you're right.
You're absolutely right.
That is an awful movie. The less you know about football, the more you like Draft Day. The more you know about football, the less you like that movie. I have tried to watch it, and it's just not happening.
Other than Jennifer Garner, it's just a hideous watch.
I agree. And I like Kevin Costner, and I cannot watch that movie. I can't. It just, it makes my skin crawl.
How about Yellowstone? You a Yellowstone guy?
You know what? I'm starting to get into it. I've had a couple of friends recommend Yellowstone and say it's really good. And again, I like Costner. I like Kelly Riley. There's a number of good actors in that series, so I'm slowly getting into it. But what I've seen so far, I really, really like it.
It's been good. I paused at a crucial end of season, and I didn't want to get into the next season because it's so busy. But I'm like, I've got to pull this out. I've got the break coming up to hit it. But it is. I'm 3 seasons in or 4 seasons in. It's good stuff. It is really good. So
the problem with Yellowstone is I also discovered Andor on Disney Plus, which is a Star Wars series, which is really good. So I'm watching that, and usually I get focused on one and everything else falls by the wayside. So right now I'm watching Andor and really enjoying that. So once that's done, I'll try and pick back up with Yellowstone.
And right when I thought I was fully convinced that Mandalorian is gone, it's coming back in like March.
Yep.
Oh, I was so happy. I liked that. I like that one.
I like that show too. That is a really surprisingly good show. I thought, okay, 1 season and maybe the second season will dip. It actually hasn't dipped in quality. It's been 2 solid seasons.
Yeah. It feels like Star Wars is better on the multi-episode series genre than it is as a movie anymore.
Book of Boba Fett notwithstanding.
There you go.
I don't see any of that stuff. I don't pay for TV.
Riz is
my wife has been watching the Kevin Costner show. I've
Yellowstone.
poked my head
Yellowstone.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looks okay.
It's fun.
A little violent for my liking, but I'll get that.
Riz is over here saying live long and prosper. I love to.
I just wish I had time to watch some TV, a series. I just don't. If like last night when I got home, I'm like, you know what? I got to go to bed early. I flipped on some volleyball. I watched Wisconsin and somebody play volleyball. I forget. God, it was in the NCAA tournament too. I should probably know that. But like that's what we do. Like our house has volleyball or basketball on like all the time, or football. That's pretty much all I watch. Like my kids, they get made fun of because they've never seen any of these movies. Like they haven't seen any of the Batman or Superman or DC Comics or Marvel. Like that's not in our world. It's not in our bubble.
It's not the Risden universe.
No, it's not.
To use a line from The Mandalorian, sort of, this is not the way.
Yeah. This is the Risden way.
I'm opposed to it. It's just not something we're doing,
Oh God, it's hard to keep abreast of all these shows. You're right. That was
I know.
clearly the best line of the night there, Tony. By the way, because it slid by
Thank you.
unnoticed. It slid by.
By the way, does this count Sunday as a meaningful game in December for the Lions?
100%.
Okay,
100%.
just wanted to make sure.
Because let's be honest, if they win out, they have a genuine chance at the playoffs. So it is meaningful. It is meaningful.
Okay.
How the outcome? Well, that may change the rest of the game's meaning in the
Right.
level meaning. But I think Vegas is kind of with me. I think the Lions have a genuine chance if they play Jaguars ball against the Vikings. Because look, that last game in Minnesota with lesser corners and more injuries, they had a shot. They have the talent. They just have to be the right version of the Detroit Lions, and then they can pull it off.
Chris, I don't know if this wasn't Christmas and I needed the money desperately, I might go all in on the Vikings with 1.5.
Wow.
Just saying.
And Tony's never wrong. We should call him Tony the Greek. When we were doing the pregame show, he would wipe the floor with me every week.
Yeah.
Hold on. Stop. Chris, let me bring my family in so you can say that again, that Tony is never wrong, so they can hear somebody else say it. Thank you.
Somebody not named Tony say it.
Exactly.
Oh, man, that's great. So
where's your competitive game? Since we haven't done a true game preview other than Scott Bischoff and promoting what he did, where's your advantage for Minnesota in this game?
Defense. Their defensive line play has been really good. They've been able to get pressure on the quarterback. And look, I have a little more faith in Minnesota's secondary. To me, that secondary is playing better than the Lions secondary at this point. So to me, the defensive line and the secondary, that's the big advantages for Minnesota. And look, here's the third one. And it's not a roster. It's confidence. I think the Vikings have more confidence, especially if this is a close game. I think the Vikings have the confidence that they can win a close game. The Lions have some confidence, but to me, when you get to 10 wins, that's a hell of a lot of confidence right there.
They have certainly proven that they can do that. They're 9-0, I believe, in the one-score games, and one of them was against the Lions.
Really quick, I have to jump in. Top of the hour, it's balloon drop time. Another $1,100 raised. That's 11 more balloons. And here, put them back there. No, they're sticking to the hair on my legs. Push them on the other side of the room. It's driving me bonkers. Thank you, baby.
That is awesome.
Slowly and surely. Here, let me. Just do.
There's a lot of balloons behind you, sir.
Yes.
See if I can.
Oh my!
It is full, like top to. Oh, they're still coming. They are nuts.
It reminds me of like the ball pit where there's going to be like a weasel living in there that attacks little kids.
All you're missing is Chuck E. Cheese behind you, you know?
Yes.
Interestingly,
Chuck E. Cheese.
Have a slice of pizza.
Oh, man. Chuck E. Cheese has some bad pizza, man. It was grease.
It was sugar, man. Their sauce, it was perfect for little kids, right? It was little kid crack is exactly what it was. And that, God, the sugar on that sauce. But
I may or may not have had a family member that worked there at one time.
Really?
One of my fraternity brothers was Chuck E. Cheese, the guy.
Yes.
And he said it was such a terrible job. Like he'd have every bodily fluid known to man on his uniform every night because all the kids are coming up to him and they're like, they're little kids. Oh, let me love you and let me rub my nose on your fur, type of stuff. Let me sneeze. Let me wipe this pizza on my hand on you. It was so gross.
I know one time my son said he had a kid try to punch him in a sensitive spot while he was in the costume.
Oh.
So now it's no longer a family member. You've given up, Jordan.
Yeah, I know.
Straight up.
I'd be terrible at witness protection.
Thank you.
Oh, Christopher Loney, thank you. $50 to St. Jude. Thanks for all you guys do. Go Lions. Yeah, no, thank you, Christopher. It's what you guys are doing. And Nick Anson hit us with $25. Super Bowl 2024, baby. It's possible. The right pick. So let me ask you this, Tony. I feel like, and look, I think Jared Goff, if he plays like he does when he's got talent around him and when they're healthy, He's a guy that can get you there. I think, like we talked about earlier in the season, the big problem was the defense. I think if you use some of your capital on defense and get that destructive defense, that's the thing that can really push you much more, I think, than it really. I mean, it's truly a gamble. It's always a gamble, whether you have Jared Goff or any team out there that goes for a quarterback. It's an absolute gamble. I think it's like a 95% miss rate or something really. I might, it's probably not that big, but there's the miss rate is really, really high. I feel like that other positions, and specifically positions we need, defensive line, spending the capital there can turn this defense into something that's absolutely formidable. And if that happens, I mean, we're scoring averaging what, like 30 points a game, 35 points a game. I feel like that's good enough to win anywhere.
I agree. And defense is the thing that travels in the NFL. And Riz, hopefully you agree with this. It's good to see defense back in the NFL once again, instead of what's been an offensive league for a number of years. And if the Lions can be at the cusp of that, if they can improve their defense and be that type of team, yeah, they've got a pretty good shot at being the best team or one of the best teams in the NFC, if not the best team in the NFC North. But that's going to take a little bit of time to do.
Yeah, there are some nice pieces in Detroit, nice young pieces with Hutchinson and Pascal and Rodrigo. Barnes playing a lot better. You got Okuda, Jerry Jacobs on the outside. Kirby Joseph looks like a keeper. Like there are some nice pieces. You know, Ali McNeil in the middle. They just got to augment that and let that ferment together and grow. And I think they've got a pretty good plan with it. I'm pretty excited about where they're going with that. They seem to have a pretty good idea of what they need to help like their star players. And I think they've identified that Hutchinson is going to be a star player. I think they've identified that Kirby Joseph is going to be a difference maker. Okay, right. Let's make it so our best players are in the best situation they can be to make plays and make impact. I think that Aaron Glenn has done a very good job of adjusting to that on the fly this season.
I agree. And that's why I'm excited about the Justin Jefferson matchup on Sunday, Riz, because I want to see how the Lions match up against arguably the best wide receiver in the game. They did a decent job against Stephon Diggs, but he's another level altogether.
Yeah, he's a different kind too, kind of cat. Justin Jefferson he's more of a like dagger time guy. Like he's gonna go up and rip your soul out. Stephon Diggs is gonna be like, I'm gonna kill you, you know, death by, I won't say paper cut because he's more vicious than that, but death by like staples or something like that.
Hey, look, I'm concerned about the Adam Thielen matchup because, believe it or not, I know he's slowed down and he's getting older, but Thielen still is a crafty veteran who can get open and exploit a weakness in the defense.
His ability to run a route
can play too.
Yep.
Thielen's ability to still run a route is unparalleled. He is so good and he will cut himself open. It's weird to say that
remember the last game he had that route in the back of the end zone where he got lost in the wash, and that wound up being a very bad play for Detroit.
Let me give you guys a quick look. I mean, this is probably the better view. It's harder with the way the depth of field on this lens and stuff, but if I can get this in front, this is the current state.
Oh wow,
of the world.
That's a lot of balloons.
Yeah, it looks bigger than it does here, but I think it's the lighting and then the way the lens works. But I don't know what to do.
I may or may not have used the balloon quote in the story, so I'm just saying.
I'm trying to think back. Oh God, what did I say? Tony wouldn't. No, this is WWE. He wouldn't have put anything in there like that.
Oh God, no.
I say some dumb things, Tony. We both know that.
I'm right there with you. Believe me.
Oh man, so you got this. What do you think, Brad Holmes? I mean, well, I don't want to prime the pump on this one or poison the well, but whatever it is. Brad Holmes drafting. I know Riz is completely out on James Houston. Thinks he's a bust and terrible player, but otherwise, just cracking nuts over here. Do you like Wall or pistachios? But Brad Holmes, his performance. What do you think when we walk into next year's draft? How confident are you in what we have in that front office?
I'm confident at this point. I like some of the additions as rookies in the draft. I like the last couple of drafts. They've gotten some needed, necessary players. The one question I have about Brad Holmes has been the free agent pickups. I think there have been some free agent pickups that he's gone through that have not worked out all that well for the Lions. But the drafting has been solid.
Mm-hmm. What do you think about Anthony Richardson? He's obviously a big point for folks. I've watched almost every Florida snap, right? My boy's a freshman there. He literally lives diagonally from the stadium. He's got the good life out there. I sit here and watch him, and I think, boy, he's raw, but I don't know, because he's only a sophomore. He's so young and hasn't really had that time to develop. Riz and I talked about it. Riz says, if I remember Riz, this was us talking. Riz said that, it could actually hurt him to stay another year in college from a developmental standpoint, where I'm like, I feel like another year would actually help him mature a little bit and come out a better quarterback. What's your thoughts on AR-15, as he's known in some circles?
I would tell him to stay in college one more year, get a little more experience. The SEC is as close to what you're going to find in the NFL as any collegiate football league or any collegiate conference. I would tell him to stay in Florida one more year, work on some of the things that he's weak at, some of the things that he needs to work on. Do it one more year, because look, if he gets to the NFL, he's not going to be a starter right away. He's going to be riding a bench for at least a year. So he can learn a lot through the NFL game, but I think it's better if he proves it on the field, improves his draft stock, goes that way. To me, I'd tell him to stay in Florida one more year.
Yep.
My opinion.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I know he already declared, but I'm just kind of working through it. Riz, you are all about getting our guy out, right? Getting him out and letting him play and grow.
This is like, you've got to take a quarterback. Like there's only one quarterback under contract for next year. You've got to add one. Why not add the one ceiling?
Yeah.
And you get him cost controlled for your first 4 years or 5 years if you need that. Like I don't see a downside to that. I really don't. Like, because you're going to either go out and draft somebody like that, or you're going to pay Marcus Mariota or Case Keenum or somebody like that to be your backup quarterback. Like that's a complete waste of money, because they're not the long-term solution.
Right.
Like, let's go get a guy that might be, and let's have Mark Brunell work with him and Ben Johnson work with him and see how he fits. And if he has the right mindset and the right competitiveness to be with this team and is sort of on the same wavelength. And if that happens, then I'm going to trust them to develop that guy. And whether it's CJ Stroud, whether it's Anthony Richardson, whether it's Will Levis, even though I would not agree with that one, whether it's some guy later, whether it's the arm wrestling dude from Shepherd, like that we're going to see in Mobile.
Yeah.
I haven't watched enough of him to have a good opinion on it yet, but there's a lot of dudes that are out there. Like, I don't hate this quarterback class, and we are. And who told us that where we're in? Oh, Schofield said. Mark Schofield said we're in the time of year where all quarterbacks are terrible, and we like next year's group a lot better. We're in that cycle of the draft, and then it's going to swing back. And I just don't like to be in that. That wave. I'm gonna stay up here. I think it's a good class. I don't think it's a great class. I think it's a good class.
I'll argue against myself, because that's what I like to do when I'm alone. And there's no tea talk. When I sit there and I think about, again, Anthony Richardson, he would be something that would be, I think, Ben Johnson would find extremely interesting and would be a heck of a toy. And when you think about Ben Johnson, hey, he'll be back next year. I'm certain of it, and I think he's really, really happy where he's at. And I think besides bringing him a big bag of cash, giving him the kind of toy like that he could really tweak that offense around is going to interest him in what he's doing. And so not just and for him, you think you could probably tie Johnson up for 3 years with the right kind of salary and contract and somebody like Anthony Richardson, because for him to be able to develop a guy like that on a project like that, Ben Johnson's so smart, right? To work through that and be able to come out the other side with a finished product. I think that's something that would really motivate him to see through to fruition and then use that to move on to whatever else he was looking at. So it's more than just your quarterback kind of a play, I think.
Hey, Riz, if Johnson was ever to be a head coach, I think he'd do it at the college level first. I don't think he'd jump into an NFL head coaching job. Do you?
I could see that. And I don't. The more I think about it, and Chris brings up good points on it, like, he's smart enough not to take a bad job.
Yeah.
Right.
Like Carolina's a bad job right now. New Orleans, not a good job.
Yep.
Like, what? Denver, certainly not a good job. Unless you believe that you can salvage Russell Wilson without any draft capital or cap room for the next 3 years. like this might be the best Broncos team we see for the next 3 or 4 years. Like, nope, ain't nobody who has other options going to take that job.
I'll tell you
although if there is one team that could pull a Minnesota-like turnaround, that could be Denver, based on the way that defense plays.
Yeah,
their defense is really, really good. It's the best scoring defense in the NFL. They have the worst scoring offense in the NFL. And that's saying something in a league where there's Houston.
I have more than one source that the words out of Ben Johnson's mouth is he's in his dream job. If he's in his dream job, you keep it that way.
He's not going anywhere.
Yep.
If his dream job is having Jared Goff as his quarterback, he's got some weird ass dreams.
No,
man.
think about it. but it's the challenge. It's the challenge.
That's
right?
like I can dream about like Rachel Weisz or Julianne Moore or Selma Hayek, and then I'm like
not
Kathy
every
Bates.
day.
Like, where's that leap of faith at? That's
not every day. If you could turn Kathy Bates into Selma Hayek, that's a whole different ball of wax. But Selma Hayek every day, it's like, now what? Where's there to go?
I mean,
right?
Somebody once got tired of being with Halle Berry, and I don't understand that one at all.
I don't either.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree. I think when you think about it from a job perspective, though, nobody wants to walk into an easy job. And I think this is the thing, one of the things about Ben, he's such a cerebral guy that, I mean, and you see it in his offenses, that this whole piece, the relationship part with Goff, working with Goff and what Goff can do and can't do to build an offense, this for him, it's like somebody who likes doing Sudoku puzzles at like underwater basket Sudoku, 3D Sudoku or whatever. This is really complex stuff, and I think that's the kind of thing that really he enjoys because it's a challenge in making it work. And that's why a guy, like I said, a good project like an Anthony Richardson would be, I think he would think it's fantastic. I think he would love it.
Reading between the lines real fast, Riz, you kind of like Richardson better than Levis, don't you?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Not even close. Not even a conversation in my mind.
Okay.
Now, if you're asking them to play next year,
right?
Well, Levis needs to be the guy that goes out there, but we're not talking about Jared Goff's going to be the starter in 2023. He could be the starter for another year beyond that. If he plays the way he has lately, there's no reason to kick him to the curb. But you also do need somebody in and this is one of the justifications I have is next year should be a playoff team. Mm-hmm. But right now you don't have a backup quarterback. Like you need to have somebody that you can have come in case Jared Goff misses 2 or 3 weeks, because those are probably weeks that you can't afford to have him missing. You can't take the zero at the quarterback. So you've got to invest something. Again, why not go out and get the guy who could be the best? And if it doesn't work out, you at least have a fallback plan still in place for 2 more years, and then who knows, whatever you can do. The way quarterbacks have become available. I mean, Baker Mayfield last night played on his 3rd team in 5 months and won a game. And came from out of nowhere. We saw Russell Wilson traded. We've seen Matt Ryan move around. We've seen Carson Wentz being discarded here, there, and everywhere. We're seeing an era where it's easier to acquire a quarterback of some repute with something left. Mm-hmm. And there might be a team that wants Jared Goff in 2024 in that case, if the Lions are ready to move on. And then you can flip him for 2 second-round picks. Yeah. Let's say the Arizona Cardinals at that time are tired of Kyler Murray. That's just not going to work out. Okay, you send them. I think Kyler Murray's a pretty dang good quarterback, but he's got his foibles and peccadillos and all that. It would be nice if we played less video games, but that's a realistic thing that you could do. Like maybe Jared Goff and a 3rd round pick to get your Kyler Murray, and the salaries are going to be roughly about the same. Like those options will be there, but you've got to have somebody for next year. Why not get somebody who's good next year?
I agree,
or has the potential.
That's such a
by the way,
stupid
that's a
move.
job I would not want. By the way, the Arizona Cardinals when it opens, I don't want that job. I would not want it if I was a coaching candidate.
No, because it's like taking a Green Bay job because your quarterback's the one that's in charge. Yeah, you don't want that. I mean, the Kyler Kingsbury thing, that rift is obvious. It's public, and there's so much money wrapped up with Kyler. It's just sorry. And then the new guy comes in, and is he going to be interviewed by your quarterback? Is he going to be kind of under the quarterback's thumb? Aaron Rodgers runs at LaFleur has done a pretty great job actually, considering the circumstances he's come into, because politically and dealing with the people and personalities there has to be one of the most difficult parts of that coaching job. It's not running the offense or the defense or anything else. It is managing the ego and the insanity of your quarterback. But I mean, look, when you're immunized, you know what's going on.
Oh God.
So there we go. All right. What else is going on, Tony? Red Wings winning?
No. You know what? It's kind of funny. The Pistons were playing. They were losing to Memphis. I don't know if they lost that game. I stepped away, so I didn't see what the end of the game looked like. But they were losing to Memphis. Red Wings don't play till tomorrow.
Okay. I've heard the Pistons haven't had a great year this year, but the Red Wings are looking a little better. Is that,
I mean,
is that how you would characterize it?
Cunningham's out, so
Yeah.
I'm checking in from Tampa, Riz. I don't see this stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's okay.
You should check in. You should check into Tampa. Coming down to Mobile isn't enough.
I wish I had the time to do it. My wife and daughter will be in Fort Lauderdale in January, but I will not be accompanying them. So,
oh well, I'm going to be in Mobile, so
There you go.
we can't do the handoff. All right. Well, Tony, I know it's getting late, man. You've been with us almost an hour. It's always so fun.
You have been with us for a long time, Tony, and we appreciate that. We love having you. I miss talking to you on a weekly basis. Like I love doing those Friday preview shows. I wish
That
we
was
still had the time to do them.
So
It was a blast. Well, that's my fault, and I apologize because things got a little goofy as work, as I've explained to Chris. But, hopefully by the time next season rolls around, things even themselves out, and I will be back.
yeah, Tony.
Unless Chris slams the door and says, don't come back. I've already said that thanks to Scott Warhite, I am now Wally Pip. So there you go.
No, you're not. Tony, you can come back. Come on anytime. If you're like, I got an extra Wednesday, I want to talk Lions, you're on. You know that. The door is wide open. I mean, all kinds of skullduggery type of folks come walking through, but you are always welcome through the door. You know that, and would love to get stuff set up with you again.
Thank you. By the way, the Pistons lost 114-103.
All right.
So,
Well, maybe young Risden can pick that team up in a couple of years.
Let's hope he has a good game against Plymouth tomorrow. That's going to be a tough one.
that is.
All right, Tony Ortiz, the most wonderful man in radio in Detroit. Tony, I appreciate you again. Thank you so much for everything and joining us in these late hours. I know Riz got a shower, so he's rolling. I'm not nearly as. And
I had pie up in every hole of my face, so I kind of needed to do something there.
Thanks for clarifying that one.
Yeah. I always start at a disadvantage, but I'm not as smart as I even am normally, so it's a problem. I think now we're in a tough spot. But thank you so much, Tony. Appreciate you as always. You are an absolute rock star, and
No
again,
problem.
one of the most wonderful human beings I know. I keep talking about all the great people we meet, but you really are. You're a great guy, Tony. And you know it. You hear it. I know it makes you blush a little bit, but can't help but tell you.
Thank you very much. And thumbs up to everybody from the Detroit Lions podcast, the fans. That's a great amount of money you've raised for St. Jude's, and that's a great, great cause. So you guys deserve a big hand.
Thank you for the support,
Absolutely.
Tony. You rocked it, man.
Anytime, guys. Riz, good to see you as always, sir.
Always. Absolutely.
And I will catch up to you guys later.
All right.
Sounds great. Thanks, Tony.
Woo.
Yeah.
Tony is gone. He's going to leave us now. Bye, Tony. So we're rocking and rolling. We keep moving. We've got Micro Mike on the line. I have to do a quick background piece here to get ready for Micro Mike because there's a little bit of production. I'm not as good as having people like back to back like that. I've been doing this quietly and nobody noticed until just now. And Mike's so fast. And I'm going to eat a pizza really quick after we after we get him on here. Let's bring Mike on.
We'll deal with that. It's all good.
Sorry, I don't want to nom in your ear, but it's a good time.
I mean, we got to do what we got to do.
Micro Mike, the
Hey,
guy.
what's going on, guys?
How you
Still
doing,
alive
brother?
in here?
We're doing great, man. We're happy to have you. Not with a pie in your hand.
Oh man, that's the best part is having the pie in the hand and releasing that pie from my hand into Risden's face.
It was just so you know. Let me just do the replay. I don't think you've been able to see it, and it never ever gets old over here. Replay in short form. Here we go. We are going to make a beat out of that. We got some good stuff in mind.
That is hilarious. I had not seen that.
There's 3 sounds. There's you doing Bruce Lee, him going, oh, and then his daughter going, it's so great.
Oh, man. There we go. It's a GIF right there. It's a GIF.
It is.
The gift that keeps on giving, folks.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that was and then after he got a James Houston cream pie facial from his daughter, and we had that on Fab, awesome dude from the Slack, great guy. He dropped off 2 pies. What did they say again, Riz?
One said the problem, James Houston's nickname, and the other one says I love James Houston, which is great.
That is hilarious. You're just getting cream pied left and right today.
I am. It's that kind of day. It's all for the
front
children.
to the back.
My daughter was a little more forceful than you two. I think she had a little bit more pent-up hostility towards me.
She's like, this is all the paybacks that you got before. Remember that time you grounded me?
Yeah.
Smack.
You should do this every 6 months, Dad.
I'm going to do this more often.
In your sleep.
Absolutely.
That was good. Oh man, so we're getting there. How's your day been, Mike? I know you got a lot going on. It's a little bit later, but I appreciate you coming on and joining us. But how'd your 4 o'clock show go? Everyone's got to go watch that, right?
Yeah, it was just a video. Dropped the video just about the latest Lions news regarding the injury report. Obviously, it's important to know who's going to be playing in the game. Just talking about that, as well as obviously the Lions and Vikings and the draft order. Thank you to the team of the Raiders of absolutely blowing in the second half and making us, stay at 4 instead of moving up. So talked about that there.
It's frustrating. That was a game that was so winnable for Las Vegas, and their coach let them down. Like their quarterback let them down. And these are, we saw Derek Carr, what was that, a month ago, like crying at his press conference. Like, we were trying so like, and he was very emotional about it. And then they go out and do that, and it's like, that's kind of you too, dude. Like that was tough, man. So where is that Rams pick now? I know it's not 4 anymore, is it? They moved up the other way.
No, we're still sitting at 4 right now,
Okay.
but it obviously
Good.
could change on the weekend. So we just got to watch what the Chicago Bears are going to do, the Broncos, Panthers, and some other teams. But we just didn't move up. I really want to get to that point where you have the option between Jalen Carter or Will Anderson. And when you're sitting at 4, I just don't believe that option will be there if that's the ultimate spot.
Yeah, that's a happy problem to have, and it doesn't look like we're going to have that, unfortunately.
Yeah, it sucks, man. Jalen Carter would be an absolute beast on this defensive line. I just, you talk about cream pie earlier. I tell you what, that could be an option of having a cream pie right there, having him on this D line.
He has a lot of Ndamukong Suh to his game, and I think we as Detroit fans miss that edge. Like, we got some good players, though, but we don't have anybody that, like, he's kind of scary to play against. Like, that's the kind of, you need somebody like that. Mm-hmm. And the fact that he's an incredible football player at a program that churns out consistently very good defensive players, that's pretty ringing endorsement for Jalen Carter.
Absolutely. I mean, if you could get a player like him, it just helps Aiden Hutchinson. It helps the rest of the defensive line and Lee McNeil, because we don't know what's going on with Levi and Uzurike. And I just think it would set the tempo. You have the offensive line this year absolutely dominant, and you're seeing what happens when you have an offensive line that just pushes the pile. And imagine having the defensive line like we had in 2014, where you have that Ndamukong Suh, and you had that presence in there just scaring the hell out of quarterbacks. I'd love to see Carter meet, Kirk Cousins and meet Karen Rodgers. It would be absolutely awesome, but it's just, I feel like we're not going to get it now.
So
we'll see.
Yeah. So I think the other thing about Jalen Carter too is the Levi Onwuzurike thing. You can just injury settlement. Right. There's no question. You don't have to hope that he's going to come back. You don't have to think about it. You can just move on, because I think we're at a sunk cost spot. And we've talked a little bit about that injury he's got and how hard it is to come back from a back like that. And it's fusion surgery, right? Jeff, is that what? Yeah.
He had spinal fusion surgery in his lower back. And
for a guy that does what he does, so many times that means football's over. And why should he put the pressure on himself? Why should we put the pressure on him? The guy's got a life to live. He's got a contract. He's made some money. I mean, I just don't know that I see him in the NFL. And to take the pressure, I don't know, for him maybe it puts the pressure on, but to get a guy like Jalen Carter in there and then say for the team, okay, our pressure's off at that position. We can move on and we can deal with Levi however things come up. But if you count on him again, you just left yourself a gaping wound.
Yeah, and he had a fusion, and I've had a double neck fusion myself, and it is the absolute last resort that you have because you don't come back from a fusion. It absolutely limits you, and for someone of his size and his age, he's got to think about the future of himself.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, when you have a fusion, you're talking about what's going to happen 10 years from now. You're going to get degenerative arthritis. Are you going to be the ability to be a cripple when you're 50? So it's really worrisome for him, and I'm happy that he got the surgery. But like you're saying, this is not like an ACL, MCL. This is not something like that. This is a life-changing event, and I really can't rely on him for next year. And I think if you could get a player like Jalen Carter, that would really help this team out. And like you said, you could just do the injury settlement for Levi.
I noticed your fusion didn't affect your range of motion earlier. It seemed like you had full motion and full ability. No. I didn't see anything holding you back there. That was good work, Mike. I can tell that was a successful surgery for you.
Hey, I'm definitely can do this, off, this, off, whatever the hell I'm saying at that moment. I have no idea. It doesn't limit the arm motion, which is really, really good. For throwing pies and for other things, it's really good to have that hand motion. But 100%. That was absolutely fun. I'm glad that you made a GIF out of it, and this is going to live on.
It will forever. Yes. Yes.
It's going to feel like forever either way.
Oh man, that's hilarious. Hopefully it helped raise some money, for St. Jude's. I think this is an awesome thing that you're doing.
Yeah,
and
we're doing well. We're getting closer. We need more. We gotta get this push going, but we're doing well. We had a longtime friend and fan of ours give us $1,000 last hour, so thank you to Malcolm.
Yeah.
And if anybody else wants to do that, and keep in mind the auction's closing fairly soon too. Go there, look at those items. There's a lot of really cool stuff, and some of those are a little undervalued based on the bid price right now. So.
Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. You still got 2 tickets to the Minnesota game. This is the game, man. They're standing room only right now. 2 tickets sitting there in the club seats, brother. You're in. You might as well have a throne where you're sitting there. These are the padded special seats. I mean, they're nice. It's one of those things. Once Sandman introduced me to him, it's like, if I'm not sitting down like in the first or second row on the 50, I'm not doing anything but club. That's just the way it is now. Sorry. They are prime time seats with parking. Parking $75, $100, easy at the stadium. Yeah. These 2 tickets sitting here right now, $250. Bargain. An absolute bargain, man.
It's game of games right here.
Yep.
This is such a giant game. It's literally feel like a playoff game. The Lions have an opportunity to make the playoffs, but it starts on Sunday against the 10-2 Minnesota Vikings. It's going to be wicked awesome. And if you have an opportunity to be there live and experience it, you got to do it. You have to do it. So make sure that if you can donate, do that. Somebody that's been in the health industry, I was in there for 7 years. I worked at the Children's Hospital in Grand Rapids. And I got to say, it's killer, not good seeing these, kids going through pain and the families, and the amount of money that is required for helping these children out is astronomical. We're talking millions of dollars, if they're having cancer or whatever issue that they're having there. And so any dollar that you can help donate, please do it. The families, they're going through a really, really hard time. They have to miss work. They're dealing with their sick child. They got these bills and expenditures coming up. Any sort of relief would be absolutely good for them. So please donate to St. Jude's. There's more to life than football. This is one of the things that we got to really focus on because it's changing. And when you had that interview early on there with the mother that lost a child.
Thank you.
It's anything that could help a family out.
Yeah, that was tough, man. That was God bless Mandy and her family. That's and what they went through.
I can feel it well up every time we talk about it, man. It really does. Like it still comes in. I mean, she was so passionate when she was talking, and you could just feel it. I mean, Riz and I both reduced to tears. I mean, usually I get through this every year, like a couple times on the edge, but hold together. That one just melted me. Tough, but I mean, it's so valuable to see. Like Mike, what you did at the hospital, you understood every day what you were working for, and you weren't in there doing I hope you weren't doing surgery, but you weren't in there doing surgery every day. But you contributed to the people that did do it and that helped those kids, the people that helped get those people well and get them at least dignity and to feel as well as you can at the ends of their lives and all that stuff. Everything you did went right toward that. And when you see the suffering that these people go through, and you get a chance to kind of realize you're doing a little something to help and make it a little better, hey, you did something right in the world, and it feels good.
Anything to make it a little bit better. And when you see it up front, it kills at you. It's something that I had problems working because you see it on a consistent basis, seeing young kids pass away every day. You see them tubed up, you see the families, and it's gut wrenching.
Yeah.
So any help that you can do with these families' support, it makes their day, makes their year. I helped one family out that unfortunately the child passed away and is friends with my daughter. And to face the parents and see what they're going through, it rips your insides out. And for just a little bit help made that, that Mother's Day. So if you can do it, even $1 would be great. And people are going through really tough times. So support what Detroit Lions podcast is doing here. Support what Risden's doing here and Chris is doing here. For me personally, I want to thank you guys for this, because it's a killer, and it brings real life into focus. It brings in what's more important, and you don't believe something like this could happen to you, like your guest earlier, but when you see it up front, it's like, damn, so anybody in there, please help out and do whatever you can.
Yep. Yeah. Hit a couple people here. Tony Moore, $50 with an FTP message. It's always good. It's always a good message. Jim C, $375 while we're talking here. Great job with this, Chris and gang at DLP, for a great cause. Let's get more balloons in that room.
Yeah.
$100 a balloon, filling it up. I got a picture here for you just to kind of give you a sense of how it's hard with this lens. You know about all that stuff, but get a sense here what it really looks like.
That's a lot of balloons, man.
That's really piling up. My goodness.
It's not helium, right? Because if it's helium, once you reach your goal, you have to suck all the helium every single
You'll be talking funny for a day.
The only sucking going on is the Packers. All right, and AJ Pros with $20 as well. Thank you very much. I love this. Duncan, hold on, did I get it? Oh no, Duncan.
These nuts.
Thank you, Mike. You're a good dude. He says that's his name. That's his name. Appreciate you, says Mike. You're good dude. You are, Mike. I mean, I appreciate you coming on, especially this time of day. You had a long day, but you're here helping us get some money out here for some kids. If you folks want to donate, it's stjude.org/DLP. Hit up in your browser, stjude.org/DLP. It's the first link in the description of the video as well. And if you want to get something, hey, that's a tax deduction. That's great way to do it here at the end of the year. If your corporation does doubling of your money or adds money to when you donate, you can do that with the receipt you get out of that. And then if you're like, hey, I'd like to get a little something out of the deal, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com. Go to the auction. There's a lot of really great stuff. Signed jerseys, signed footballs, a really sweet Campbell and Holmes print in the style of Calvin and Hobbes, them walking across the log together. It's really just awesome. Really great stuff there. So help it out. Every ounce of this, every penny goes to St. Jude. All the overhead and stuff I take care of, the shipping and all that stuff, that's out of my pocket so that we can make sure we get every penny you donate over to St. Jude and the kids over there. So appreciate all you people doing this and helping us to try to light up someone's life when they need it. speaking of lighting up lives, Jerry Jacobs and Jeff Okuda. Mike, I want to ask you about this because it's something that I've been thinking about a little while here. These two guys are, I mean, a year apart, right? They're just, and I think in actual age, they're pretty close together, and they're really kind of growing up together. And I know, Jeff was in the league, but he was in the league with Matt Patricia, so it doesn't count, right? He wasn't getting any development, and he said so himself. He said so himself when the new staff came in. I mean, he's like, why didn't anybody tell me this the first year, right? He said it out loud. And him and Jerry, personality-wise, personally, are very, very close. And they push each other. You saw it in the rehab. You saw it in what else, the other stuff that they've been doing. I think about these two guys as a pair. And playing opposite sides of the field, right? But always pushing each other and always, like, coming up together. I think there's a real interesting piece of chemistry that can come out of two guys that close that are learning, challenging, teaching together. What do you think about that? I mean, do you think of these guys as a pair, or are you kind of more of the mindset every piece is a piece and we can interchange as we need?
I see them as a pair, and I think the competition breeds excellence, and that's what they do. And when you're really close to somebody and you're friends with somebody, you grow, and you're seeing that right now back into this defense. Jeffrey Okuda is a very strong mind, and the amount of grief that he took when he got selected by the Detroit Lions all the way till now is astronomical for him to come out and play the way he has. And Jerry Jacobs, we all know his story. He grew up having a difficult life, and when you have two strong-minded individuals that are alike and like to push each other, this is the results you're getting. You're getting really good secondary play. What Brad Holmes did with getting Jerry Jacobs, finding him, adding him to this defense is just amazing. He can find the talent, he can find the personality, and that's working well right now. Obviously, Jeff Okuda wasn't part of his regime, but damn, he's got a hell of a strong mind, and they got this thing working. So I do see him as a pair for sure, and just wait till they get another player in there, and I think I suspect they'll do that this offseason and have three individuals that are similar in style and fight with each other and just get better as a secondary.
It's awesome. Doing a little shuffle around here in the studio. What about you, Riz?
I love the fact that they push one another. That's the sign of a healthy team. And the fact that they're doing it without really a veteran mentor. I mean, Will Harris has been around. This is his fourth year, but he's new to the position. Like it's just different. They don't have, like, Mike Hughes is, I guess, his 10th year. He's younger than Jerry, so that's kind of crazy. Chase Lucas is actually the oldest cornerback on the team that plays now. Now that Amani Oruwariye has gone by the wayside, and Chase is a rookie who barely plays, and he's already 25 years old. He's older than Jerry. He's older than Jeff. He's older than Mike. Like, that's. I love the idea of a young core coming up together and learning how to play together and learning how to play off one another and push one another. You saw that's to go back to I'm not comparing to the Buccaneers defense back in the day, but when Derek Brooks and Warren Sapp and John Lynch and Rondé Barber and then they added in what's his name, Lance Briggs. Like, they had all those guys, like, we're all getting better at the same time together. And you saw that, like, they were all great individual players, but they became greater even than the sum of their parts because they had that kind of, coalescence and bond, and that just the fact that they could finish one another's sentences. And we've literally seen Jerry and Jeff do that.
They're like married.
Yeah, it is. That's there's something to that, man. I thought Green Bay, honestly, when they had Zadarius Smith and they had that young core, Jair Alexander, like, all those guys were getting really good together, and then they added a couple of pieces, and for whatever reason, not all of them have stayed together or worked out, but that was a pretty good thing for them too. And I can see the Lions getting that, and they might have all those guys in place now and just add whether it's Jalen Carter or whether you go out and sign a free agent like Daron Payne, who's a really good player,
yes,
or something like that. There's chances for this group to get really good together quickly. And I think we're seeing it already. And the fact that they're so young and seem to get along well and seem to respond well to the same sort of coaching is very important.
Like the Legion of Doom.
Yeah.
The Legion of Boom over there for the Seattle Seahawks. They
Yeah.
just came together young and they were crushing it. You said Deron Payne. That would be a nice addition, by the way.
It would be nice.
That would be, I like him. Major
Like
Payne right up
if
in the middle.
you can't get Carter at 3, 4, or 5, I mean, free agency technically comes before the draft, so you kind of have to make that decision beforehand. But that's a good football player.
Yes, he is.
Oh man, that's God. It's gonna be so much to work out, but yet, I mean,
This offseason is going to be so much fun for us because we're not talking about like we got to replace 9 starters before we anymore. Like this year's like, if we had this guy, maybe that gets us to 12 wins next year instead of 10.
Yeah.
Like that's the conversations we're going to have in January, February. And that's a very new world for us.
it's not
It's gonna be so much fun in free agency. You actually got money. We're not going to have the Trey Flowers. We're not going to have all these
Jamie
ridiculous
Collins.
contracts, and you don't have, like you're saying, you don't have to add a ton. You know, you get Roquan Smith or like you're saying, a Major Payne up in there,
Yeah.
and then you draft some more, and then this defense is sick. I mean, we talked about it beginning of the year. I think everybody did. If the defense was just, bad defense instead of historically bad, the Lions are not 1-6, and now we're seeing it right now where the defense is stepping up. We're starting to win football games. We add more pieces. Good God, it could be really good next year. And yeah, watch out, Vikings. We could take the North.
Oh yeah, that's for real. That's absolutely for real. And I think tomorrow's game is a step in that. And I think a lot of you say this, the players aren't walking and thinking they're not, this is all about next year. They're thinking about this is about today. This is this game, and this is this season. But the message this sends next year to a team that's all in for this year, and you topple them in Detroit, the Detroit Lions, to come in and be able to topple a team like Minnesota says so much about the direction these two teams are heading.
You are not clinching that division in our house.
Yep.
Hell no. We can't have that happen. We got to, and I think the Lions are going to come out on fire. I think this is going to be one of those games where they're just going to be lit. It's going to remind me of 2011 where we were facing the Chargers and Cliff Averill with that pick 6. Now, obviously, that was to clinch the playoffs for the Lions at that moment, but you could just feel that energy in the whole, arena there and the players and everything. I think they're going to come out extremely fired up for this game. And good God, I cannot wait for Sunday. I can't wait. It's going to be really exciting.
I'm going to tell you one of the things that's going to roll up this weekend and the end of this season. You talk about how hard our season was at the beginning. It was because we had one of the most difficult schedules. We did have the most difficult for the first 4 or 5 games. It was the most difficult strength of schedule in the league. And now, as some of the other teams are starting to play some of those teams in Chicago and Green Bay, that strength of schedule is starting to pump up for them. And now theirs is actually a little above ours. And Minnesota's that was so bad is starting to get more and more difficult. You're seeing these teams now have to play towards the end of the year. The teams we played that are butt kickers up in the beginning. Chicago's got a murderer's row the end of this season. And I mean, we want them to win. I know I recognize that for the draft. It's so as weird as it sounds, right? But they've got one of the most difficult schedules. I mean, if I sit here and look at the Bears and what they're facing for the end of the season here, I look, we got a bye week, then they play the Eagles, then they play the Bills, then they play the Lions, then they play the Vikings. I mean, where do they get a win? Where do they get a win?
They're not like the Lions is the only one potentially really on that list.
Yeah.
They could, and I don't think they're going to win that game. It sucks because you want them to just get one more win.
Yeah.
Please. We need a better draft pick. I never root for the Chicago Bears, but my God, just one more. Please let the football gods help us out. I know Chicago Bears are bad, but just give them one play.
Yeah.
One
And the thing with them is, they're taking a defensive player because they have their quarterback in Justin Fields. And there's not really a receiver that you're going to take up that high, even though they need 3 of them. And I can't fathom them taking a tight end that high, but you never know. So they're in a strong position to take Will Anderson. I think you're going to see that in most mock drafts. We'll see if that plays out, but it's gonna be a tough one to watch because that guy can play.
You got the Vikings.
I got a controversy I got to ask you really quick, Riz.
Hmm?
If Will Anderson and Jalen Carter is gone, obviously Bryce Young, I feel like is going to go number 1.
Yeah.
Number 4, you have an option of a quarterback. Would you take the quarterback at 4, whether it be CJ Stroud or Will Levis?
I would absolutely. I wouldn't take Levis. I would take CJ Stroud, or I would take AR-15 from Florida. I got to watch him more. I got to see that. But we actually just talked about it with Tony Ortiz before you came on. They only have one quarterback under contract next season, so they have to get somebody anyways. Why not go out and get a guy that has a high ceiling that could maybe push Jared Goff or maybe eventually surpass him? And they don't have that situation yet. And I'm curious as to how Goff would respond to that. It might work the way that it did in San Francisco this year, where Jimmy Garoppolo, like, he picked his game up. He got better with the threat of Trey Lance. Like that does happen. So I would go quarterback there, especially if those two defensive players are off, because then you're looking players, but I don't see that kind of impact. Like Tyree Carter he's not that guy, or Wilson rather from Texas Tech. Like, he's good. He's not that guy. Like I'm taking the quarterback there. And then that next pick is a guy like Brian Branch or Cam Smith, or somebody that can help your backside, or it's a little early for a nose tackle there. The guy like Tuliputu, I can't say his name right, from USC. Although he missed like 4 tackles in the Utah game, so I'm kind of mad at him now too. That Utah game was so bad for USC.
Yeah.
Oh, God. And AR-15 was able to disable the Utah Juggernaut first game of the season. Ripped them out when they were ranked 7th. That was a huge game. That was a huge game.
Then he had 2 absolutely awful games.
Stinkers. Yeah.
Who would your comp be for AR-15?
He's like what people want Malik Willis to have been, because he's what, 6'4", like 235, accelerates instantly, can run a 4.35 40, does have the arm strength, does have a little bit better accuracy than Malik Willis. That's not saying a lot. He's got some Cam Newton to him, and like, good Cam Newton was once an MVP. He took a Panthers team to the Super Bowl. Like, I'm not saying that he can be that, but you can see where people would think that way. But there's also some early Ben Roethlisberger to him, where he's like, he's going to make stupid mistakes because he's confident in his own arm and not smart enough to know that he's too confident in his own arm. And I think you see some of that with him. That was the knock on Ben Roethlisberger. And it took him, he had the one really good early year, and then he kind of went through a phase where he's like, they kind of felt about him in Pittsburgh like the conflict right now. Like, yeah, okay, we could do a lot worse, but we might be able to do better. And then he turned on in like years 4 and 5 and was great and was very good up until the very end. But
I feel like you're going to have a lot of the same frustrations with Richardson early, at least, that you have with Jared Goff in delivering the ball. He throws a nice ball, but he just makes bad throws, bad decisions sometimes. And maybe you can coach that out of him. I like Richardson more around 15 than I do 4. You know what I mean? And we'll see. I mean, it's early. It's really early in the process to start playing that out. But we're going to have a lot of conversations about that and things. The amount of changes in these players between now and the combine, and then after the combine.
Yeah,
you might as well just throw them in a bin and start picking bingo balls at this point, because there's a lot going to change.
Will you take a chance on Malik Hooker? Say like maybe in the 2nd or 3rd round. I know he got injured out for the year, but he is a little bit older. But I think he will fall in the draft due to his tear.
He's a good player, and he did everything that you wanted him to do as a prospect to play NFL football. Like, he sped up his processing. He got more accurate down the field. He got better at making decisions on when to run and when not to. There's a good quarterback there, but again, he's going to be 25 years old and he can't play as a rookie. That's a tough sell, man. I hate it for him, because he was a guy that I was like, I might be able to ignore the age But when you're not going to have him for your first training camp, anyways, like that's and especially for a Lions organization that has lost Levi Onwuzurike to the injury and has had so many injury problems with Ifeatu Melifonwu, who's, you don't ever know if he's going to be practicing or not on a day-to-day basis, and they've had a couple of other injury issues that Okuda has had trouble staying healthy. Like, it's tough to justify taking a guy that has health issues. That's Brian Breesy out of Clemson. Yeah. Really, really good player. I'm not touching him with his medical history, like not even consideration. And this is a guy who's had multiple surgeries on both legs. He's 23 years old. Like, I can't do that if I'm Detroit. And that's one of the corners that you've painted yourself into. Like, you can't take those super injury risk guys anymore if you're Brad Holmes because of the history that you have in doing it. Well, that's my take on it.
I concur, man. You can't take these type of risks right now with what we've done before with these injured players. We need to have a for sure guy that's going to be on the field at this point. Can't be drafting more injured players. Like, I know that Brad Holmes like to have the all injured reserve team, but we gotta be there.
I mean, like, Pascal has worked out good when he's been on the field, but he played for what, 3 weeks, 4 weeks? Like, that kind of sucks. And that's a guy, he missed time in college because he had cancer. He missed time with a knee injury, missed time with a groin injury. Like that, like I like the guy a lot. I think he would be a very good player, but at this point, can we count on him to be that healthy? Can we count on to last for 17 games at 60% of the snaps per game? I don't know.
Or I hate to put this out in the universe, but the guy that hasn't really played at all, Jamo. What if he busts?
Yeah.
What if he busts?
Yeah.
I mean, you talk about taking a guy that's injured and everybody's waiting, and he comes out, or he's mediocre, right? And we traded all that capital to get a guy who's kind of mediocre at that position. Who's going to be confident in allowing your GM to draft another guy? You did Onwuzurike, you have Pascal, who's looking okay. I mean, he's in some ways he's looking great, right? But you got 4 games out of him. And you're going to get 5 games out of Jamo. If he's okay, maybe that strategy isn't what you want to go with, right? And even if Jamo turns out and looks good out of the gate this year, I don't know that the team is able to have the patience to pull an injured player out of the draft anymore, because we're not building ground up. We're now filling holes, and you have to fill those holes, and you have to have results. Your year 0 happened. Your year 1 happened. Year 3, you're not changing year 0 to year -1. I'll tell you that right now. So the performance has to start coming right now, and this is where it's at. So I don't think there's any chance. I don't see there's no chance. I don't think there's any sense in taking an injured player in the draft.
Yeah, and like you said, you always got to fill holes. And whether that's football or in life, you always got to smash the hole and you always got to fill it.
You've had enough of that shit.
I don't have enough of that yet. Come on, man.
How about guard? Riz, you're always so much further down the line in the draft than I am in looking at that. Anybody at guard that stands out to you? Have you done anything on O-line yet?
I mean, the dude from Florida, Osiris Torrance, you'd have to take him. You might have to take him with your own pick in the first round. Like, I don't think he's going to be there in the 40s. So he's really, really good. I haven't gotten into a lot of the guard play. I've kind of focused more on the tackles just because they're more visible. I did get a nice cachet of game film this week in all 22 that I'm gonna have to go through, but I'm not there with the guards yet. But like, Tommy Kramer is a guy, he would be the starting right guard for these Detroit Lions if he was healthy. Hank Fraley has told us that they like him a lot. He's going to get a shot to come back next year and see what he can do. I hate to say it about Big V because he's been such a useful guy, but I don't think you can rely on him to come back with the back surgery that he's had. Logan Stenberg is not the answer. It looks like Coyote Awosika, while he has some potential, he's hurt now. Like, just let's get somebody in. Evan Brown is fine, but I like him a lot better as your top interior reserve and not necessarily playing all the time.
And with Stenberg, the reason they're not playing him is because he's your backup center, and they just don't want to risk that, because with Evan out, you're in trouble. You got nothing else, and you already know that Rags is hurt out there. So they're just keeping him in bubble wrap to prevent any kind of play. So that's why when people are asking why isn't Stenberg out there playing, it's because he's all they got at center.
Yeah, I mean they have called up Ross Pierschbacher. He's like 285 pounds. Like, you don't want that going up against Minnesota. Like, maybe save that for another week.
So Stenberg's all they got at center.
Yeah.
So.
Oh man. So you think they could go guard for sure? You think they release Halapoulivaati Vaitai?
It might be one of those where he's forced to medically go away. I know he was in Detroit this week, and it was the first time that anybody had seen him. And he was very positive, but he's very, very clearly not going to play. Not this year. It kind of depends on where they're at with Kramer, where they're at with Vaitai, because those guys are quality players, but they got to be able to stick on the field. We do. Chris and I have a tremendous amount of faith in Hank Fraley's ability to develop talent. So that's one where you probably can get a guy in the Jonah Jackson range of the draft, the third or fourth round, and get a guy who's got some coachable upside that fits your scheme and your plan pretty well, and you can plug him right in as a starter, as a rookie, and not get hurt. So I kind of hope that's where they go. I hope they don't address like we love Frank Ragnow, but you take a first round center, like that means you're not getting a first round wide receiver. That means you're not getting a first round pass rusher. Yeah. Those positions are a little more important. And I think that was one of Bob Quinn's big failings, was emphasizing the wrong positions in the draft and the wrong positions to value, whether it's tight end or running back or whatever. And he just got that wrong. Linebacker. He got mostly good players. Jared Davis is an exception, but when you've got premium picks, you got to take premium positions. You can't use them on guard.
Tight end.
Yeah. So yeah, tight end.
Don't knock tight end.
Please not tight end.
So let's go ahead and draft. So you're saying we're not going to get Michael Mayer?
He's really, really good.
I don't care.
I know. I'm with you, man. I can't do it either. But
so let me tell you, if you want to talk about tight end, all you got to talk about is the results with TJ Hawkinson and with Brock Wright. I mean, it's silly, but there's a thing here, and it's something I started talking about lately about Matthew Stafford. As good a quarterback as he is, and I love the guy, right, and what he gave and the soul that he brought. The reality is I think Matthew Stafford held this team back by how good he was. He made people like Chris Durham appear to be viable players in the NFL, and Kenny Galladay, viable players. You see Kenny Galladay without Matthew Stafford? Kenny Galladay can't play in the NFL. I mean that's the bottom line from what you saw. Now there could have been an injury or something else, but Matthew Stafford hit a lot of flaws on this team, and I think we didn't upgrade talent like we needed to, because we had Matthew Stafford. Don't blame him. You can't blame a guy for being good, right? But I think actually his ability is kind of what masked what this team was. Jared Goff, he leaves it out there for people to see. It's a different kind of guy, a different kind of quarterback. Yeah. But you see the reality of what's out there. If Kenny Galladay and Chris Durham were on this team right now, we would be screaming. We wouldn't even care about the defense. We would be screaming for wide receivers. And so I think in that way, it's kind of the same thing. It covers up some of the problems that are there, and that's what I think TJ was. I think he was, look, his numbers. He's an Eric Ebron. He's an Eric Ebron. Oh wait, here we are, 12 o'clock. We got balloons. How many we got, babe?
It's really 12 o'clock.
5 more.
Woo!
$500 in the hour. Thank you, darling. Is this the last one for the night? It might be the limit. Okay, we may get one more balloon drop, and then we're gonna count them up between when the end is in the beginning of tomorrow morning, and we'll do a big load of balloons there, because the beautiful half of the family needs to get some shut eye. Thank you, baby. Love you. All right, before you go to bed, though, maybe get a little snacky. All right. Ah, man. So here we are. 9 hours left, Riz. We got this going on, don't we?
We're doing great. This is it's so much more fun to have a game to talk about. Like, this is normally a bye week thing, but having an actual game in what 28 hours, whatever. It's like, yeah, it puts a different spin on it. That's kind of cool. And the fact that we're good or getting good, that helps too.
Isn't it nice to have a decent team? It's been so long when the trash takes over. There's just no hope whatsoever. Every game, you're just hating life. And then last year with 3 wins, and then now it's like finally we're coming out of this freaking rut of suck. It just makes life so much better. You know, even if you don't win, it's like at least you got hope. It's been so long since we've had that.
The soul-sucking reality of doing a post-game show every week during the Matt Patricia era I'm telling you, there were Sundays I just walked up here and I'm like, I'm just going to fold this whole effing thing up. I'm done. It's not fun. I'm not enjoying it. I got to sit down and talk about this. I just want to go drink and forget about it, watch some real football, see some real teams play. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. But slog through, and this makes it all worthwhile, man, because there's now real hope, and you're not trying to find the pieces of maybe out there. There's a lot of good stuff in what we're seeing. It feels so much like emancipation from the salt mines. And Riz, there's a question earlier, and I got to ask, where'd you get that shirt? That's a damn good looking shirt, man.
I've had this for a very long time. I want to say I got this for Christmas 10 to 12 years ago. So
okay, so ask for it for Christmas, kids. Ask for it for Christmas. All right,
yeah.
There we are. So, Mike, anything from the injury report today? I know you did a show on that. I'm interested. How many illnesses remained on the Minnesota team? They had a couple earlier in the week. Are those guys coming in? Did they practice? What are we looking at?
I'd have to look at their spot. I didn't really pay a whole lot of attention. I know Harrison Smith, he was on there as questionable. Let me see here. I got a.
Sorry, I didn't mean to throw
you
you
killed
on the
me, man. You
spot
put
like
me on the spot, and it's midnight. Oh man, you're killing me here.
Riz is going to do it to me for 9 more hours, so I gotta get somebody before.
Wrong one. Let me see. You killing me. Let me say this one. There's a couple of them.
Yeah, here
we go. So we have Jonathan Bullard. He is out. Defensive lineman for them. Harrison Smith, questionable. Garrett Gradberry, questionable. Christian Darasaw. That's the main one right there. Is questionable to play. He's a pretty good offensive lineman for them. I don't know if he's going to be in the game, but if he's not, that's really going to be good for a defensive line because he's their best offensive lineman on their team.
Yeah, even if he's limited, right? Because he's the best offensive lineman and he's good, but an otherwise somewhat unremarkable offensive line. So to take their best player and maybe limit him and what he can do, that does a whole lot for this defense. And all they need is a little bit. That's what we've seen from them. They just need a little bit. They've been playing the run so good. Like they were do you remember at the beginning of the year how they were getting gashed by the run, just destroyed, and they've just been smothering it lately. They're a different defense. It's crazy. It's so fun to watch. It
feels like they're in control. Like it's cool.
It's I talk about this and I haven't thought about how to put it in better terms, but it feels like we're watching a real football team, like a professional football team, right? With the penalties and the ref stuff that we always saw before and all it was like, oh God, this is so. And then you'd go watch New England play somebody or Kansas City play somebody or the Rams play somebody. And you're like, that's what a team's supposed to look like. That's what a locked-in team looks like, right? These guys, what's wrong in Detroit? It's like minor league crap. That Jags game, that was professional, big boy-ass football. That was real. I mean, it's pick up any game from the Patricia years, any game, and compare it to that game against the Jags, and you're going to see two completely different teams.
Watching that game last night reminded me of watching the Detroit Lions with the Raiders. Penalties at the worst absolute time, knocking the football out. A minute and 20 seconds left, and they score a touchdown. Watching the Lions now, it's like this is what it's like to be a fan of the Ravens or the Patriots, and they're good, and all these other teams that you watch, perennial winners. And then watching that game last night, I'm like, God, that is a Same old Lions game right there.
I just happen
Penalty,
to wear
penalty.
black and silver.
Oh man, it feels good to be on the opposite side of that. But it really was. I was watching this and I'm like, same old Raiders. So that's what it's like to be a Lions fan of the past, is watching that game and just seeing the absolute meltdown and conservative play calling in the second half. Just good God. And then now we got the Detroit Lions where it's different. It's pedal to the metal. We're playing sound football, no flags, something I haven't seen ever. Yeah. I don't know, Riz, you're older than me. Chris, you're older than me.
No,
when's the last time you've seen where they're not doing flags on every single play? There's no offsides, there's no false starts, holdings. It's been incredible the last 5 weeks of disciplined football.
It's been very nice to see, because it is not something that we're used to. That's for dang sure.
Yeah. Yep. All right, look, we're $7,000 away here. We've got to get things moving. We got to get these donations coming in. We're working for the kids here. We're trying to do some St. Jude stuff. So I'm going to put it on the line. Risden's going to eat a jelly bean if we get another $200. See how I put it on the line? Risden's going to eat a bean, and if we get $400, or after we hit the $400, because I know we're going to, I will go ahead and eat one of these bean boozled, wonderful, beautiful beans. We got some good stuff coming.
Those the nasty ones that taste like crap.
So your choice is
literal crap.
They taste horrible, folks. I know. My kid says, have these beans. I eat them and I about puked it right out.
Yeah.
Dad. So yeah, man, help out with St. Jude's and you can watch Chris nearly vomit.
Yeah, almost happened. So I'll tell you really quick. So stjude.org/DLP, stjude.org/DLP. There you go. Hit a donate there. $20, $10, $1, whatever you got. I mean, that's how you get the money raised, is in bits and pieces. The big chunks come, and that's awesome too. But if you get $5, you can think about it as a Christmas gift to some sick kid somewhere. Just toss it in there, make it happen. We get $200. Riz will eat a bean. $400, I'll eat a bean. We'll get there. So we've got these beans on call right now, and we'll do those. I'll just kind of give you guys a hint. They're supposed to be 50-50, okay? But last year we found out they're like 8-1 bad to good. Okay, so it's a bunch of BS. I was hoping. So I've gotten all bad ones today, but I'm going to go through the flavors. It's like I said, it's supposed to be about 50-50, but they're colored. They look exactly the same. They're supposed to be possibly two flavors. One is liver and onions and cappuccino. One is rotten egg and buttered popcorn. And I'm telling you, these taste exactly like you think they would if they were that. They are perfect replicas of that terrible. They've got barf or peach. And so you chew it. Think about what your mind's going through. You chew that bean and you're like, oh, please be peach. Is it peach? And you're like, you're trying to taste it. And then you get so disappointed. Like you get hurt. And then it sticks in your teeth and it's with you for 20 minutes. It's crazy. You got booger or juicy pear. You got stinky socks, which I got earlier. Or tutti frutti. I was like, oh man, just a tutti frutti, just something to make me feel a little bit something. No, stinky socks. You got old bandage and pomegranate. You got toothpaste and berry blue. Stink bug and toasted marshmallow. Stink bug is what wrecked Riz.
Stink bug was so freaking bad.
Last year he vomited on
man.
it. It was
old bandage.
Old bandage.
Oh, right.
That's the weirdest thing ever.
Somebody just licking the side of the shower. I was like, what's this?
Band-Aid with 8 blood on it.
Bunch of hair stuck to the
Oh, you're making me sick just thinking about it.
Dirty dishwater.
Oh God, you guys gotta donate. I gotta see this.
Dirty dishwater or birthday cake. And then the last one, and this one I had today, and it was horrible. Dead fish or strawberry banana smoothie. Dead fish is like, it was the one, Riz. I almost stink.
Yeah, that one's rough. I had the dirty dishwater. It was bad, but it didn't linger. Thankfully, like it was gone in 5 to 10 minutes, and like it was pretty damn rancid. But it wasn't like I need to excuse myself or anything like that. Like I can soldier through this one.
Oh, I gotta see this, please, guys.
Oh man! All right, $200, and you could see Riz gnawing on an old bandage.
I got him here.
That's the greatest flavor I've ever heard of. Oh, good old nasty
And like
Band-Aid.
you get the mental picture of what it smells like because we've all had them.
Yeah.
Like it's been on your knee that you skinned for like 3 days, and you've been through the shower, and you've been in the lake, and you've been in the gym. And it's just like, oh.
Well, and you put it on, you pull it out of the thing. You know what a Band-Aid smells like, right?
After you wipe yourself.
Yeah. Oh.
You're not supposed to put Band-Aids on the roids, Mike.
Oh, you make me cry, man.
Pull those off as hell. Do you want to go fast or slow?
Oh,
Ben Kivella from the UP. Kivella, thank you so much. $20 across the board.
All
Let's
right.
get it started again, folks. We got 10% of the way there already. Oh, man. This is real. Michael, this is it. Can you imagine being the taste tester who had to taste to see if they really tasted like what they said they were? I mean, somebody did. Right, somebody had to say.
Somebody's got to come up with how they make that flavor.
Right.
Like I want to take that person out to dinner and feed them arsenic because that's just evil.
Well, they'd be like, oh no, I know what that is. I could taste it. But I mean, you sit here and think about like who sat there and said, you know, the barf is close, but I think it needs a little more fermented pepperoni. Like, I mean, who's the guy that's like tweaking the formula on this stuff? Like, what the heck?
Baby diaper inside.
Oh man,
That's wrong, man. It's just wrong. Whoever came up with this idea, and like my daughter and her friends were like, "Oh, this is fun." Like, you can have them all.
Last year, his daughter got into him. She's like, "Oh, these are awesome!" and took them and almost ate them all. And he was like, "Oh man, I only got a couple left." Like before the show, he'd never done them before, right? And he's like, "I only got a couple left." It's like, okay, we'll just make
like
it work.
12 or 15 of them.
Make
I
it
want
work.
to even eat like 9.
And he was sitting there. I could see it in his eyes. That damn daughter. She just ate the good ones.
I know. Lucky little crap. No, she just hit me with pies.
Oh man, what a way to go! All right, we're almost there.
Best part of
wrap this
waking up is 2 jelly beans and 1 cup.
All right.
One of my best friends, his fantasy team is 2 girls, 1 cup, spelled Cooper Cup. I thought, like, dude, you win the league this year for that. Good job.
Oh man. All right, hey Mike, we've actually got our Anal Zone jersey guy waiting in the lobby. We're gonna bring him in. We gotta talk this story. This is a great story, a lot of fun. We're gonna bring him in as well. But I appreciate you, Mike. The pie today was awesome. I mean,
That was great. Thank you for doing that, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, anytime you want that pie smashed on your face, you know where I am. I'm just right down the road right there. I really do appreciate it. It was fun. And I appreciate you guys having me on.
Oh, yeah.
Again, please donate to St. Jude's. This is for a legitimate cause. These guys are doing a great job by doing a 24-hour stream. Any help that can be for this, if you can do it, please do. Thank you and God bless.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
Thanks,
Appreciate you,
Mike.
brother. Appreciate you more than anything we can say today.
Yep.
Have a great
That's,
day. Rock it out, and we'll talk to you again soon. Okay, man. All right.
Thanks, buddy.
There you go.
I'm so proud of that dude.
Yeah.
From being like, he bounced an idea off of me a long time ago, and I'm like, okay, all right, and I kind of gave him like a little bit of advice, and he just like figured it out on his own, and has become. He's all good at what he does.
Yeah.
It's really cool to see, and it's rewarding. And he's a guy. He is a veteran. He talked about having to have the neck fusion surgery. Like, he's been through some stuff. So the fact that he does what he does with us and for Lions fans, it's awesome. I'm very proud of that guy.
He yeah, and the thing is he doesn't, and this is one of the things, and you know how I am about like the fakeness, the manipulated, the not real, right? And
Yep.
he's 100% genuine. He is
100%.
who he is. He doesn't make stuff up.
Thank you.
He's a genuinely wonderful individual. David Zamora, thank you, sir, for the $5.
Thank you.
Oh, we got another one rolling in. Tyler,
All right.
$40. All right, that's 45.
Thank you, Tyler.
We're getting there. What are we? Oh yeah, we're only $115 away from Riz nom and on his first beat. All right, let's bring in our Anal Zone. This is gonna be fun. This is gonna be fun because this is a story.
It is so hard not to type anal zone instead of Anzalone now.
Just don't.
It's so hard for me.
Don't fix your spell correct or your spell check so that it actually does put an anal zone in there. Hey Adam, how you doing, man?
What's up, guys? How are you?
Oh, couldn't be any better, man. Rocking and rolling. Okay, this is something. Your guy reached out to us. You're the anal zone guy. And I think that probably means something different now than it used to. But
we kind of got to clarify that. You're the anal zone Jersey guy.
Let's talk about it. All right, so let's just start because this like took the Reddit by storm, took it like Twitter, saw it all over the place. Talk about the story. Tell us how this came to be.
So I'll go back to the beginning. When Alex signed with the Lions, I have a friend that's a Saints fan, and she texted me about her anal zone going to Detroit. I'm like, I have no idea what you're referring to right now. And she sends me a picture of this, Hulk-looking guy with blonde hair, and I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, I see what you did there. You mixed it. Perfect. So, I was like, at some point, this is going to have to be a thing. And I just hopped on DHgate one day. I found a seller that makes some really good knockoffs, or at least comparatively good. At least the blue is somewhat correct. So I had it made. Put it on Reddit the day that I had it made, when I got it. It's like, hey, this is going to be a thing. It was, got some reaction, and it was fun. Everybody kind of knew what I was doing. My brother and I went to we live in California. So we got up at 2:30 in the morning, our time, to fly out the night before the game. And we get on the plane, we're in the first row, and the captain comes out and says, guys, there's a problem with the plane. And I look at my brother, I'm like, here we go. This is the Lion/Adam curse happening right here, right now. And so he's like, Fernando here is going to go stick his head in the engine, see if he can open up this valve manually. And I'm just like, did he just say he's going to have this guy stick his head in the engine? And my brother's like, no, you heard that all right. I'm like, okay. So the pilot says, if you hear a roaring, it means it worked and we're going to take off. All right, cool, thanks. And he's already talking directly to me. And I have no idea why. Maybe it's just because I'm the first person.
What if we hear a scream?
My brother goes, I guess if Fernando comes back without a hand, we know how it went. And so, 10, 15 minutes go by. The waitress comes by. I was like, can I get you boys something? I'm like, I'll take a fat tire and a Woodford on the rocks. My brother said, I'll have the same beer. She comes back with the same round. And they were heavy pours, which I appreciated at 6 o'clock in the morning. So we hear the engine roar. Fernando comes out. We're like, oh, so cheers. My brother goes, I can't have that whiskey this early. I'm like, not a problem. So I down both those, down my beer, thinking it's all good. Fernando says something to the pilot, comes back. The pilot comes back and looks dead at me and goes, there's another problem. So, of course there is. I just drank, 4 shots of whiskey. Of course there's an issue. And so he's like, there's an igniter, which is the plane equivalent of a spark plug that's now defective on the same engine. Per FAA regulations, we can't fly with 2 problems with the same engine. And I'm looking at my brother going, we're going to die on the way to the Lions game. Like, that's the only fitting way to spin it. And so he's like, we're just going to go. There's a jet over here. We're just going to go. Fernando's going to go steal a part off of it, and we're going to be good to go. And I'm like, okay, whatever. I'm happily buzzed at this point. So I'm just like, just get me to Detroit. I don't care. So 15, 20 minutes goes by. Fernando comes back, says something to the pilot. Pilot comes back out, says, well, apparently that plane has a different igniter, so we're going to fly one up from LA. I'm just like, oh, no. Because we had a 45-minute connection layover in Minnesota, so we beyond missed that.
Right.
Hop on the app, rebook a flight a little bit later, so now we're getting in Detroit a little bit later. Whatever, just get me there. The pilot is about half hour goes by. The pilot comes back out and says, everyone needs to get off the plane. And I'm like, okay. So we hop out. I talk to the lady at the gate. She goes, look, man, I understand you got to get somewhere today. So do me a favor. You probably want to go over this gate next to us. They're going to go to Minnesota or Utah, and then you can get to Detroit a little bit later. You'll get there. That's all I want. They rebook us. The guy says, hey, stay close. They're just going to deplane. We're going to clean the plane, and you're going to get back on, or you're going to get on the plane. So about an hour goes by. I'm looking at my brother. And I'm like, this is bad. Something's not right. This doesn't take an hour to clean the plane. They do their little UV light. They vacuum, and we move along. And I went up to the guy and I said, look, guy, I know that you've had everybody complaining at you, and
getting on you. I'm not trying to be that guy. But if my brother and I don't get on one of these 2 planes to Detroit today, we miss our football game tomorrow. And I know there's more important things than a football game, but to us, there isn't right now, And so he says, if I were you, I'd go get back on the other plane. So I said, okay. So we walk back over the gate to the broken plane, get rebooked on the allegedly now fixed plane. And as soon as the lady hits enter, whatever she hits to rebook us and says, here's your boarding pass, the plane we were going to be on just got canceled.
Wow.
I looked at my brother, I said, this may work or we're going down. I don't care. So we ended up we were supposed to get to Detroit like 3:00 in the afternoon. We didn't get to our Airbnb till almost midnight.
Ugh.
So the entire plan was to go to individual warm-ups and see if I could get Alex's attention near the tunnel. I'm not going to lie. I was definitely going to cover up the name, just kind of drop the 34 down with a Sharpie and hope for the best. And due to us getting in late, I had a bunch of friends that drove in from Grand Rapids that also wanted to go to the game. So there are 5 of us in this Airbnb. And we said, well, let's just drink this bottle of tequila in case of Labatt's and then go out. So we did that. Went out to Greektown, had a nice little time, went to that little Greek restaurant next to Greektown. I think we went to bed at 4 a.m. and I woke up at 6, like, okay, let's start getting ready for the game. Everybody else is just out. It was what it was. I was ready to go. I saw my buddy, John, he runs the Pro Sports Bar in Livonia. I was trying to hook up with him. I saw him drinking Fireball in the parking lot at 9 a.m. I was like, okay, I won't see him today.
This is like Senior Bowl.
I'm resigned, like, this just isn't going to be a thing. Like, it's cool, whatever. Like, I just want to go enjoy the game. Like, I hate the Packers. It's my second time at Ford Field. It's my brother's first. Like, let's just go have a good time. So we go downtown to pregame down there. And a couple people come up and go, hey, man, that's pretty funny. I was like, thank you. Appreciate it. We go into the game. Roger shits the bed, which was like the greatest thing of all time to be able to see his worst game as a pro, like right in front of us, was fantastic. We all party. We hang out. My brother and I come home, and I think nothing of it. And I want to say it was Monday. My phone, I woke up from a nap. My phone was just like had all these ridiculous amount of notifications. I'm like, what is going on? And my son, I happened to see a missed call from my son. So I called him. I'm like, what's up? And he said, have you seen what's going on today? I'm like, no, I've been asleep. And he says, you're kind of internet famous in Detroit right now. It's like, for what? And he goes, do you know Barstool Detroit? And I'm like, I guess. I don't really follow him, but sure. So I go and I see what they did, making it look like I didn't know what I was doing. Which, I mean, I get why they did it, but I was like, come on, man. Like, there's no freaking way that somebody did that on accident.
Right.
There was a guy that a Redditor hopped in there immediately. Was like, nah, man, he posted that on Reddit. That was on purpose. That's our guy. Like, lay off them, which I appreciated. We all kind of had fun with it. It was kind of cool. Like you said, it blew up on Reddit. So it kind of went crazy in a couple different places. And then I wake up, my wife's like, you're enjoying this far too much. Cause I just thought it was funny. You know what I mean? I was like, people are making a big deal out of a stupid jersey. You know what I mean? Like, it was just something I was doing for fun. And I wake up the next morning to another text from my son that's like, did you see what happened today? And I'm like, I can't even think of what could have happened today. And that's when Alex had replied, that man freaky. And I'm like, oh, this could actually work out. Because I think I tagged one of my buddies. I'm like, we're never going to get him to sign the jersey now. My buddy's like, if he's cool, he'll sign it. So when I saw Alex be cool about it, Alex, if you ever see this, thank you so much for being cool and having a sense of humor. I really think you're a good player. I'm glad we have you. I appreciate you being cool about the whole thing, because there was a part of me in my head when I sent it off to him that's like, he's going to throw this thing in the trash and it's going to be on his Instagram story. Like, I showed that guy.
Yeah, exactly.
So I really, when I sent it off, I'm like, oh, here goes nothing. But so I kind of commented, it was like, hey, man, thank you so much for being cool. I'd love for you to sign it. And then people started chiming in, kind of the internet peer pressure. And then, Alex like, yeah, dude, send it to the facility. I'll take care of it. So even that would seem simple, but it wasn't. I went to the post office near my house and I got the large priority box, folded up a medium priority box. I had a Sharpie. I typed out a nice little thank you letter, like, hey, just thank you for taking your time to do this. I appreciate what you guys are doing. Don't listen to the defense. You guys got some good pieces. You guys are going to do something. Like, I'm 41 years old. I've been watching the Lions since I was 7 years old. The first time I saw Barry Sanders on Thanksgiving. It's been a long time since I've been this excited for a Lions team. You know what I mean? And I appreciated him taking his time. So I just wanted to say thank you to him. I go into the post office. I tell the lady, hey, I need to mail this big box, but I also need a return label for the little one.
Right.
You can't do that. Well, what do you mean I can't do that? It's not allowed. I said, return postage isn't a thing anymore? She's like, no, if your item's over 10 ounces, we can't do that. It's called anonymous mail. I'm like, all right. Can we weigh the jersey, please? What does the jersey weigh? 11 ounces on the dot. Okay. And so I said, ma'am, we're solutions-oriented people. There's got to be a way to make this happen. No, sir, it's anonymous mail. How do we know what you're sending? I'm like, how do you know what anybody's sending? And some lady behind me chimes in. She's like, just put $5 in the box and get out of our way. And I turned around and said, okay, thank you for the opinion no one asked for. But it's going to a professional football player who's not exactly going to make an errand run for me. Thank you again for your input. And I'm like, ma'am, there's got to be something we do. And I happen to have a poly mailer from my band in the box. I just happen to have it. And I said, what if I put a bunch of stamps on this? You can't do that. I said, why can't I do that? It's still not allowed. I said, how would you know? And she goes, we know. I said, okay, let me ask you a question. Thousands of packages come through here with stamps every single day, right? Yes, sir, they do. How many of them do you check to see where they came from? We don't do that. I know you don't. Thank you. I said, how much is it going to cost if I put stamps? She goes, $5.80. I know from running my band's merchandise site that that's nowhere near accurate. So I said, give me $10 in stamps. Thank you. I'll be on my way. She gives me the stamps, and I start to think as I walk away, and I'm like, if I do it this way, I have no tracking, no way to figure out if it's on its way back. I just don't have anything. And so I said, screw it. I had a doctor's appointment next to a FedEx anyway. So I go to the FedEx. I asked the lady, hey, is this a thing we can do? Yes, sir. We can do anything you need to do. It cost me $120 round trip to send that thing to Detroit and back. But I got it. I had tracking. You know what I mean? Like I don't doubt that with the stamps, it would have made it back to me eventually. I just didn't really feel comfortable sending it off that way, knowing what it was, where we were at. It kind of become a thing. So I sent it to Alex. I had it back, I want to say 6 days later. I mean, I literally got a notification. It got delivered and was back in the mail the same day. So whoever that intern was, if you're listening, thank you so much for knocking that out. Appreciate it. But I mean, the whole thing was just crazy, from not being able to think we weren't going to make it to definitely not making warm-ups to just the Packers being my best friend's a Packers fan, man. I've had to deal with me too. It's the work. And we're in California. Like, me being a Lions fan already makes no sense. Him being a Packers fan makes less sense. I've had to deal with the Brett Favre thing. I mean, I've been to Lambeau when the Lions, it was supposed to be Brett Favre's last game. Joke's on us. And the Lions and the Packers were both supposed to be terrible. The halftime of that game, we had already seen all three Green Bay quarterbacks. Like, I've already had to sit through that in person. So to watch Aaron Rodgers just look like just dog crap was the greatest thing for me personally. I don't take joy in other people's misery, but that guy seems like a real prick, and I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. Kirby doing his thing, Hutch doing his thing. We were in the end zone right there in the little third down zone, like heading 10 rows off the end, just right in front of us. The whole thing was awesome. So to have it in the way it did without signing it, and everybody being on, there's always a couple guys on Reddit. Why would you do that to Alex and his family? Well, obviously Alex has heard this once or twice before. I didn't make it up. He was cool. He signed it, sent it back. There was a part of me that, like, I think, Chris, you said it on the podcast, I was kind of hoping he was going to sign an anal zone just to be fun. But I mean, either way, man, it's cool. My wife put it in a nice frame for me. So it's up. I've got a Rodrigo jersey that I had signed with one of the signings, the Pro Sports Zone. So they kind of sit next to each other. And it was just, honestly, man, to be a lifelong Lions fan and reach out to a player like that and have him be super cool about the entire thing. And just, yeah, man, no sweat, we got it. Like, that was awesome for me.
Let me ask you a quick question, and it's completely unrelated, but it's come up in the chat. Where does somebody find that hoodie with that old school logo? Because that's bad as hell.
So I got this. My only other time at Ford Field was the handshake game. I took my son. He was 9 or 10 at the time. I forget what year that was, but I bought this at Ford Field that day.
Wow. Okay.
I'm a huge fan of the 57 logo.
Yeah.
And I bought 0 at the pro shop this time because I walked in. I went to buy a Jamal jersey and I was like, ooh. Oh, no, I'm good. Thank you. But like I saw this that when I was there, and I was like, no, I'm in on that. Like I think I paid like $90 for it back in like 2008 or whenever that game was, and I didn't care. Like I had to have that.
That's awesome.
Cool.
That's awesome, man. What a story. I mean, what a cool guy too for Anzalone to turn around and to actually sign that and turn it back. And I mean, that's a guy with a good sense of humor.
Well, he's a good sense of humor, man. He gets a bad rap. I think. I mean, I played football back in the day, and obviously nothing near this level. But to me, it always felt like when we had Jamie Collins, like he was covering for Jamie Collins, trying to do a little bit too much because Jamie Collins was stuck in cement, it seemed like, all the time.
Yep.
To me, just watching the game and being a former linebacker, it was kind of like, man, I feel like he's trying to take his assignments and Jamie's because Jamie's using his walker to get there. And I think now that you see Rodrigo step up, Barnes playing a little bit better, you know what I mean? You're seeing a completely different guy from the beginning. I feel like, again, just me watching, I could be completely off base, but it felt like he's can play more free and like himself now. He doesn't feel like he has to pick up for the other two guys on his left and his right. And it's really fun to watch him make plays. He had that pick in Chicago. You know what I mean? He's just, it's a different guy watching him play from the beginning of the year to right now. And I love that about him. And he's just out there. And if nothing else, he's going to give you hustle. He's going to give you heart. You know what I mean?
One of the things that's kind of popped in my head as we're talking about this is how much this team has been addition by subtraction. Jamie Collins goes away, right? Aylin goes away. Aubrey Pleasant goes away. Every one of these things saw a marked difference immediately. It's
Hawk. I mean, I like Hawk. My brother, that was his guy. They traded Hawk, 3 days before we went to the game, and I had to call him like, hey, by the way, they traded your favorite player. But you guys have touched on the podcast. You guys touched on it earlier. We got capital for him. He wasn't coming back, or at least we weren't going to bring him back at that price. And I like Hawk, but he's not Kittle. He's not Kelsey. And I'm not trying to knock him, but he wants to get paid. Like, I don't blame him. Get every dollar you can, Hawk, from whoever. Get it, buddy. But I'm glad it's not from Detroit.
Nah, we already had Eric Ebron. That's what I think. Once I saw those stats, I was blown away. I had no idea that he was replicating the stats of Eric Ebron. And it's funny because
right there.
You sit here and play, you watch him play, and it's the bias, right? You hear the hype, and you can get fooled by the marketing. I mean, it's no more obvious than it was with TJ Hawkinson. The numbers are the numbers, and he's freaking Eric Ebron.
My brother, and I didn't know about that until my brother and I were on the plane. We had some time to kill, obviously. And he said he brought up some website. I don't remember which one it was. He goes, they did the player A, player B in the shadows thing. And I said, if you're about to tell me that Hawk is worse than Eric Ebron, I'm going to slap the shit out of you right now. And he goes, that's what I'm about to tell you. I'm like,
get slapping.
But I mean, like you said, Minnesota, they're going to be in cap hell. I'm good with that. Green Bay's on the way down. Justin Fields can't seem to stay on the field, and the Bears are a mess. We got a shot next year. I'm good with. We got a shot this year, but next year, that's super exciting. Looking forward to those pieces. Rodrigo one more year. Barnes another year. That defensive line is nasty when they want to be. I mean, if you have some of that Rams put on that line, like that defense could get scary real quick.
Yeah.
And absolutely. I mean, I've heard you guys say, the Lions are that team that nobody wants to play, and like all my friends that are fans of other teams, like, yeah, we don't want to see you guys anytime soon because that's just a hard out, and I'm good with that. Like it's been too long of just going like, how can we blow this one today?
Yeah.
When Campbell came along, truth be told, I've made a lot of money over the last 20 years gambling against the Lions. Not because I want to, but because I'm smart with the problem.
It's a shrewd business move, man.
You don't bet with your head or your heart. You bet with your head. You watch the game and, yeah, no, I know where this is going. And I told my brother, I think it was like by week 4 or 5 last year. So I'm done doing this. And he goes, why? I was like, I've lost like all 4 weeks. I was like, they're a different team. This isn't the same team. Like they're not going to show up in the win column, but they're close. They're staying close. And now you're seeing, them start to reap some of those rewards. And I think next year is going to be pretty crazy. And definitely Hard Knocks was the best and the worst thing that happened to the fan base because you had realistic people that went, okay, everybody simmer down. You had everybody that started talking Super Bowl Kool-Aid like right out the gate. And you're like, no, that's just. And those are the ones that get the loudest. That I'll look at my brother on game day and be like, what kind of crappy take are we going to hear on Reddit tonight about fire this guy or fire that guy?
Yep.
And it's coming. I'm sure you guys have the same conversations, but you read it and you're like, I can't even get into this echo chamber because it just is what it is.
The wild swings, man. The wild swings. Like after Buffalo, I was stunned how angry and how SOL people came out from. You just played what's likely one of the teams that's going to be in the Super Bowl, one of the toughest outs in the league right now for sure, and you played them to a last-second 3-point loss. That is something to take home. And I get, people, I don't want moral victories. Yeah, I want all kinds of things that I'm not going to have. And I don't want a whole lot of things that I do get. And that's just the way life is. But you can look at it and say, this is different. This is, yeah, it sucks to leave. But how many Thanksgivings have been ruined where you've actually wanted to just freaking punt the turkey because it's been a 47-point blowout, a humiliation, and you're not even done with the first quarter yet? This was a real game. This was a national step forward for the Lions, and it's one of the reasons why I've hated seeing the Lions get national games, because they always choke them out embarrassingly bad.
Always. Going back to the kind of the crappy takes, the swings. I'm like, you guys wanted more time on the clock for Josh Allen? Seriously?
Yeah, exactly.
I have a buddy of mine, that the one that reached out to you. He texted me. He's like, I appreciate you being the most level-headed Lions fan I know, because I'm surrounded by these people that apparently are mad because we didn't leave Josh Allen more time. And I'm like, I can't even wrap my brain around that line of thinking. They did everything they could do.
Yep.
Goff missing that pass, that's going to happen. Does Stafford make that pass? I don't know, but I know that Goff didn't make that pass.
Yep.
And everyone, you got to run it there. And then when he gets stuffed, what do you say? Somebody gets stuffed right there. I mean, you can't play the game that way. You can't just say you like the result because it worked.
Right.
I liked what they did. That they didn't complete the pass. It is what it is. But did you really want to leave Josh Allen more time on the clock? And if anyone sits there and says that they do, you just stop, because you're done.
Well, and you think about it. I mean, at a couple levels, DJ Chark, right? There's no safety help. They're in cover zero, so they're gonna take inside leverage, right? So you've got the sideline. DJ Chark is a fast guy. Your corner is terrified that he's gonna get burnt deep, so he's forcing inside, and he's afraid to get burnt deep. What better call than a back shoulder throw? I mean, the least obvious throw. That throw is not obvious either. Also, though, what was not obvious, and it was a hot route, but what was not obvious was, who the hell plays cover zero at the 32-yard line? Nobody does that. That's an insane call, right? I mean, it was a ridiculous call, but it is what it is, and that's what they played. In retrospect, and this is one of the things I've seen, as fast as as much time as I've spent, especially this year, in X's and O's and looking at how to read defenses and whatever. These guys walk up, you've basically got an all-22 view of the field, and you sit down and you're like, okay, it's covered 2 with and then it's the ball snapped, right? Like the speed with which a guy like Jared Goff or any NFL quarterback walks up from a ground level view, the one that everyone cries about when you see it on TV because you can't tell what the fuck's going on, right? They can read that defense and snap it before you can from an all-22. It's crazy how much work they go, and the repetition, the ability that they have to put these things together. That was the hot route. The route, I've heard, was supposed to go to Amon-Ra, but they called cover zero. They called, and so it was like, you got to bail out. You've got 9 guys on the line. They're coming. You don't know if your offensive line is going to hold up. You're just getting rid of the ball. That Chark play was the right play for a hot route. It was the right call to go to Amon-Ra on that play. It's just the defense could not have been a better call from Buffalo, and they outplayed us in that call. And Riz and I, as we were breaking it down, I kind of came to the conclusion the thing to do was, and I know you're running the clock, you run it down and you wait, and you get 2 seconds left on the clock, and then you call a timeout and you say, we're going to rethink the play, because they've got the perfect defense for what we're doing here. That's really the play. But that's 4 days later.
Hard to do that. Hard to remember. In hindsight, that sounds great. In the heat of the action, not so much, man.
Yeah.
I feel like most people that make statements like the ones we've talked about are the ones that just don't have any idea what they're talking about whatsoever. Because that's a boom, boom, boom. We got to do this now. And like you said, you had 4 days to think, we could have done that, but that's not the time you have in the moment. And it's kind of like the people that compare Caldwell to Campbell. And I'm like, how is that a comparison? Caldwell had a team that, we're a flag away from beating Dallas. Campbell had the cupboards empty before somebody robbed the bank before he got there. It's not the same thing. So please, guys, calm down just a bit. I was skeptical on Campbell. I'm a total believer at this point because whatever he's doing, these guys buy in.
Yeah.
And when you want to play for somebody, whether it's you're playing for the coach, the guys next to you, these are a bunch of multimillionaires that seem to really like being around each other. Now, they could hate each other, but they're doing a great job of.
They sure don't look that way, do they?
You know what I mean? I watch those live. I mean, I don't watch a lot of Instagram lives or reels or anything like that, but I make sure after every Lions game, I'm watching whatever player pops up. I'm like, let's watch that because it's always a good time. And it's like, that's the kind, like what AG said, this is what I miss right here. Like you will enjoy being able to see those guys be around each other and play for each other.
Here's something.
And I think
go ahead.
that's going to keep that team together.
Here's something we talked about. We talked about with Ash today, Riz, and I hadn't thought about this previously, but I thought this was really interesting. People talk about Patricia running off Diggs and Slay, and they were good players and all that, and I get it. You know what I mean? They did not mesh, and Patricia had his personality and did his thing. But what nobody talks about is how Caldwell ran off Warford through keeping Ron Prince and not getting rid of him and knowing he had to get rid of him. Warford ran on. He made a Pro Bowl in New Orleans. Nobody talks about that. And the reason Jim Caldwell, I will say, the reason he's not there is because he wouldn't get rid of Ron Prince.
Among others, remember he had to be forced to fire
Lombardi.
Joe Lombardi. Yep. In London, like he's not coming with us. Like, do you want to come with us too? To get rid of him.
That's, I mean, and people, it was funny because look, Ron Prince is the guy that ran off Warford, but the only reason he could do that was because Caldwell let him, and Caldwell should have known and diagnosed what he had there, and he didn't do it. Now, the good news is we wound up with Hank Fraley out of it. That's freaking awesome, but you had to go through hell to get to that point. You know what I mean? And that mistake, people don't talk about that call. They're like, well, it's just the time. You know, he was right there, and he was staff members away. He had a lot of problems. And he was a good guy. He was stoic, and the players really loved him, and that's awesome. But he really was 9-7. It wasn't good enough, and he had been to his peak. Unfortunately, the ever wide wisdom of the entire NFL and their best search firms made a mistake in thinking that Bob Quinn was the guy. And when it happened across the NFL, remember when Quinn was hired? Across the NFL, whoa, this is one of the best moves we've seen. This is the top. This is their strategic priority. This is what's going to turn the lines. Everybody thought that Quinn was the best thing to happen to Detroit since sliced bread. And this is where we were. That's where we wound up.
Well, and Caldwell being 9-7 with the greatest Lions defense. I mean, that was an all-time defense. Literally, that's like not made up. That's what it was.
Yeah,
it was great. They were great.
And the only thing that, to me, personnel-wise, they still just had no running game. They had Reggie at the time, and he was good, but he wasn't. I mean, look at what we have now with even just this year. You know, with Swift kind of coming back. You know, I've noticed he seems to be, you know, making some contact a little bit more. He's not jumping out, diving on the ground.
Yep.
You know, they popped up the last couple of weeks.
Yep.
You know, because I remember watching Hard Knocks going, man, Deuce is going hard on this dude. Like that's something. And then you kind of watch it live and you're like, oh, I get it. I see what he sees. You know, and he's like, you can be better than this, so be better than this. And I don't know if DeAndre just flipped the switch because I don't want to pretend to know, but it's good seeing him like put a shoulder down last week, run somebody over, and you're like, oh, B-Swift, this is the guy we want to see. I want to see you and Jamal just trucking guys, making plays. And I feel like this team is so close. And I don't think that's the optimistic Lions fan of me because that guy's that's a very small part of me for doing this for so long, just like you guys. But they're that close, man. I Holmes and identifying talent, I feel like with those two top first-round draft picks next year, this team's going to look really good next year.
Yeah.
And I think what you guys said earlier, they need to bring in a backup quarterback. Sudfeld's not going to get it done. Bring in somebody that if God forbid something happens to JG, he can come in and hold the fort because you don't want to waste that time because you've got, you know, some of these guys on rookie deals and control for only so that window before you got to start paying guys is only going to be open for so long.
Yep.
And I think you guys talked about it. I kind of listen to your guys' stuff as I'm putting my daughter to bed. I kind of lay. She's going to sleep and I lay on the floor kind of just to be near.
That's nice.
I have a headphone and I'm listening to you guys. I forget which episode it was. But you guys were talking about, like, you really want to start over with a rook? Like, there is nothing that says that this rookie is going to be any better than Goff is right now. Goff's
It's true.
slightly better than middle of the road. I think you guys were saying like he's like 14th or 15th, somewhere in there.
Yep.
Yeah, the rookie's going to come in and be right there. Is the rookie going to come in and be top 10? Probably not. So do you want to waste this core's time on that rookie? Do I know Goff's the guy? I don't know if Goff's the guy, but I don't know that he's not, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, and it's the guess at quarterback now, and there's still so much time to figure out, because there could be, CJ Stroud might be the guy. I don't think so right now. Richardson is a guy that absolutely needs seasoning, right? And with Goff, with 2 more years in the contract, I kind of like having Richardson as a guy, but I don't like my 4th overall pick or 5th overall pick being spent there. I would, if I could pull him at 15, I feel a whole lot better with that. But by the same token, Goff's going to be 29. That's not that old. How much is he going to want? I don't know. You're going to waste 2 years of Richardson sitting on his rookie deal, so now you only have 3 years left. Are you really saving money? I mean, all the questions that you have to think of and play around with, and you have such a young team right now with all the cap that you have available. It feels like, paying a little bit for the quarterback isn't there. But when his contract's over, where are you going to be? That's when Jerry's going to want money. That's when Okuda's be up again. That's when these guys' contracts are going to come up, and then you're going to be in a different spot. There's so many pieces to the puzzle that it's such a calculus equation.
It's always moving. It's always moving one direction or another. It's never static.
Yep.
Yeah, the NFL is so fluid with all that stuff. Like you just said, look at Okuda for the last 2 years. Like, everybody was ready to, I got it. What are we even keeping him for? Move him to safety, kick him out of town.
Yep.
Look at Hefe now. Hefe, thank you. You hard work, determination, some talent. Look at what you're doing, man. Like, he's some lights out ball. Is he like prime Patrick Peterson right now? No, but let the kid keep growing.
Yep.
He's not giving up. He's out there playing hard. He's not sulking. He's not pouting. Like, I hate to say it, he's the grit guy. Like, he's doing it the way that they're telling him.
Absolutely is.
He's the poster boy for it. If you can't watch Jeff Okuda play right now and appreciate his level of play and what he's been through to get back to that level, I don't know what to tell you. Like, you're probably just that SOL guy that you're just going to be that guy forever. Like, no matter what happens, it's always going to be SOL for you. And I've been an SOL
like those people
for a long time. Trust me, I know. But you got to recognize what's in front of you, and that team is going to be special. And it's going to be sad at some point when we lose guys, but, focusing on right now, the next 2 to 4 years, this team's going to be exciting for the next 2 to 4 years minimum.
Yep. Yeah, it's a lot. It's
100%, man.
All right, hey man, we have to go. We have to get some stuff done, and we have Doug Farrar coming up in just a little bit here. So the Riz has got to eat a dirty bean.
I just sent Doug his link, actually. So.
Okay, cool. Thank you, man, so much. That's a great story. It's awesome that you got that sign. That is absolutely a prize.
it makes us like I've been, for whatever reason, the defender of Alex Anzalone lately. This makes me feel even better about that he got it. Like, that's cool, man. Like, it could have gone a bunch of different ways for you, but the fact that he was cool about it, that's nice. I feel good about Alex Anzalone for that.
Yeah, man, I appreciate him doing it because, like I said, that my buddy John that runs Pro Sports on Livonia, he has a lot of players in there, and that was my next. I was like, maybe he'll get Alex in there one day, and I'll just be like, John, hide the name from him, please. But the fact that it's cool, like I'm super appreciative and have nothing but respect for him and thank him, and that was just awesome. So you guys have a good night. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Adam, thanks so much, man. It was a pleasure to have you on. It really was.
All right, talk to you, man. Thank you. Be good, brother. All right. That's awesome. Love a good story.
That was awesome. That was pretty sweet. It really is cool that, again, we talked about it earlier, like, these are like normal dudes for the most part. They just have a really exceptional job.
Yeah.
They're not like these exceptional, untouchable people. They're, Alex Anzalone is just a guy that happens to play football for a living. Like, and he's got really nice hair and beautiful wife and beautiful looking kids. But like,
other than that, he's perfectly normal.
Yeah, like, he's got the same, he makes a little bit more money than we do, but he's got the background, and this is one of the things why I love Brian from I Prevail so much, is like, he's never lost the fact that he's Brian from Detroit. Like, he's still that dude. It's there's something to be said for that, because we do see like the celebrities where it gets to their head, and we like all the Twitter famous people and all that. Like, it's nice to meet genuine people, and it's nice when they do things that reflect that. And Alex Anzalone did that. Brian Burkheiser does that all the time. I gravitate to those people. I like that a lot, and that's finding out about Anzalone is that's good.
Yeah. Yep. Let's hit a couple of these, Riz. Get your beans ready, buddy.
Good. I got the hiccups right now. So.
Maybe this will cure them. Let's see. We had Tyler Sawa with 40. Sawa, I think so. We got Matt Patricia's pencil at 42. This one's for the juicy pear bean. That's someone wishing you well. Dennis and Star, $20, and Anonymous with 100. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate it. Takes us to 247. About 153 away from me eating a bean.
All right.
And
let me spin so we hit it, right? We got there.
We got you, buddy. You were hitting the 200 mark.
All right. What do we got here? We do this before Doug comes on. Just spin. What the hell is that? That is toasted marshmallow or stink butt. I ain't doing that one, so we're spinning that again.
It's okay.
That one is peach or barf. Great. Let me find one of those. That would be.
See if you find if you can feel the fermented pepperoni in there.
That's my barf.
Wait, make sure. I think. Let me look at it because the one that's clear. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you got the right one. The clear one is peach and barf. The other one is dead fish.
Yeah, I actually that one's right there. Okay. That's that guy. I don't even want to touch him.
Good luck, Riz.
Barf
2 in a row, brother.
Or peach.
2 in a row.
I don't like peach either.
You like it better than barf?
It's better than barf. All right. Oh,
it's peach.
It is not. It is not.
Oh.
Oh.
It's hard.
It's stuck in my freaking tooth.
Yep. I was just gonna say you gotta chew it where it won't get stuck in a tooth. I don't know how to do that yet.
Oh, that's unpleasant. Oh. Oh.
You got this, buddy. You can do this.
So bad. It's so.
Ben says, "Wow, Riz, you really don't like peaches."
It's so realistic. It's like it's like the time when I was in Vegas and I had drank way too much and I threw up in the airport tram. Like that's exactly what it tastes like.
I'm sorry, brother. It's for the kids. It's for the kids. There you go. Yeah. Get a little cough medicine to chase the taste. There you go. Oh. So, ooh. That one scares me because I had food poisoning last Saturday. I'm worried of what might happen.
That's right. You were down for the count for a little bit.
How you doing, buddy? You okay?
I'm getting through. I like I said earlier, like I'm pretty good at managing pain. So I'm trying to use the principles that I used to do with pain to get through it. So it's not good.
You're sitting here hoping somebody with a medical degree comes in and says you can't have more than 3 of those a day. It's bad for your heart. So you can say, Chris, C, please, no more. Oh man.
Oh, it's all out of my mouth now. So
okay. So now it's just like you breathy taste, right?
Yeah. And I need to get some cream back up my nose or something.
Okay. Well, you want me to BRB you so you can go do that?
No, that's okay.
Okay.
I'm good.
BRB. Oh, we got somebody in the waiting room.
Good.
You gonna make it? Oh, wait.
Yep.
Oh crap! Before we bring him in,
I will soldier on. I will put on my ear and Megadeth and channel my Dave Mustaine and Soldier On.
Let me do this. I gotta. Sorry, it's one piece of production. I've been ahead of it all day, and for some reason, I'm not now. Okay, we're good. Here we go. My ear itches. All right, here we go. Let's bring in Doug Farrar.
He's not Bernie Sanders.
Thank you.
All right, Anonymous, thank you for the $10 donation. Taking us up to 27 to 57, less than 150 away from Chris having himself a bean. We welcome Doug Farrar. How are you doing? NFL editor, USA Today, the stud, the man, the myth, the legend. How are you, Doug? So glad to have you. Thank you for talking to Riz. Really, I mean, we have to start there, but
well, I mean, that's always, it's part of the job. It's one of the things
you don't get paid enough.
How's it going, guys?
Good.
How's your? How many hours are you in now?
We are in. We just finished hour 14.
Wow.
Yeah, we started at 9 a.m. Eastern time, so. We have 8 hours to go, so that would be that'd be 16 hours in.
Yeah, this is hour 16 now. Yeah, wow.
Sweet. Yeah. So thank you for joining us, Doug. I appreciate you. We love that you're a West Coast guy, so you can come in late and it's not like going to kill you, which is good.
Oh no, yeah. You know how it is. It's a season. We don't sleep anyway.
Yeah, I do know that, especially in the business we're in. So one of the reasons I want to talk to you is, so you cover the entire NFL, and you have your eyes and your spies everywhere, and I greatly respect your opinion. I've really enjoyed working with you and under you, and it's cool. So I'm kind of excited that you're here. You're not my boss, but I have some respect for you, Doug. I just ask in general, your thoughts on the direction that the Detroit Lions are going on. You can be as specific or as general as you want to be on that.
Well, guys, I know they don't have a winning record right now, but sorry, I'm pausing this game because I'm like getting this flash. I think the roar has been restored. It's more than just Dan Campbell saying weird stuff. We're all laughing, going, "Hey, this guy's a real weird dude," but Hard Knocks is fun. And I think the improvements in the second half of the season, since about weeks 9 and 10, you start to see see things solidify. I think Jared Goff is playing at his highest possible level, and that's both. I'm not talking out of school. It's both good and bad. There is a ceiling, and it's right here, and we all know that. But he's playing at that ceiling. The draft class in 2022. I mean, we all talk about Aiden Hutchinson, but they've got some guys that I was watching James Houston today in preparation for this. There was this one move, and I know you guys know which one
the bendy
Cam Robinson, a little stutter go, and I'm like, no way. I watched it like 10 times. I saw Mitchell Schwartz was tweeting about it today. Like, if somebody did that to me in training camp, I'd be really pissed off. Pascal, who I like a lot coming out of college, Kirby Joseph. I was watching him today. He's a very opportunistic safety. He's very aggressive in coverage. The thing I like about him is when he gets beaten, and it happens to every safety, he doesn't get beaten by a lot. He'll miss a guy by a yard, but you don't see like, oh geez, he's way over here. Rodriguez has been impressive, and the thing that really I'm so excited for, when the Chiefs traded Tyreek Hill in March. I wrote a piece on Jamison Williams, and the point of my article was basically this guy is Tyreek Hill 2.0. His skill set is astonishingly similar. Now, you want to see him come fully back from the ACL injury and all that, but one of the issues that Goff has always had is throwing the deep post, throwing the deep fade. He's not been able to throw a deep fade since Cal. That's just not what he does. And they have some great receivers. Amon-Ra St. Brown's probably the most underrated receiver in the NFL. But when you put a Jamison Williams on the field, ask Tua Tagovailoa about this. When you put a guy with that kind of speed on the field, stuff is open that wasn't open before.
Yep.
And this is a team that, per DVOA, they've improved exponentially in the second half of the season. I don't know if they're going to make the playoffs this year, but I think they're definitely on the correct curve. And that's been on both sides of the ball. And I think that, I don't know what the plan is for Goff after this year. Do you take a quarterback in the draft? What? I do think this system fits in very well because it's a lot of motion. A lot of play action. He is one of the best play action quarterbacks in the NFL.
He is.
The difference between what he had with the Rams, McVay, and this, and it's kind of interesting, and it's one of the things I love watching him with the Lions. I know Lori Fitzpatrick, who works for us, has written about this, is it's not inside outside zone, which McVay loves. They run all kinds of, two pullers, one puller, wham, counter, trap. It's more gap than zone. And the other thing that stands out to me about the Lions is they're very schemamorphous. They don't really put, they're not really one thing.
Yep.
It's like if, the Texans are a cover 2 team or the Patriots are cover 1. The Lions kind of do everything. And when you have a young team, that's tough to pull off, but I think they're doing it pretty well. So yeah, my general sense is, don't know if they're a playoff team this year. I'll be fascinated to see how they finish down the stretch. Per Football Outsiders, in the first 10 weeks of the season, they had the second hardest schedule by DVOA.
Yep.
They have the 27th hardest the rest of the season. So, could be good.
Yeah. It's nice for us that Green Bay is in that easier part of the schedule.
Right?
Like that.
Who expected that?
Certainly not Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah, I can tell you guys are just all broken up about
Yeah,
that.
we're so sad about that. Just follow up on Jamo a little bit. What was your evaluation of him? Obviously, we expect to see him a good deal this coming weekend.
Yeah.
Just got his feet wet last week, but you talk about the Tyreek Hill, and that's pretty damn lofty. Like, that's the kind of impact that, like, you're talking about Jared Goff, like maybe pushing his ceiling up a little bit.
Well, the thing about Goff is he's thrown a lot of deep balls.
Oop, we lost you.
And there's a lot of times where he'll throw into really contested windows where you're like, what are you doing? You got one receiver and 3 DBs. Do you know which color your uniform is? The other guys, it's like,
Yeah.
That's a problem he's never been a great deep passer. And a lot people tend to think, well, if you have a big arm, you can be a great deep passer. It's not, you guys know this, it's not the way it works. It's
true.
Timing, it's throwing guys open, it's throwing with anticipation. I talked about Tua. Tua does not, wouldn't consider him a great deep passer. But when you have a Tyreek Hill, and it makes everything different. And we've seen that in Miami's offense this year. One of the things that has always impressed me about Tyreek Hill, I mean, he's not like an elite route runner. He's not going to go to the Hall of Fame because of his route running. But the way he presses leverage with cornerbacks and safeties downfield, the way he'll just force you to pull back and then just shake you off with a route stem. Williams has that. He has just the open field speed. And, we all talk about Tyreek Hill as a deep receiver, but this is also a guy who can take a simple swing pass and house at 80 yards at any given moment. Yeah. Williams has that explosive ability. There's a reason they took him where they did, knowing full well he might not play at all this season. And if he does, it'll be limited. Well, okay, so you got, you pick up his 5th-year option down the road, you got 4 years of him. But that's how good he is, that you would take essentially a waste year and give that up to have what he could be to your offense for the next 3 or 4 years. And he is that good. And, I hesitate to compare anyone to Tyreek Hill because he's an army of one and he's such a rare athletic specimen. But watching Williams's tape, I couldn't, it would be dishonest of me to avoid the comparison because it's so obviously clear.
Very interesting. And one of the things that I like about Jameson is not just the outright speed, but the way he uses it and shifts it to it's not just, making a great cut. It's utilizing speed, running 70%, then 100%, or dropping off. He uses the variance of his speed and his ability to change speed very quickly to just confuse the heck out of the coverage. And it's really a special trait that is I don't want to say it's unique to him, but it's not many receivers that use that especially as well as he has.
That's a great point. That's a really good point. One guy that comes to mind is Devontae Adams. Which you guys have, to your regret, seen do enough of that. Where it's second gear, third gear, and then fifth, and it's over. He's a nuanced. I wouldn't say he's a nuanced route runner because it's a whole different level of expertise, but he's a nuanced space player. He understands how to get into space and utilize it and exploit it to the extreme disadvantage of the defender. And I'm really excited to see what this offense is, because you've got that great offensive line. Goff will have time to throw. You've got that power run game, which is so effective in the red zone. And you have, again, this kind of scheme-amorphous offense and defense where they don't really hang. And this is one thing I find interesting about certain teams, and the Lions have become this way with Ben Johnson, the OC's name. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Really interesting to see the way their offense is developed. And they don't hang their head on any one thing. And that makes you more difficult, obviously, to prepare for. If you're playing the Saints, you know they're going to hang two man on you like 80% of the time. With the Lions, it's a little different. It's just, you don't I wouldn't say it's Belichickian and the whole we scheme for our opponent, but the fact that they're so varied in their approaches schematically tells you that they kind of do.
There's definitely some of that going on where they have a tweak that, okay, this will work against Buffalo, probably won't work against Washington, like that type of thing. Right. Ben Johnson seems to have a very savvy view of that, and Dan Campbell, I think he has a lot to do with that too. He understands football so well, and the little nuances of, like, okay, like this cornerback, he can't do this, so I'm going to make him do this more. There's a whole lot of that goes on in Detroit, and that's something that, like for those of us who suffered under Matt Patricia and Jim Caldwell being fairly vanilla and Jim Schwartz being fairly irrational. It's been a lot of fun to watch it.
Wide nine. Well, you guys listened to the podcast I did with our friend Mark Schofield, who departed, left us for SB Nation. Jerk.
Yeah. He was with us at 4:00 today. We love Mark.
I know. He's dearly missed. But if you listen to the podcast we did for a couple of years when he was a Touchdown Wire, we had a weekly "Don't Play Man If You Can't Play Man" award, and the Lions won it like 80% of the time.
I believe it.
Because they play man all the time under Patricia and give up 24 touchdowns with no interceptions.
Let me take my 4.65 corner who can't turn and money over away. Let's have him run, but not press. Just.
Well, now he's back in Foxborough rooting Bill's offense. So some guys just fail up over and over and over.
That's not going to end well for him, is it? Like I'll call on your national case here.
They're going to have to make him a consultant, or maybe they'll have to go through the Nick Saban car wash, or something. I don't know, but it's been a precipitous drop over the last few years.
Is he still collecting a check from the Fords, Riz, because of his title?
I don't know. I don't think so. Well, that was one of the things that New England was being shady about and not actually giving him a formal title.
Didn't they give him a title so the Lions would still have to pay him?
Yeah. They left it very ambiguous instead of making him a thing so they could pour a little more salt into our wounds. Thanks for that. Thanks, Bob.
Ouch. But no, I like where the Lions are going. It's an interesting team to watch. They're a fun team to watch. They do a lot of different things. So if you're a football nerd like me, it's like, oh, okay, there's this, and there's that, and there's all kind of stuff going on.
Yeah, it's the hard part is, I mean, if you look at the Lions right now, it's one thing. Okay, they're trending up. That's great. Where's the rest? What's the rest of the league doing? And one of the things that plays in the Lions' favor is they're getting healthy, while everybody else is feeling the wear and tear of the season. So they're heading in a little bit different directions. Unfortunately, the beginning of the season was so difficult for the Lions that this surge is going to do a little bit. It's going to help establish a winning culture. It's going to help the players buy into the system. It's going to help fans. But then you have an off season, and that's when the egg scramble comes, right? It all goes back in the blender. You put it on high. Maybe the lid comes off and some things fly out. But next year's a whole new scramble of eggs. You know what I mean? It's a whole
like
different
a
omelet.
drunken margarita thing that you're personally familiar with.
It's 16 hours. I'll just blame that. But I mean, it's a whole new omelet next year, right? And so while you're trending and you're getting all the right things, can you put together the right pieces and build out? And I'm stretching the metaphor. I get it, but can you make an omelet as good or better than you did last year? And that's where that's part of the fun of the NFL, right? I mean, you can come out of this year feeling really good, but if you start 1-6 again next year, that's going to be a pretty rough go to do any meaningful football at the end of the year.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing, right? I remember the 2012. I'm in Seattle, so I've covered the Seahawks as a credential reporter since 2010, and early in my career, I was like there every day. So I covered the Seahawks from the year Pete Carroll got there. And I remember 2012 when they lost to the Falcons in the playoffs, and they were walking off the field in Atlanta, and Russell Wilson went up to Pete Carroll and said, "This will not happen to us again." And all off season, everyone was like, "Yeah, okay, that's nice, but what are you going to do?" And well, what they did was they won a Super Bowl and damn near won another one the next year. So now the Lions are going to be in that position, right? Where even if they don't go to the playoffs, okay, we're past the whole Dan Campbell is just this, quote. He's not Mike Singletary. He's not some, moron. Yeah. Not that Mike Singletary is a moron, but you know what I mean.
He was a terrible.
There are
coach.
some people who are not supposed to be head coaches. I think Dan Campbell has proven that he has, Brad Holmes, great job with this draft. Okay, do it again. You got that pick from the Rams, which nobody thought would be that high. They have everything they need. They got about 27 million cap room right now for next year, so they're in good shape.
With some flexibility there too.
Yeah, they have to bring it together. I think. Well, obviously, the main question is whether Jared Goff, 40 million in dead money next year, so he's going to be there. The question is he your guy? Do you take a CJ Stroud? Bryce Young, I don't think is going to be there. Do you take don't take Will Levis because
we're of the same mind there, Doug.
They want to rant here.
Please.
How come Anthony Richardson is a 2-year project and Will Levis is the next Josh Allen? I have no idea.
We've been having that conversation a lot today.
Not a lot of difference between their skill sets and their attributes.
No, there's not.
No.
Richardson does things better.
Richardson does do things better. He's basically, he's Justin Fields. He's, electric runner, unbelievable deep passer, everything from 0 to 19 yards is mystery meat. That's fine. You can work with that. I think to call him a 2-year project is to misunderstand where the quarterback position is going. But, some people are still living in a.
I mean, we just went through an offseason where there were a lot of people in Philadelphia who wanted them to draft a quarterback to replace Jalen Hurts.
There was no sure. That was no sure thing, especially after the playoff loss. The little stuff. It was only 2 years ago. Yesterday that he replaced Carson Wentz. I mean, But you look at to go off on a tangent, a guy like Hurts, who they run more and better out of 11 personnel than any other team. And that's not because Miles Sanders is, Adrian Peterson. It's because Jalen Hurts, the whole thing is centered around that. Justin Fields, he doesn't throw X number of touchdowns. He doesn't do this. You can't, 4 routes and this, blah, blah. You tell the teams that he's scorching how much of a bad quarterback he is, and they'll probably laugh at you. But yeah, getting back to Goff, is he the problem or is he the solution? And I've watched Goff since his days at Cal. I was working at SI when he came out and was grading him and Wentz, and I gave Goff like a late 2nd round grade. I wrote it when they re-upped him with the Rams. I wrote a long tape piece, like, why are you guys doing this? And I haven't seen that much to convince me otherwise. Like, okay, has he taken a next step? I think at his best, he's like good Kirk Cousins. Because say what you want about Cousins, that dude has maxed his ability. There is absolutely nothing more he can put in that box, and full marks to him, because he'll be in the business Hall of Fame, if not the Pro Football Hall of Fame, with all these guaranteed contracts. But with Goff, okay, great offensive line, great. If you want a middle tier quarterback, you had better have a top 3 defense if you want to get to where they obviously want to get to.
Yep.
And
that's our conundrum, because the way that Goff is playing, like he was absolutely masterful. Other than the first drive against Jacksonville, he was as good as Jared Goff can play, and he's a great distributor. But yeah,
in today's NFL, when it's mostly about creating and preventing explosive plays, he's not the fountain of explosive plays that you would want. And I was looking at the wrong year. So they got his cap number's $30.65 million, 10 million dead cap.
Yeah, we both expect him to be our starting quarterback next year.
Yeah.
But the question is, he's the only quarterback that's under contract in Detroit next year. So do they address it with a high draft pick with a developmental guy like Richardson? Do they wait later in the draft for somebody like Bo Nix or Jake Hayner or the dude from Shepherd or whatever? Or do they punt and sign a veteran stopgap like they have in Nate Sudfeld now? And I've been advocating that this is your last chance to get a guy who could be better than Jared Goff. And I want them to go do that, whether he beats Goff out next year or not. I don't really care. I want to use those chips for that.
And I know he got hurt, and that's going to factor into it. And people think the offense is limited, which I don't agree with. I think a lot of people are going to miss on Hendon Hooker from Tennessee. And as long as he comes back fully healthy, whoever gets him is who I would compare Hendon Hooker to when he was healthy is Geno Smith now.
Geno's having a great year.
Distributor, yeah, short to intermediate, fine. Really good deep ball. Surprising, he's not like Justin Fields mobile, but he could run that offense.
Yeah.
And I would imagine he'll go in the second round. I've mocked him in the mid to late first because I'm pretty high on him. And I think there are a lot of good quarterbacks in this draft class. I don't know if there are any great ones. I think it's kind of like last year where you had a lot of good. I don't know about great. I mean, Bryce Young, I see it and then I don't. CJ Stroud, very in the box quarterback. I mean, he kind of needs everything to be right. And when things go off schedule, he's not really that sort of extemporaneous playmaker that you might want. Whereas Richardson is that, but you got all these other, things to deal with. I think Hendon Hooker for some team is going to be a really nice sort of bridge guy in between the guy who can run your offense, quote unquote, conventionally, and a guy who can also create explosive plays. So that's, if I were, what are their picks in the first round right now?
They're at 4 and 15 right now.
Yeah. 15.
And then they have 45 and 61 in the second.
45, if Hooker's there at 45, I'd freaking jump at that.
Wow.
Interesting. See, when I think of Goff, I look at a guy that's getting us 26.5 points a game. That's a lot of points in the NFL. He's a distributor, but with this offense and the players he's got, and that's with the injuries, the nagging injuries that have happened at wide receiver and left us with basically the number 3 being the number 1. So I say, okay, it's okay. That good Goff, and you were right when you nailed him with Kirk Cousins, because their stats this year are almost identical.
Yeah.
Oh, one's 10-2, the other's 5-7. And I look at these games and I say
and the Vikings are not 10-2. The Vikings they're the Titans.
Yeah.
Really weird quarterback. Good offensive line when Darrisaw's in there. It falls way off when he isn't.
He's questionable Sunday, folks.
Secondary is a complete mixed bag. I think they go to the playoffs. They're one and done, which is what the Titans keep doing.
That's exactly the Titans
they're not
from the last couple of years.
They're not a 10-win team.
No.
They're just not.
But
we're all saying the same thing. How good are the Vikings? They're not as good as their record. They're not anywhere near the Eagles. They're not near the Cowboys. If the Giants had a quarterback, the Giants would be better than they are. So yeah.
But the Lions are letting 27 points a game show up against them, and that's where their failure is. Because they're scoring without a problem. They're losing games because they're giving up 40 points. They're giving up 42 points. They're not making teams punt. There's 4 games this year that a middle range defense would have won, and all of a sudden you're talking about a 9-win team, and it's still Jared Goff. And that's why this is kind of the thing, my current theory, right? And it'll probably change within 2 weeks, and I'll be arguing against myself. But right now, I feel like with the picks we have, you could turn this defense into what you need to win as a team. Is Jared Goff the answer in 5 years? No. But the other part where I think Riz has given us a little bit of a false choice when I think about you got to get your guy now, because the Rams had no first-round picks in 107 years and still got their quarterback and made a trade for him.
Was their last first-round pick.
And they mortgaged it. I mean, they mortgaged everything, and they got a Super Bowl out of it. And then so it's like, what's your staying power? What's your stomach for that? I think if you get a Detroit a Super Bowl and then do a complete rebuild again, your coach and your GM are still going to be employed in Detroit because they're the only guys in 60 years that have been able to put a team together.
If you want to do it that way, though, they had Stafford at his best. They had Jalen Ramsey before he was what he is this year, which is I hope that's just injuries because, man, not good. And they had the best defensive player of his era. So you had those tentpole guys where you needed them. If you're going to do it that way, it's pretty fraught. It can get pretty slippery pretty quickly, as we've seen. I was looking at in-season trends on Football Outsiders. The Lions, this is defensively. Where am I at here? I know this makes for great podcasting when some guy's looking something up.
They have certainly spiked upward.
Yeah.
Because I can tell you they were 32nd through the first 4 weeks.
In pass defense DVOA in the second half of the season, they went from 20. And remember, so pass DVOA adjusts for opponents. So this isn't like if you beat up on a bunch of weak teams, it will not go in your favor.
Right.
They've gone from 25th to 7th in the second half of the season in pass defense DVOA. They've stayed at 24th in run defense DVOA, but so they've gone from 25th to 12th in overall defensive DVOA. And you guys know this better than I do. The last time they've won what? 4 out of their last 6 games.
They've won 4 out of 5.
Last time they were blown out was the Cowboys.
Yep.
That was in October. They hung with the Bills.
Yeah, they did. That was crazy. Nobody expected that. I mean,
they hung with the Dolphins, who you could argue. I wrote a piece on the Dolphins-Niners game this week where I said wouldn't that be a fun Super Bowl rematch? Not on their own possibility. So they're hanging with teams in, through October and November into December in ways they didn't earlier in the season. And everything is kind of trending up. And so what they've got the Vikings, they got the Jets. Ouch, that could be weird.
That's going to be a tough one.
Panthers, Bears, Packers. You go. So what are they now?
We're pretty bullish on the last 3 seem pretty darn winnable.
Yeah.
So they go what?
Jets are toss up depending. If Zach Wilson is the quarterback, I guarantee a Lions victory. If other guys are playing, Mike White or Joe Flacco, whoever it might be, the Jets are a lot better. So
unless Mike White gets hurt, he's going to be the quarterback.
Yeah.
Zach Wilson will not play for them again this year. Robert Saleh would lose the locker room forever if he benched.
I am with you on that. And some of us tried to tell him that before the draft, and nobody wanted to hear it before the draft. He's the Mormon Johnny Manziel.
I was higher on him than Schofield was, and I got to take the L on that one.
Yeah, it happens, man.
It happens.
Peril of the business.
Yep.
So, since we are NFC North centric, and we talked about the Packers a little bit, what's your thoughts on long-term quarterback there? Is Aaron? Do you think he's going to stay? Do you think if he does, will he still be, all pro Aaron Rodgers, or do they bite the bullet and call it a day and see what Jordan Love has? Where's your head on that?
I think if I'm Brian Gutekunst, I have to do a few things. I have to fire my defensive coordinator as soon as possible.
Yeah.
Joe Barry, we know him very well in Detroit.
Jesus, what are you guys doing? Oh, it's so bad. I think Rodgers is still at a point. I don't know this for a fact, but I'm sure he has a no trade clause. So like you would have to be able to pick where he went. You see how much you can get because you have real issues on your offensive line. You have real issues at receiver. I think the defense is more talented than is being represented. But, you know, you got some stuff to deal with. You're running out of time with Jordan Love. And you don't want to dump Aaron Rodgers to validate what might be a waste pick in the first round a few years back. But it gets to the point where, and Rodgers has been hurt. The offensive line has not played well. The receiver situation until lately with Watson, who's just blown up. You know, I would say maybe 50% of it is on Rodgers. And yes, he's been hurt. He's starting to miss stuff that he didn't before. And it's still a high floor because he in 2011, that's the best thrower of the football I've ever seen. But, you know, he's starting to miss stuff. So, you know, what I wrote a couple weeks ago, I don't think the Packers should trade Rodgers, but I think they should float the idea that it's a possibility and see what comes out.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I would not advocate, yes, they have to trade him, but you can get 2 or 3 first-round picks out of that over the next 2 years.
You're sitting like Seattle's looking pretty good there. Like who would have thought that Russell Wilson would get traded and then fall off a cliff?
Yeah. Well, that was a whole. I mean, first of all, like Geno Smith, Drew Lock.
Yeah.
You go back to the preseason until I think it was the final week of preseason. They were still deciding whether Geno Smith or Drew Lock was going to be the starter. Nobody expected this. So yeah. And this is such a Pete Carroll thing, like the weirdest stuff that ever happens. Of course, it happens with Pete Carroll involved. So you have Geno Smith all of a sudden playing like a fringe MVP candidate, and Russell Wilson, who was on a Hall of Fame track, all of a sudden playing like, well, Johnny Manziel. Yeah, so they're in high cotton. And the other weird thing is usually the people in Carroll and GM John Schneider who are responsible for a rebuild could actually do it. Usually those are the guys booted out. It was close. I would say that they had to, for the first time, because they had built up so much equity, obviously, but for the first time, ownership was like, all right, explain what the plan is, because you've had 5 horrible drafts in a row. The free agency things have not gone well. You traded 2 first-round picks for a dime linebacker in Jamal Adams. What are we doing here? So I think that gave them a reset, and they've made up for those last 5 drafts with the real humdinger this time around.
They got the offensive tackles right. That's for dang sure.
Boy, they did. Yeah, they got me out. They got my OT1 in Cross. They got my OT5 in Abe Lucas. They got my RB2 in Kenneth Walker. Yeah, they got my cornerback 6, my cornerback 7. Yeah, it's good stuff.
And they can all play. They
can all play, and they can all play right now. And that's another team where it was looking rough for a while, but they're definitely on the right track. And yeah, now they don't have to get a quarterback. I don't think. I think they signed Geno. They give him a Ryan Tannehill deal for the next 2 or 3 years. You pray the Bears are stupid enough to not take Jalen Carter, and then you go get him. Because how by the okay, I was reading today of the top 10 Heisman. They released the top 10 after the first 4, and Jalen Carter wasn't on it. Come on.
Yeah, it's like Ndamukong Suh back in 2010. Like he's no worse than the second best player in the country.
He placed 4th that year, which at least he was on the list. I know Carter was hurt for a little while, but best player in this draft class, there's him, and there's everyone else. So that's
he will be my number 1. I go back to Orlando Pace, who I had the pleasure of competing against in high school, and he was he was like, there's no way he wasn't the best football player in the country that year. And I want to say that was the year that one of the Oklahoma quarterbacks, or Tommy Frazier, maybe won it. I think Tommy Frazier was a little before that, but
yeah,
like we got to stop making this a quarterback. We're like Stetson Bennett, like a great dude. Come on.
Yeah, that was strange, but yeah, no touchdown for Joe. He'll just have to be happy with his $30 million guaranteed. I haven't seen a defensive tackle that good since in college.
Yeah.
He had, speaking of Hendon Hooker, he had one pressure of Hooker where he took the right guard and just went on skates. And then I think the tight end came up and he did the Yeti move where he threw the tight end this way with one hand, took the running back, did the Yeti move with the other hand. And then the only reason he didn't sack Hooker is because Carter had to get through 3 guys to get to him. And still, Hooker barely got the ball off. And I'm like, that's just ridiculous.
Dude's rare, man.
He is. The lateral quickness. He cuts like a receiver at 295, 300, whatever he is. And then you can just straighten up and go right, go eat your face. Yeah, he's a scary dude. So, Seattle's there and they are, and the Lions could say, hey, we're fine with Goff. Seahawks are probably going to say we're fine with Geno Smith. And both teams with 2 picks in the first round, the leverage that gives you. Same with the Eagles, right? They're sitting in top 10 and 31. They don't need a quarterback, so now you can really fill it out. It's nice when you have it.
We're happy to have nicer problems like that than needing to draft and hit all 8 of your draft picks to be instant starters, which was the case not too long ago.
Yeah. And having guys like Darius Slay and Quandre Diggs just booted out. We'd like to thank you for Quandre Diggs again.
Yeah. Q has been a longtime favorite of mine. I will never forget this, and he thanked me for it. He was my number 100 player in that draft, and he was taken number 200. And he actually signed something for me that said, "Thanks for believing in me, 100." Like,
nice.
He's a good dude.
He's a very conscientious guy. He kind of leads that defense right now. Because they had the LOB with all the alphas, they're kind of rebuilding that. I know the young Woolen and Bryant, the young cornerbacks really look to him as kind of he's a table setter. He's become a great leader, and they got him for what, a 5th round pick. They were 2 first round picks for Jamal Adams, and it's like, I guess one makes up for the other.
No,
it's a mystery.
In an enigma.
Yes, indeed.
It's
an enigma wrapped in a conundrum, surrounded by a mystery. Wrapped in bacon, of course.
Yeah. Couldn't be anything else. Yeah, this is interesting. Where the Lions take it. I mean, Chicago's interesting too, because you say, well, there's Jalen Carter, but boy, they need help on the line in front of Fields too. I mean, that's just a desperation.
They do, and I like Paris Johnson, the kid from Penn State. If he had declared, I would say maybe top 5.
Yeah. He would have been the first tackle off the board. I'm convinced of that.
Yeah. I'll tell you who I like a lot, and I've mocked into the Chiefs a couple times because Orlando Brown, is Anton Harrison from Oklahoma.
He's a guy that I just got into like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, there's something there.
Yeah, there's a lot there. Powerful guy, good pass blocker. He's got that, he's got a nice kick step. He's not logy. And the thing with Brown, and I couldn't believe he refused what the Chiefs wanted to offer him, because I did a tape piece when that whole contract thing was going. He gave up 6 sacks last year, and every single one of them came on the back half of the arc. That is not what you want. Because if you have a guy who can't turn with the edge rusher, you better have a very heavy RPO offense. That's pretty much all you're going to be able to do.
Yeah, because you need somebody who can fill that void. And
if honestly, there's Will Anderson too.
He's a very
the
talented
thing about
player.
If Chicago stays at 2, there isn't really an offensive lineman I would put there. There isn't a receiver I would put there.
No, they do need those things, but
Young's going to be gone. They don't need Young anyway. it's Will Anderson or it's Jalen Carter. And
Yeah.
you know, the Seahawks can't stop the run for bat turds, to quote Tanner Boyle, but so they can use Carter. They also they got a Wusu from the Chargers. Really nice surprise. But they need edge help too. Will Anderson, yeah, he'd be pretty good there. He's not bad.
So what you're saying is that we need Denver to win a few and the Rams to lose a couple, so the Rams pick that the Lions have is in front of the Denver pick, so we can get the defensive player of our
dreams,
of our tight.
You have Aiden Hutchinson.
We do.
You got the guy in the 6th round who's a good pass rusher. What?
Got Josh Pascal.
You have Aleem McNeil, who I compared to Grady Jarrett. I love that kid.
Yeah,
he has awesome. Stepped up in the last 2-3 weeks. He's playing real well.
And I love me some Grady Jarrett. So that's
Aleem's a lot of fun. The mental picture of him playing center field for his high school baseball team at 295 pounds, and then he pulled it off. Like that's some kind of athlete.
You guys saw the pick 6 he had in college.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Just up there, and he's like, "Oh wow."
Nope. He wore number 29 for a reason.
The other thing about the Bears is their need is great enough that there's potential, because they have a lot of needs actually. They could trade out of that second pick. Carter and Anderson are guys that other people will be hungry for, and I'm not saying the Lions, but they may be able to move a place or two so people can get their defensive guys, and then they can get they can line up with the picks that they need.
And the Eagles are a great candidate for that because they have their 2 first-round picks. Their defense is good, but it is getting older.
Mm-hmm.
They need some reinforcements in there. That makes some sense. They don't need a quarterback. They don't need a receiver.
There's some really good edge rushers who I would project in like 8 to 25. It's late. The guy from Texas Tech, whose name is escaping me.
We talked about Tyree Wilson.
Yes. Who reminds me of Alden Smith. When Alden Smith,
he's got that big, long.
He didn't
long
start
arm.
a game, and he still had like 5,000 sacks. And he's raw as hell, but when he puts it together, oh my God, he's like 270 something, and he runs like he's 230.
Yeah, and he's got 36.5-inch arms or some ungodly number.
Yeah,
which that's crazy. So
he does things to tackles in college that's NSFW. So there are a lot of good.
Have you watched Jared Verse from Florida State at all?
Yes. Very nice, heavy hands, just comes down on you. He's another guy I would put him. I think I'm doing a mock every week just to kind of get my because it's
a thought exercise.
Well, plus it's good for clicks. Let's not lie. Just be completely callous about it. But it kind of it forces me to go back and watch tape in certain situations, like how would this guy fit here, and I can organize my thoughts. And I'm just getting into Verse, but yeah, he's another guy I would put in that 10 to 20 range. So, and the thing about trading up, like I've seen, everyone's going to go for Chicago at number 2. Okay, are you that into CJ Stroud? Are you totally bought into Jalen Carter that you would give up another first round? Maybe you are. Maybe you aren't. Maybe you want to put Jalen Carter next to Jordan Davis and rule the world. Wouldn't surprise me of how he did that. How he's pretty aggressive. But the problem with the whole second pick thing is it's not like an Andrew Luck RG3 draft. Yeah. It's not a Wentz Goff draft. Maybe they go one. Really, if you look at it, like would the Lions take CJ Stroud at 2 or 3?
Oh, God,
I don't see it.
It's debatable.
The Eagles don't need a quarterback. The Panthers obviously need a quarterback, and they're at 6. I keep mocking Will Levis to them at 6 because it's the Panthers, and they're probably going to do something dumb, which that would be.
I think it's funny. Jared Goff, and he's a little bit of a head play. Right. It's all about confidence. It's all about, there's so much about, he has physical tools, but it is all about the mental game for him.
Yep.
You take CJ Stroud 2nd overall, for example, if you're the Lions, you now are in trouble at quarterback next year. You just are. You take Richardson.
Yeah, there are
a little
quarterbacks
later.
who would take that as an FU, and I'm just going to play
Yep.
insane. I mean, Geno Smith did that in Seattle
Yep.
this year because, he played well when Russ had the mallet finger, which I always say if Gardner Minshew had it, it would be a mullet finger. And then I have to beat out Drew Lock. Well, double middle finger, here it comes. And some quarterbacks are emboldened by that, and others just kind of go. And I would think Goff would be more of the latter.
Yeah, and so I think you strategically, if you're a GM, with all the upside, but with time to bake, that you have in a guy like Richardson, and if you can get him with your second pick, if he lives down to 15, which he potentially may, just because of
I
how
think
raw he is.
he'll be there at 15.
Yeah,
I would be surprised.
You think so?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you pick him up there.
I
That's
mean,
a different.
I mocked into the Colts back when the Colts were picking about, believe it or not, they were like in the low teens at one point. I thought, well, maybe, maybe.
Yeah, they had a nice little bubble up for a brief second.
And then I look at New England at 17 and I go, what if?
I mean, who
But I think a
knows
guy-
what's going on there, though? I don't think they've made that choice. I don't think Bill Belichick has made that choice yet.
No.
So
I think a guy like
see.
Richardson is not threatening to a guy like Goff. So you still get Goff next year, and you get what you need for Jared Goff is the guy behind him to push him. Because he's got his contract. He's going to feel like he can play. If he doesn't, if he gets hurt, whatever, you bring Richardson in. And now you have your choice. And now you have your future. I just think that's the move. I really, really do. Because everyone, talking about Richardson, Riz is knowing I've been out on him. But I'm out on him at number 2 or number 3 or number 4. I just think that's way too early to grab him. And it's way too much treasure to use on a guy like that.
I mean, honestly, the Texans are going to take Bryce Young at 1. Wouldn't surprise me at all. I don't know, and I need to study Stroud a little bit more. And it's like everything in the pocket is great, very accurate to all levels of the field and all that. I just don't. There's a light switch that goes on in my head with certain quarterbacks, and I go, oh yeah, yep, do it. Whatever you have to do, do it. I don't get that feeling from them.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah.
So looking at that number 2 pick, which Chicago, if Chicago has that pick, which they do now, Denver could still keep vomiting all over itself, and their defense is now falling apart because how much of the Titanic can you hold up by yourself?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Your guys' problem is you're on the upswing. So
yeah. It's a good problem to have because we have not been in that case for a long time, and
if you're in this draft to me is not tall, but it's wide, and I prefer those kind of drafts as an analyst because they're just more interesting players to get into, as opposed to those drafts where you have 10 guys in the first 15 on your big board, and the rest is kind of like I don't know.
I'm with you on that.
You're going to get good players at multiple positions into the later rounds. And I enjoy those drafts more because there's more to analyze and look at and kind of piece together.
I'm with you on that. I just had a question that slipped the hell out of my mind. Chris, I'm sorry.
I'm not even doing this for 17 straight hours or anything.
Yeah. I look at the Broncos schedule, and I just maybe the Rams, but now that Baker Mayfield's there, I don't know that they can overcome the power that he brings to the.
Baker Mayfield's fascinating.
And there's a Stafford tie in here. Baker Mayfield, and I wrote 5 different articles on this because he just drove me nuts. Baker Mayfield was so good in 11 personnel in Cleveland, and they didn't run it because Stefanski wanted to run 12 and 13 personnel. 11 personnel, for those who don't know, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 receivers. The Rams live in 11 personnel. So, yeah, Mayfield came in with 3 plays. The Raiders ran cover 1 on every play but 1 on that last drive. The play where they ran cover 3, Baker Mayfield checked it down to the running back. Anyway, he's going to have until next Monday, a week from Monday, to kind of get into that playbook. The Rams run, inside, outside zone. Baker said the protection schemes are similar to what he had in Cleveland with Bill Callahan.
Yep.
and they run a crap ton of 11. This could actually work.
Mhm.
Now, I'm not saying I don't know what's up with Stafford's injury history. There are little tiny retirement rumors, which I'm not prepared to take seriously at this point, but
We
I
hear
don't know.
those talks. We do.
It's going to be really interesting to see how the Rams close this out with Mayfield. I'm looking for it. I've always been a Mayfield guy, so
I am not a Baker Mayfield hater, and I covered him a lot from in Cleveland. I think the Cleveland media in general and some people in specific, you know who I'm talking about, had it just out for him and wanted him to fail and rooted against him. And it really poisoned the well, unfortunately. And
I mean,
Baker didn't help himself all that much either.
I know who those people are, and we can just move on.
Yeah.
Chiefs, Cardinals, Rams, Chiefs, Chargers. Good God.
Yeah.
Like that's
the Rams is their shot, right? And I don't even know.
No, the Broncos. This is the Broncos.
Yeah, the Rams are the only shot I think the Broncos might have at winning a game.
Well, who knows what's going on with the Cardinals? They're a team that could win 40-14 one week and lose 40-14 the next week, and nobody would blink an eye.
They can win 40-14, lose 40-14 in the same game.
Yes, yes, they can. Cliff's done there, right? He's got to be. Like I just don't.
Well, last year they were. I mean, they were freaking.
They were the best team in football when the Lions beat them, and since then they're. I think they're 7-16 or something like that. 7-14.
I just think it's the rift between Kyler and Kingsbury that's just done. I think that's cooked Kingsbury this year.
Yeah, well, that's what happened up here with Wilson and Carroll and all that.
Yep.
They had to pick one. And honestly, I guess I picked Kyler, but
it's a tough call, isn't it?
Like if you're Steve Keim, who that guy's got 12 lives. But I'm betting my professional future on the choice between Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray. Is there a door number 3?
Yeah, seriously. Do I want gonorrhea or do I want genital warts?
Well, here's the thing.
Wow, that's a nice way to. That's a telethon after dark.
I'm slappy, baby.
one you carry with you forever, and one you can get rid of. I think you get rid of Kingsbury, and because anything can happen. Like you can get out of your Kyler problem if Kyler gets hurt, or any number of reasons. But if you bet on the coach, you got one chance, and that's
and someone would give Kyler a second chance. I absolutely believe that. It could be Detroit for all we know. I would hope not, but it could be.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, he could wind up being for their new regime, or he could take over in Tampa Bay for Tom Brady if and when Tom ever realizes that it's done and they do some things that they have to do there because they're
honestly, guys. The thing about Brady, for the most part, he's thrown the ball really well this year.
He has.
He has misconnected at times. And I think there are, because the first half of the first season in Tampa Bay, he was overthrowing everybody, sailing balls 30 yards over Scotty Miller's head. And I think with Brady, he needs things to be so letter perfect, and he can get away with it where other guys can't because he's Tom freaking Brady. But I did a tape piece on him about a month ago because it's time for Brady to hang him up and all this stuff. And sometimes what you do is you myth bust. And so I watched a bunch of tape. I'm like, he's making he's hitting 7 routes 30 yards downfield to Mike Evans with 3 guys around him, just bang right in the hand, like in the middle of the hand, right between the one number and the other. I don't think Brady's a problem, but I get what you're saying.
I don't think he's a problem.
I'm sure that Kyle Trask is not the answer.
I think we can all agree on that.
I didn't. It wasn't until I studied Kyle Pitts that I even looked at Kyle Trask.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, the piece I wrote there was Kyle Pitts will be much better in the NFL because Kyle Trask will not be throwing the ball to him. Little did I know. you can only extend your faith so far, and then reality intervenes.
Hey, really quick, Doug. Two things. One, a comment from the chat. It was a shout out from Seattle, guys. Thank you both for doing this. Keep it up. And then we've got Ben here. Doug.
It's raining like hell right now. So yeah, we're in Seattle.
Doug, if you're the Lions and you have your choice between Will Anderson or Jalen Carter with that early pick, who are you taking?
Carter.
Yeah,
Carter.
Same.
No, that was.
That's not even a. If I have a choice between Jalen Carter and anybody in this draft class, that's not even close. I'm going to be like Linus, and Jalen Carter will be my blanket all the way through the pre-draft process. You guys are going to be sick to death of my Jalen Carter tape pieces because
he's a fun player, man. He's so good.
He's quick, and he is aggressive, and he's technique sound, and he wants to embarrass you. And he really wants to make your life miserable. He wants you to have to go back to your coach, and your coach will say, "What the hell just happened?" And you'll say, "Well, idiot, I just had to deal with Jalen Carter. What would you have done?" I mean, that's
I just love the
love
idea.
Anderson. I've heard comps to Von Miller. I wouldn't say that's entirely nuts. But Jalen Carter is the best player in this draft class. I don't think it's particularly close. Honestly, if I were Lovie Smith even at one, I would say, boy, I need a quarterback, but geez, this guy.
They need everything.
And the thing about the Texans is, they don't really have any. They rush 4 all the time. They never blitz. Lovie is back in 2005 with the.
Yes, he is.
So you need, they had Warren Sapp, they had Simeon Rice, they had all these guys. You need one of those guys. Jalen Carter is at least one of those guys, probably 2. And
he makes Derek Stingley possibly one of those.
Great. There's a lot of players I like in this draft, but honestly, everyone else is going for number 2.
I think Jalen Carter with Hutchinson and Aleem McNeil, I don't care who else you put out there, right? It's going to be ugly for an offensive line.
Well, here's the thing, and you guys would know better than I would because I didn't look this up. How many 5-man fronts? Because the thing about looking at blitz numbers now, and you guys know this, you can't look up 5 rushers because everyone's running these bare fronts or odd or even or whatever. How many 5-man fronts do they run? How often do they do that?
They've done it more when John Cominsky and Josh Paschal have been healthy, but it's not something that they're doing a lot of. And when they do it, it's usually Hutchinson going out instead of in. So it's a little bit of a different dynamic there. But they haven't done that a lot, and some of that is the fact that they don't have a lot of depth there yet, so they can't risk those things. The biggest weakness on the team, in my opinion, is the interior defensive line. You've got Aleem McNeil, and then you've got Benito Jones and Isaiah Buggs, and that just ain't getting it done.
You're just making up Benito Jones and Isaiah Buggs. You're just making up names now.
Isaiah Buggs is a guy. The thing I love about him is just how he looks. He is such a giant and massive size, massive. His shoulder pads look like normal people's thigh pads. They're just these little things on those gigantic shoulders. And he's done okay. He's done okay. Nothing spectacular.
He's not terrible. He's replacement level, and maybe a little below that.
They put Hutchinson out. They move him out a little to get his hand out of the dirt because that's how he played at Michigan, and they found some really good success.
Do they inside at all?
Not recently.
Early in the season they did, but they haven't done it.
They did. They figured out it just wasn't working for him.
I saw him get a couple of pressures looping inside. Anyway, my point is in a 5-man front, imagine Jalen Carter as one of your ends, and then you go to nickel, and now he's your 3-tech. Good night. That'd be fun.
That's
the largest human I ever saw on a football field. You guys remember a dude named Frank Oakham?
Yeah, from Texas.
Offensive lineman from 10 years ago. He was at the Seahawks for a cup of coffee, and I saw him in training camp. And Frank was 6'2", 6'3", and he was as wide as he was tall. I literally did not know how they got his uniform on him. Just a huge block of person. Because even guys who are big, usually they're taller than they are wide.
Right.
Frank was just a big square.
Yep. Buggs is that kind of guy. At the first glance, I was like, my man's wearing those old school shoulder pads. And it's nope. That's his
Nope,
shoulders.
that's just him.
That's
Yep.
just his shoulders.
Yeah. Yep.
Man, all right. Well, good thinking, good stuff.
I'm with you on Carter. He is my number one player as well. So I'm.
Yeah.
And
If you have to quote unquote settle for Will Anderson, okay, 5-time All Pro and Defensive Rookie of the Year and whatever, that's fine.
I do get a little bit of a Kayvon Thibodeau vibe from him, but like his story is certainly not written. But there's a little bit of variability with him that I'm like.
Yeah.
I know he's a very good player, but I do have some concerns that he's going to be a consistently very good player at the NFL level.
The thing about, and this is true of Anderson, even though he plays at Alabama, the thing about defensive draft prospects who are defensive or edge rushers especially, I give all of them a pass on hand use because 99% of the time I watch college pass disruptors and I go, their hand use is just disgusting. It's so bad because nobody teaches it. Nobody teaches it in college. I've talked to so many people in and around the league around this, and it drives everyone nuts. And this is why a lot of times edge rushers are decent in their first NFL season, and then the second and beyond, just they get on the plane and they go because they're learning to use their hands. And there are times with Anderson where I've watched him and I'm going, man, if you just had this move or that, you'd be fine. Where he's not. It's not like a mediocre move, but he just kind of stands there or he'll mush rush. And sometimes it is a mush rush if you're playing a certain kind of quarterback. But I think so when you evaluate those players, you have to look at it more like, okay, you have to sort of project and extrapolate. If he has a full arsenal of techniques, what will he look like? I think it'd be fine.
Yeah, I'm not overly concerned, but he does have some technical rawness, but that's fairly true of a lot of people.
Carter's just a freak. He's just a freak.
He's so ready to play like right away. There's not going to be a big learning curve for him.
He just want to play, guys. He wants to kill you. He wants to embarrass you. He wants to set your house on fire and
lock the doors from the
change
outside.
your address without you knowing. Put dog poop on your front yard. He has that temperament, that athletic temperament you want from someone in his position. So he's got it all. This has been the Jalen Carter portion of your program.
So you're out on him, is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Yep. That's right.
Awesome.
Can I ask you just a random, like, where are you at on drafting a kicker? Like, not necessarily just for Detroit, because I think the money badger is going to be fine, but like in general, the value of drafting a kicker.
Yeah, if you get the right one, yeah. If you get a guy who can flip the field, where would you take Justin Tucker? Like if Justin Tucker
today,
as he plays
when
now,
he came out, yeah.
as he has played over the last couple of years, where would you take?
He's a top 100 pick for sure.
Is he a first round pick? He might be.
Maybe. Yeah.
The guy who can flip the field like that and is auto freaking matic on field goals. Yeah.
I mean, we watched him set an NFL record that shouldn't have happened because the officials screwed up.
That was the delay of game, right?
Yeah.
I wrote about that.
Where we counted to 3 after the zeros came on the board, and they still let him kick it.
Well, it's not like there's any kind of technology that could shore that up.
No, that's true. And you're right, Doug. I mean, they definitely need a bailout for that because if there was something, they would absolutely have implemented it. Same thing for spotting the ball. I mean, why wouldn't they implement something like that if it existed?
Belichick brings this up every year. It's never going to happen.
Why?
It requires someone else to bring it up, except for Belichick, because everyone else, oh, he's just doing that to gain an advantage. No, you chowderheads, he's doing it because the way you do it is stupid.
Yeah.
Well,
the ball.
We interviewed the guy from Zebra Technology, and they have the RF transmitters in there.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
He showed it to us. Like, I can spot the ball within 8 millimeters of where it's supposed to be, with the tip at both ends exactly where it's supposed to be. We've had this technology for 12 to 15 years, and the NFL wants nothing to do with it.
And the same with the laser for the laser. It's 2 a.m. Laser pointy things for the first down markers. With that technology where the ball is and where the first down marker is. Every time if that ball crosses, if it crossed the goal line, where that ball is and can make those and they don't. And it's between that And then the same thing with the delay of game. Well, it comes to 0, and then we look down and see the ball. It's like you're purposely adding subjectivity to very objective things. Why would you do that?
You know when I learned that that's actually what the NFL wants? Mm-hmm. It was when they made pass interference reviewable, and the officials backed it up so badly that it was intentional. They wanted the review process to be eliminated. The NFL wants subjectivity in its officiating.
Absolutely.
This whole going to the ground thing's come up with Hunter Henry and, you know, other guys.
He caught that ball.
Yeah, he did. Well, the guy who intercepted it from Hunter Henry also caught the ball the next week. So
that's true too.
Get it right and call it the Hunter Henry rule. But the officials, the NFL for some reason does not want its officials to be held entirely accountable for their actions. Kind of like the owners.
Well, and what could be the motivations? What could be the motivations for taking objective items and make them subjective? I just keep maybe some questions cannot be answered.
Yeah, one of those Zen koans where you just kind of.
Why do we drive on a park? And park on a driveway.
The unobtrusive answer is, hey, it creates controversy, and we love controversy because that's when people talk about us and write about us, right? That's the easy answer. So, Montarticus, thank you, my friend. $10 to St. Jude. It's a little slow late in the night. We haven't been hitting. Let me hit the link really quick. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. Hit it up. We're at $27,287.69 because that's who we are. So far. Nice. And we got the auction going right now. I think we're going to add another 4,000 or 5,000 from the auction.
No one else donate cents, only dollars.
Exactly.
Yeah, we do actually have people who will donate to just correct that too.
Yeah,
so
it's
we got some people.
All right, I guess I'll just have to donate to uncorrect it.
We got a guy for that.
We don't though. It's like the guy, the community decided the first year we did this that no. It's got to be 69 cents. And throughout the night, we're just like stunned that they just go and correct it. And it's like, it's stuck. Even on the auction right now, there's a signed ball in there for 69.69. I mean, these guys are nuts.
Please tell me it's signed by Gronk.
Oh,
that would be great. No, we have a Joe DeLamalure helmet that's 69.69 right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
We got a Frank Gore helmet. That's pretty good. That's more than that though.
Yeah.
Block for OJ.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, it was the electric company. We one of our friends that we've had on for a long time is a Buffalo guy, and we talked about the juice and all that stuff. back when OJ Simpson was still known as a football player and a Hertz pitch man.
Reggie McKenzie also blocked for the Bills in the 70s. About 20 years ago, I lost my wallet in a seafood place in Seattle called Duke's, and Reggie McKenzie found my wallet, looked me up in the yellow pages because this is pre-internet, and called me, and I went back to Duke's and met him, and he was like went out of his way to.
Is that the same? Is that the same Duke's out of Hawaii that's down in Malibu?
No.
Okay.
No, I've seen that, but no, it's Duke. I had a show on KJR, the radio station up here, that Duke actually sponsored a few years ago. They're all up in Seattle.
Got it. Okay.
That's a different thing.
I used to live there, and Duke's was a great hangout. It was a place where everyone in LA goes. I lived in Thousand Oaks. I was down in California, in SoCal.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
And Duke's was a place where everyone went who wanted to see the people from Hollywood, but then act like they didn't notice they were there. That's the whole thing to do.
That's that guy. No, it isn't.
What guy?
Yeah.
Good times. That's why. That's the one thing I think that, LA's name is on the trophy, but of all the cities to have done it successfully last year, it's the least meaningful in Los Angeles because, they're bad this year. Okay, I'm going hiking. Oh, how are the Kings? Lakers? Anybody? No. Okay, I'm going to go hike. Okay. There's too much to do. They don't care. They'll celebrate in the moment, but it's immediately forgotten because there's just far too many things that are important and that you can do to keep yourselves busy.
It'll never happen because we don't have a retractable roof, and it's not a dome stadium, but a Super Bowl in Seattle.
Oh man,
that'd be cool. I've never been to Seattle. I've never been to Washington, so I would enjoy getting out there for that.
The fans are insane. It'd be fun.
Yeah, Seattle's a fun city. It's really nice city.
Seahawks fans travel and they travel like they're not obnoxious travelers. They're
No, they're not.
they're always respectful opponents. They're good. You don't have to worry, like if you're standing in a urinal next to a Seahawks fan, that he's going to turn 90 degrees and give you something on your leg.
Like, I would like to say that I think your team stinks, but I'd like to buy you a beer.
Yeah.
And don't forget to buy windows.
Oh, man. Do it for the next lawsuit.
I think Daniel Snyder has given us more than enough. Oh my God, that's he can't survive, right? Like, I know he doesn't have the self-awareness to step away, but like he can't survive this.
Well, the reason he wouldn't survive is because, and it was obvious, it was honestly his idiot defensive coordinator Jack Del Rio, who's, I like to say, his head is filled with delicious macaroni salad. Jack's comments about the January 6th thing turned off the politicians who were responsible for forwarding the stadium bill for the 100,000 acres of land or whatever that Snyder bought in Virginia.
Yep.
But if he gets a new stadium, he'll survive.
Yeah. I can't fathom the people.
He's not even the worst owner in the history of the franchise.
That's true. That's true.
He's not even the worst. George Preston Marshall was responsible for a 14-year ban on black players in the National Football League. Snyder would have to eat like spinach to be as bad as George. He would have to go out of his way even more than he has.
It's wild how you get the owners like that. And like, hopefully Callum McNair is starting to emerge from his father's terrible shadow in Houston, but I don't know, man. They did get rid of Rasputin, so that was good.
Oh, Easterby.
Oh, there are still people in Houston that are wondering, like, what the hell, man? Like, how did you not? He's a cult leader.
Well, that was when they wanted to go Full Metal Patriots.
Yep.
And they got Casario and they got O'Brien. Oh, he was, in buildings, so let's go get him.
Yeah. Well, that's actually one that you can look into. Is there is some school of thought coming out of Houston that Nick Casario won't be back, and it will be his own decision because he's tired of ownership too. We'll see how that plays out. I don't know if there's credibility with that, but I've heard from a couple of different places, and I don't think the people that told me know each other. So, like, maybe there's something there.
Well, that would be interesting because there are teams that might look at their own GMs and go, let's go get Casario because he's not done a bad job.
I tell you what, Derek Stingley and Jalen Petrie, those guys can play.
I love Petrie.
They just need like 11 more of them.
Yeah. Well, you guys know from Patricia, when you have a Bill O'Brien, again, never go Full Metal Patriots. It takes a couple of years to get past that. Yeah. There's not much you can do in the interim.
God, I just think back even a year ago to how empty the fridge was when Quinn systematically downgraded and made every position more expensive. I mean, just to a person across the board, and left with just such a mess from a cap position, from a talent perspective. Literally, I mean, it was almost like a cruel joke. Like his intent was to make the team worse. Then he goes over, he gets hired into his role in Cleveland. It's like, hey, you know what? I think Deshaun Watson's a good idea. Now, in the long haul, maybe it will be, but still, there's all kinds of stuff around it, right? I mean,
he doesn't have that kind of pull there, but he was responsible for them drafting Perry and Winfrey, who might not play football after this year. So,
ouch.
Yeah.
Oh man, no, I didn't think he made that decision, but it was just apropos.
Yeah, the optics on that, the fact that Detroit got John Dorsey and Bob Quinn went to Cleveland, which for me was beaucoup things to write about from both sides of it. The Lions don't win a lot of trades. They got that one, and I'm not even a huge John Dorsey fan, but like Bob Quinn and let's take an off-ball linebacker first round, and follow it up with a guard first round, and follow it up with a center first round, and follow it up with a tight end first round, and the second round running back every damn year.
And somehow
Or you can get Rodriguez in the fourth. He's a good player.
Fifth, yeah. He's very good. We love Rodrigo.
How is Jelani Tavai even playing in the NFL, much less in an extension? What bonzo world are we living in that's even like a possibility? I expected he's going over to New England and then he was going to fade away, get another contract. I don't understand.
So I'll say this as somebody who did like him in the draft process, not where he went, but I saw a lot from Jelani Tavai to like. He just has no twitch, and that's a very difficult place to be when you're asked to cover a lot of ground.
Well,
they ask him to cover less ground in New England, and that helps him out to some extent.
I was making fun of Jamal Adams before. Jamal Adams is a good player when he's healthy. He's just not worth 2 first-round picks and a $75 million contract. Sometimes you get overcooked in your value, and it doesn't matter what you do. You know, you have this talent, and they give you this, and you're hosed.
Yeah. Yep. Oh, well, I'm feeling good. Riz, how you feeling?
Right, man. I got a little bit of a second wind there, and I was dragging a little bit. So we had the person who got the Alex Anzalone, except it was spelled anal zone for the jersey, and he sent it to Alex Anzalone, and Alex Anzalone gracefully signed it and returned it to him. So we had that guy on just before you, and his energy brought me back up a little bit, so that was good.
Anal Zone, my least favorite auto parts store.
Head to the zone.
He's a guy. He's played so much better of late, and it's interesting to see the fan reaction because he has been a pariah. Lions fans always hate their linebackers unless they're Chris Spielman. That's just the way we are. And even like that, it's like I had to defend him the other day because in the NFL Jesus, very well, has him credited for 8 pass defenses. NFL Pro Football Reference has him for 7. Pro Football Focus had him for 0. And I'm like, how do you not know who Alex Anzalone is? Like, they consistently dog him unnecessarily. Like, I broke down one of his games where I do the tape review and I choose a player every week. And like Pro Football Focus had him for 5 missed tackles. I'm like, he had 2 for sure. He had one other one that, okay, maybe, but like the other one was clearly Aiden Hutchinson, and the other one was clearly like nobody. I think it's weird how they have holes like that. Like they used to have that with Darius Slay in the season where he got good in Detroit. They still thought he was the guy who got benched as a rookie. Like they didn't move on from that when they needed to, and that's my gripe against PFF.
And I know Sam Monson and Steve Palazzolo from PFF. I've known them for a while. Good guys, and they work.
Yeah, they are. Steve's a great guy.
They built a freaking empire. It was like 2015, I think, and they had Andrew Luck credited with like 12 pressures, and I was doing something on Luck, and it was like Luck was clean like the whole game. So I sent a message to one of the guys, and they're like, you might want to check that. Charting is, I've done charting. I guess if you go in with a bias, like you think this player is great or you think this player stinks, you might you might do it. That obviously you don't want that, but yeah, I subscribe to PFF and Sports Info Solutions, and I've got other ways of getting numbers, and the variance is deep.
It really is. We are big fans of SIS. We know somebody who works there, so
they're awesome. But
we're partial to them.
When you see something like that, you have to go trust your eyes.
Yeah, and that's it's just like why would you pick on Alex Anzalone?
Which you should do anyway. If you're going to post a stat, you should watch the tape. That's just
right. Yeah, and that's so me becoming the defender of Alex Anzalone because I have uttered the famous phrase, I hate linebackers. I would love to run a 5-6 defense with no linebacker. That's my dream. It won't ever happen, but Joe Woods in Cleveland has come close. He runs a base 5-1-5, so we're getting there.
Okay, now I got to look that up and see if anyone's actually done that.
it's always interesting when you catch the corrections on it too. I know SIS had a discrepancy with Taylor Heineke and his performance under pressure versus not under pressure, and some of the pressures that they had on him were not actually pressures, and it made his numbers change. So that it's nice when they do that. It's even nicer when they acknowledge it publicly, and sometimes you just have to keep checking back and watch. It's fun. That's the fun part of me raging against the machine. I don't get to do that as much as I'd like to, so when I get a chance, I do. Bleep you, I won't do what you tell me. Love that song. I introduced my daughter to that song when she was like 12, and she's like,
"Oh, you're gonna pay for that." Right?
I like this song a lot. So yeah.
No 506s, several 416s, as you'd expect.
Yeah. With JOK in the middle, and he's good at it. They just need 2 defensive tackles. They need 3 defensive tackles because they have 0. Taven Bryan is their best defensive tackle. That's a problem.
I think might have done that. The Giants have played 7 DBs on like over 50% of their snaps this year.
Wow.
I want to see if maybe like a 317.
What kind of sorcery is this?
Yes, actually. Yes. So 3 defensive. This is really Telethon After Dark.
Thank
3
you.
defensive linemen, 1 linebacker, 7 DBs. Wow.
Is that the Giants?
Giants have done it on 8 dropbacks. They've allowed 2 touchdowns. The Raiders have done it on 4 dropbacks, probably all against the Rams, and that's stupid. Commanders have done it 3 times. Bengals have done it 3 times. Ravens have done it twice. Dolphins twice. Chiefs once.
Wow.
So the 3 defensive linemen, so the 3-1-7 defense is a thing.
Wow. I got to imagine that's on like 3rd and 15 or something like that. Like,
I can check that too.
I'd be curious on those splits. And this is the great thing that we have access to this information now. It makes our lives more interesting and complicated at the same time.
When I did this when I started this in the Paleolithic era, just trying to get stuff. Oh, only the Giants and Chiefs have done it on 3rd and 4th or 15 or more.
Okay.
So
That makes sense.
3rd and 4th or 10. Yeah, most of these were more traditional down and distance situations.
Wow.
And
That's
Wink,
weird.
the Giants will throw. They're playing the Eagles. I wouldn't do a lot of 7 DB against that run game, but
You never know. Well, Brian Daboll's doing a pretty good job, so I'll give him a pass on that. And he's got what's his name, the coordinator from the Ravens who moved up there.
Wink Martindale.
Thank you. Yes, that's it.
Left Joker's wild, headed on up. That's right. Really quick, have to talk to Nick Couples. Thank you, sir, for your $20 to St. Jude. Appreciate everything you guys do every year. Don't stop. Appreciate you, Nick. None of this is anything without all you guys and gals.
That's right.
Who hooked us up and delivered here. Thank you all. stjude.org/DLP. stjude.org/DLP. That's how you get your donations in and help us get Christmas to the kids, sick families, sick kids, and the families who need your help. Never pay a dime, and we're helping to take care of that with this money you guys are donating today. Thank you all.
Yeah, we had a one of Chris's cousins had a son who passed away, and we're going to replay that later because we need to replay that. That was a very powerful time, and that really brought it home for us why we're doing this. And it was, it was a sad story. She told it, and both Chris and I were teared up, and it was a very good reminder of why we have sacrificed a day of our lives to do this, because it doesn't even come close to comparing to what these people have to go through. Like she talked about, like, we're okay, our son has a headache, so we're going to take him to the doctor, and then the next day he's in brain surgery and all that goes with that. And that's what St. Jude's is all about, is like helping you go through that. And that's a lot more than 2 yutzes talking about football can do. Yeah.
We've been doing this. This is the 4th year, and that was the first time. Got close. We had to do patient stories every year just to bring it home, the why, right? And this was the year we were both sitting there like blubbering fools. But I mean, across the board. Chat was crying. Everybody was crying. It was just like, wow, somebody's cutting onions here. There was one other event today that happened. I think we got a really quick look at it. You'll appreciate this, Doug. It's a quick one.
I can still smell the cream.
It's got a good beat, and I can dance to it.
It will. We're gonna put some beats behind that and turn it into something.
That was fun. I got 3 pies to the face today. So
if you want to send that to me, I'll put it in studio one and throw some guitars on it.
Oh, there we go.
That's right. You are a musician. So we need to hit you on a musical question or two, because we do have a lot of musical fans. As you know, we are of the same basic musical ilk.
I think so.
Yeah. We had Brian Burkheiser from I Prevail. He's a fan of our show band. He came on and was talking about playing halftime at Thanksgiving.
Oh, wow.
So it leads me to, I have been trying forever to get Metallica to play halftime. And I thought San Francisco was a perfect time for the Super Bowl to play a halftime show.
They played that week. They just didn't play.
Yeah.
They played in the city.
Is any, like, are they just going to keep throwing at us? Well, like, and some of the, like Bruno Mars, not my style of music. That was a hell of a show.
It was a really good show.
Like, we do get that, but like, I just want somebody playing a guitar that's plugged in and not,
Lady Gaga was insane. Oh my God. I was there for that one. Whoa.
I want to see, like I remember the Who, like, what's his name?
I'm the biggest Who fan in the world. And I was like, it's okay. I mean,
at least like try to touch your pick to the strings as you go near it. Like, he had no interest in it, and like, they're fun, but I want that to happen. So
now, and with all due respect to Lars, is you never know which Lars is going to show.
That's true.
It's always the one crying.
I've seen some recent shows on YouTube where it's like, damn, boy's been practicing, and then a couple others are like, that's rough.
Thank you.
Hard to know.
It's weird when you're a drummer and you can't consistently keep a beat.
He's always had that problem. I mean, I'm sure you've heard the story. If Cliff had not died in '86, they were talking about replacing him with Dave Lombardo.
Yeah, that would have been something
and
else.
After Cliff died, it was like, we can't lose Cliff and Lars kind of took over. And
Lars for all of his foibles does have a good sense of branding. He's not Gene Simmons, but he's not either.
He's the business head. He walks Kirk Hammett through his guitar solos, which that's an endeavor.
On through the never, baby.
Well, and to be
as far as
Hammett.
Metallica in a Super Bowl, it's family friendly entertainment.
Yeah.
This is a league that was up with people for like 15 years.
Oh my God, you remember Up With People?
They're not going to do Metallica. That's not going to happen.
So let me ask you, because
maybe Red Hot Chili Peppers or something like that.
Yeah. I've never been to a Super Bowl, so I wonder, like, what's your experience there? How is it received? Obviously, because it looks like a lot of the production is done for those of us at home rather than the people in the stadium.
Oh, you mean the actual, like, the halftime shows?
Yeah. I could be wrong there, so correct me if I am.
It's probably, well, I mean, and if it's just, I wish I'd been there for the Prince one.
Yeah.
I started, my first Super Bowl that I went to was 46, the second time the Giants beat the Patriots. If it's a Lady Gaga thing where it's just like this whole experience, it's probably better in person, because that was more like a circus. If it's just a band playing on the stage, you're probably better off watching it on TV.
All right. I think these are questions that rattle my mind at night, believe it or not.
I mean, I saw Metallica and Guns N' Roses in the Kingdom up here in 92, 93, whenever that was.
Yeah.
And I was in the 300 level because I worked at Tower Records and made no money. And it was just, a little ants dancing around doing their thing. I would have preferred to be at home watching it on TV so I actually see what they were doing.
Yeah.
So I think if it's a production, you're better off in person. If it's just a band doing whatever, TV is fine.
I think they're across the stadiums now. They're trying to make the just the band thing more interesting with the phone flashlight and the flashing lights on the screen that kind of can be, you can be part of the show. You're just a light stand, really. I mean, but
yeah. Well, they have that little orderly thing where they run up to the stage. Okay, they're not going to have a snake pit.
No,
that's not going to happen.
No.
Imagine like 4 greasy guys with budgie pins on their leather jackets and all these like kids who won contests and they just get run over by these metal dudes.
They are really missing out on opportunities here.
Should happen, but it's not going to.
They're missing a key opportunity. There's a huge demographic to see that.
the sheer amount of unintentional comedy that could come about with Metallica playing in the Super Bowl. Yeah.
I want it to happen. It's one of my life's missions because I mean, I'm on a Marth would be even better, but that ain't gonna happen.
Well, my choice would be Mastodon.
Mm.
That's my jam.
They're fun.
See, I feel like
their music has hooked me recently. Like it always felt, especially like their stuff around like the late 00s into the early teens was like, we're trying to do a little too much with these songs. And it feels like now they've kind of, okay, let's just go with this in this song and let's put this part in a different song. And I like that. I like that.
Well, they had like Blood and Thunder and the Blood Mountain and all that. It was like, it's okay. It was kind of samey. And then Crack the Sky in 08 was like, whoa, they took a giant, it was like when Queensryche went from Rage for Order to Mindcrime and everyone was like, holy crap, where did these guys come from? And I think ever since then they've hit a nice stride where it's classic rock and it's proggy and it's, very metal. And the drummers who we wouldn't have to, Ron Daler, that guy's sick.
Yeah.
I saw them at the Hammerstein Ballroom in New York City in 2017 and bought the VIP package. So I got to sit there and talk. And it was really nice. Nice people. I got some chicken picking tips from Brent Hines, who's their great lead guitar player.
It's awesome.
I like to say that he's a banjo player in a metal band, and technique-wise, he kind of is. He's got like this hybrid picking thing where he just play incredibly fast.
I've got back to the Metallica thing. I feel like of all the decent bands, they're the closest one but the problem is it's going to be nothing else matters and crap like that they would play because that's the most, whatever. But I mean, the world has changed. When I grew up with Metallica, it was never on the radio. You could not get them to play it on the radio. And like we met them. I was telling the story earlier in the show at Monsters of Rock when they did that big show, and they were great. They were absolutely fantastic. But they were so off limits. It feels silly that now still there's just enough music they have that's slow enough and people could go with like one and nothing else matters. And right, oh yeah, ooh, yay. And we got what I want, right? And then, okay, they check the box and move on. But I don't think rock is the direction they're going to go. Anything where people are playing the instruments, Riz, I think you're right. That's kind of
Hashtag Old. The first time I saw him was in the Ride the Lightning tour. I don't think they'd even signed to Electria. They're still on Megaforce. And I went with my friend Miles, who was a bass player, still is. Great guy, great musician. So somehow we get 7 rows back in a 2,000-seat hall, and we are eye to eye with Cliff Burton. And I'm standing next to my bass player friend for an hour and a half. I'm just looking at him going, he's like, I give up.
I saw him open for Ozzy when the Master of Puppets tour just kicked off.
Nice.
It was awesome. I mean, and Ozzy too was in his prime then. That was really good music still. It was less of the ballad.
Dickie Lee was an underrated guy, I think.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
I really miss that I didn't get to see Randy Rhoads. That bums me out because he was just so fantastic. Just such
I was too young. I didn't know about him until I was in, I think, junior high when he died. And people were talking about it and like, who's Randy Rhoads? And listening.
And even now, just the sound.
Oh, I know.
The sound he got out of that guitar. It was just
a lot. Well, I didn't the studio stuff. I wasn't a big fan because Max Merman produced it and he put this like AMS delay in it. It was kind of out of phase and weird. Mm-hmm. But the live sound, oh my God. and they bumped it up a little bit on tribute, but they've got, when they released I think it was the Blizzard of Oz Deluxe, where they had some video they found from, I think it was Kalamazoo, and it was like really, because they had that like up near Detroit, and then they went down to Florida, and that's where the plane crash happened. But the Diary of a Madman tour, his live sound, whoa,
Missed out on that. That's sad.
It's a shame.
You know, and Ozzy. By the way, Ozzy's new album is very good.
I like it.
Yeah, the song with Clapton, I think, is really that one's growing on me quite a bit.
I haven't listened to.
I've never been a Clapton guy at all, but that's a good song.
I haven't listened to Ozzy in ages. He lost me just so many years in the early 2000s. I was just like, nah. I love Diary of a Madman, one of the best all time. Such a great album, so great. That and on vinyl, that very well done cover too, especially in its day. It was just iconic.
Yeah. That's one of the things you imagine. Like, what if because I know he wanted to leave to pursue classical guitar. So he was like, what if he had done 2 or 3 more albums with Oz? How far would there have even been a need for an Yngwie Malmsteen or a Paul Gilbert, or would he have just taken over the whole thing?
Yeah, and you know, where does it go off that?
What would Metallica sound like if like they had hooked up with Bob Rock in '91, but Cliff Burton was still in the band? And Cliff was incredibly open. He liked Leonard Skinner. He liked Simon and Garfunkel. Mm-hmm. He was by far the most open-minded of all of them. So, like, where would they have gone?
Could have been a lot different than Jason being left out of the mix.
Ooh.
I love that when they did the deluxe version of Justice a couple of years ago, they put the rough mixes in there where you can actually hear the bass.
Yeah.
They didn't remix it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, come on, you guys. We all know.
Yeah.
Get Bob Rock or Greg Feidelman in a room for a couple of days and just turn the bass up. That's it. And people have isolated the tracks and peeled them off. And you can go on YouTube, and there's one called "And Justice for Jason."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I don't know I don't know if they like stemmed the tracks with some guy just played bass on it or whatever, but it's like, oh yeah, it sounds a lot better.
Mm-hmm.
So
it does.
It's great.
But I find it that hilarious and it's on, different streaming services where it's like 150 songs, including the Seattle '89 show, and they didn't think to remix it.
And everything gets remixed and remastered these days.
Yeah.
I'm a Porcupine Tree fan. They put out like remaster every year of every album. That's just what they do.
So they've done the deluxe Black album. Do they do what's a deluxe Load and Reload? What does a deluxe Saint Anger sound like?
Still sounds like Lars is playing a trash can.
Yeah. So they might, I don't know. They might have run out of deluxe.
I will say when they play songs from Saint Anger live, they do sound better.
Oh, there's a thing on YouTube of them rehearsing the whole album at HQ, like right after it came out, and Frantic and Saint Anger and All Within My Hands are all just insane.
Yeah, like there's some good songs here, but the sound, the mix, the production was just so bad. So bad.
Well, that's when Bob Rock, who's one of my favorite producers of all time, said, I just want everything to go through a bare wire and sound like it sounds. Like, okay, well, why are you even there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Why are we paying you $10 million?
We're paying you $500,000 and 2 points on the record to do that. I don't know.
On the bean, the question, Ben. Yeah, I'm due a bean. We'll spare Doug the torture of watching me.
Yeah, we will
nearly vomit.
You don't need to watch us do our bean boozles. They're a bad idea. If anybody ever tells you what bean boozled is, so what it is, the bean is.
I'm terrified before you even tell me.
It's either birthday cake or dirty dishwater. It's either peach or barf. It's either what's that? I can't even read it. Old bandage or pomegranate. Like the bean looks the same, and you don't know what you're getting until you put it in your mouth. That's a very terrible idea. Unfortunately, I have to be a good sport and play along with it here.
The stats we ran last year is it's 8 bad to every one good. So it's not like 50-50 shot. You're generally going to get one of the bad ones. Like today, I've done.
This is like Lions coaching hires over the last 30 years.
Yeah,
it pretty much is.
So they're Jelly Bellies, basically. So you know how like Jelly Bellies make all the different flavors that are just perfect. When you put in dirty dishwater or you put in sour milk, it is 100% like, and this year they're more intense. It's spot on. I don't know who's the guy who said like, barf, it needs a little bit more fermented pepperoni to be the right flavor for, like, whose job is that? Right?
Well, that's the thing. How much dishwater do you have to drink to know, it's this formula? Put a little more chlorine in there.
I got one earlier today of those, and it was, fortunately, that one didn't linger long. The last one I got was barf. That one did linger. We did that just before you joined us, so.
And it sticks in your teeth like a Jelly Belly, so you like get just past it, and then like 10 minutes later, you're like, and a piece comes loose, and it's wonderful. It's a great way.
Call it barf. That's good.
Stinkbug got rids last year.
Stinkbug was rough, dude. So we did this last year, Saturday into Sunday. I was still throwing up Monday night, smelling it like nonstop. Like I could not get the smell out.
Oh, that's so bad.
It was so I lost 6 pounds from that. Like. This is just awful.
See, we're looking out for
Look at what this man puts himself through for this cause.
It's for the children.
Donate right
Peggy
now.
Hill says, it's for the freaking children.
For the kids, man. It's all for the kids.
Well, Doug, you have been a great sport. We enjoy you talking football and music with us. Will we see you in Mobile this year?
Probably not, because it's like the whole like going from the championship game to I went to Senior Bowls up until 2014, and then it just got weird. I will be at the Combine. I will be at the Super Bowl.
All right,
sure.
I will see you in Indy then. I will be there.
Absolutely. We'll get the usual suspects together, and
that'll be fun. It's good.
Doug,
thank you so much for joining us and donating your time here.
Yeah, great cause. Anytime, of course.
Appreciate it, Doug. You're the best, man.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming on and helping us raise some money for the kids. It's for the kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thanks, Doug.
Donate more so Jeff doesn't have to eat stink bugs and throw up for 3 days.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Doug. Doug Farrar, NFL editor from
Thanks,
USA Today. Thank you, sir. Have a
Thanks,
great
Doug.
evening.
He writes some great stuff, man, and he balances it all around the league. It's really cool to follow him. If you don't. He is the NFL version of Lions Wire. He does that. That's what Touchdown Wire is. So if you like what I do with Lions Wire, he does that with the entire league. So it's fun, and he gets into a lot of the film stuff. He has some creativity to him. That just makes it better. So thanks, Doug. That was awesome. So I'm very happy that he came on and that we got to talk a little music too, because there's not a lot of people in this industry who are into what I'm into. And like he veers a little more classical, but it's good stuff, man. Like classic metal. I think that's another thing where I think you and he are about the same age, and I'm like 4 or 5 years younger than you guys. And that there's a real disconnect there, like, because you're that new wave of British heavy metal hit like right as you were coming of age, and I was past that. Like my Def Leppard album was Hysteria, not Pyromania.
Right.
My Bon Jovi album was Slippery When Wet, not Fahrenheit 7800. Like it's Iron Maiden, I got in a little bit later. Metallica, my first Metallica album, I didn't even get on Master of Puppets. I got in on Injustice.
Oh, Injustice was so
Then I went back.
I was still working at radio then, and I saw them on the Justice tour 4 times and met them twice. And I got my picture. This is back when there was film, so there wasn't like the phone thing. I got my picture taken with Newstead, and then the second time I met him, I got him to sign it. And I'm heartbroken because I cannot find it in the house. I don't know if it disappeared in a move or it's because I got a couple places that I keep things, and I didn't search super hard. I have to spend some time and go look for it, because that was just me and Newstead. Man, he was one of my favorite people in the band. Lars, of course, the worst. Hammett, he is such a talented dude, and I mean, look, this is what we talk about like Ben Johnson. He's just happy doing what he does, right? And doing that kind of thing. There's people that are just happy in their job. You got Hammett. as Doug was saying, he's told what his solo is by Lars, and he happily plays it and makes his money and goes and he buys his monster shirts and does his all the stuff that he loves to do, and it's cool. Okay, cool. He's happy. It's funny that we can tie this back to football and say Ben Johnson, he's really, really happy with it, what he does. Just because you're good at something and it doesn't mean you're not happy, and doesn't mean you go be a head coach. Doesn't mean you're going to entertain those offers. Not saying he won't, but I don't think he will in the near term. Okay. I had either liver and onions or cappuccino. And I could really use a cappuccino right now. So
you know what? I'm looking at my thing, and I think I actually only have one of those in my little sled here. Like there's like 20 of the, what was that one? Buttered popcorn or rotten egg. Like there's a lot of those. Yeah. It's like their quality control missed out on a few things here.
I want to go back because there's just a thing from Flounder. Let me see. I've got what you're looking for, at least a version of it. Okay, here we go. Yeah. 1 second. It's just for the ask. I've got you.
Wow, we are up over $27,400. That's
all right.
Damn, man, that's so cool.
That's
so amazing.
Flounder's asking for a shot of us eating one of those donut burgers or a video of it. We can get a video this year, but for now.
Oh yeah,
there's the donut. You can see the bacon.
I cannot wait for the Sugar Rush Burger at the Loda Beer Garden.
You know how much I love Loda, bro. That burger, the beer, that is the place to be. That is my favorite place. That and what is it, Wet Willie's?
Wet Willie's, yes, with the alcoholic slushies. Those knock you on your ass, man.
I get the Superman. It's like it's incredible. It's like crazy. Okay.
Yeah, they've got the banana pina colada that is like 120 proof. It's just like, this is really good. Let me have another one. And then like, where am I? Why am I?
That was, what was it? Oh, it was Mac. He got just blown out.
So Mac Robinson, we love Mac. And by the way, Mac is doing very well. He now has his own show in Minnesota. Not in Minneapolis. He's up north and like somewhere up there. I don't know. My Minnesota geography is poor. If it's not Duluth or Minneapolis, Twin Cities, I don't know it. But he's doing really good. He will not be joining us at the Senior Bowl this year, unfortunately. But the year that he came down, he was just so eager to hang, and like he's doing really, really well. Like his stuff's very professional. So seeing him at 24, 23 years old, coming out with us to Wet Willie's and to Veeds, and like, just, you know, first time that he's been there, first time that he's been exposed to these things. It's that was fun. I love you, Mac. I hope you see this.
Yeah. Eyes as wide as saucers. He was out in the big bad world. It was great to watch him. He grew 3 sizes that day. You know what I mean?
He really did. And I give Matt credit. So I have moved into more radio work with Huge. Thank you, Huge. Hope you feel better. He's really fighting the sickness. So I was actually going to be coasting his show on Monday and Thursday this coming week. He's sick. He had to cancel a trip, so he called it off. I might wind up being in there one of those days, but anyway, you know, I have been doing more of that, and it's weird that, you know, I hired Mac to his first gig. I hired him at Brownswire to run my podcast and to do a little bit of writing, and the amount of help and guidance that he gave me for radio is like, thanks, dude. Like Michael Gray also, who we had on earlier today, or yesterday, I guess it would be about 12 hours ago. Gray was also very helpful. And he's the kind of guy who can give me negative feedback that I need, but I don't necessarily want to hear, and give it to me in a way that I will pay attention to it. Mm-hmm. And that's always good. Chris, you do that. You do a good job with that too. Sometimes I need, what is up with your eye, dude? Are you wearing like,
deal with it?
Do I have those?
You do.
I'm gonna look at my little box here.
Deal with it. It's 3 a.m. and it's on the stream. Okay, I'm gonna do my bean here, and I'm gonna deal with it.
I'm gonna have fun with that.
Oh, the Muppet. All right, I'm gonna
my
have
hand's too fat.
I'm gonna have to readjust some levels here after the bean. I'll do the
It
bean.
smells like bacon. It smells really good, actually.
They do a good job of hiding the smell of these. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1.
Do my bean with this. What'd you get? You got cappuccino?
Yeah. Oh my god, it's good. It's good. It's a time
really?
to do it. Yeah.
I'm gonna wear these. You can almost tempt me into taking one, but I'm not voluntarily doing it. So.
Oh, I didn't think I felt like kind of good with that roll because liver and onions. I can probably get by it, but cappuccinos. That is actually really, really good. Kind of want a cup of coffee now.
I could use some coffee. My wife will be up in 4 hours with my daughter because they have to drive for dude. The life of a sports dad, it's unreal to me. I love it, but it's never off. we were plotting like where we are. Next weekend is the last weekend where all 4 of us will be in the state of Michigan until August. Like, and we won't always be in the same spot in Michigan. Like, we're going to Indiana, we're going to Louisville, we're going to Florida, I'm going to Alabama, I'm going to Indianapolis a ton, we're going to Missouri once, like we're going to Cincinnati twice, we're going to Louisville like 6 times. Like it's nonstop. So it's wild. It's fun. And then, then it's going to end. And you sent your son away. And I watched how you handled that. And like, you're doing a pretty good job with it, but I don't know, man, like it's going to be hard for me because like all of our friends now are from our kids and their teams. And I'm not taking this thing as it's kind of cool. I like it. But that's like, what happens to our social group when our kids are no longer teammates? Like, we're not going to be necessarily thrust together in situations. And I'd like to think that we will stay friends with quite a few people, but you never know. Some of them have younger kids that they have to go do their thing with. It's believe it or not, so there's the old meme of he's laying there thinking about whatever. Like I'm actually thinking about like the solitary life that we're gonna have in 5 years when our daughter graduates high school. Like, what the hell are we gonna do?
Here's the thing that I didn't realize I was going to face, right? And I was prepping to get just a little bit of feedback for just a little story before the story. When I moved to California, my boy was like 2 years old. I lived there for 6 months before my wife and him came out, and it was just the 3 of us. We didn't know anybody. We had no family. We had nothing. We picked up sticks and went across the country, and I was there 6 months, and the company announced its first layoffs ever on my birthday. The housing crisis was happening. It was all collapsing around us, and there's the 3 of us. And at that point, nobody, especially in California, nobody's looking for friends. Right. That anybody, all they're looking for is somebody with money to hold them up. That was literally what they're looking for. Housing prices were just dropping like crazy around. And we're like, what are we doing? What are we going to do? How are we going to do this? Our house had already dropped. We got almost nothing out of it in Michigan. So it wound up being just the 3 of us. Right. And we formed a bond as a family. The only way I can describe it, and it wasn't adversarial or anything, but the 3 of us had our backs together looking out to the world, and we were going to fight the world to make it. You know what I mean? That's what it was. And we were really close because of that. And then my son's in 7th grade, and basically the company said we're opening a thing in Tampa. I said, oh, that's pretty cool. We're laying off 1,200 people. Oh, that sucks. And
that's not so good.
If you won't move, we've picked 49 people. You're one of them. If you don't move, then only 48 people will be there, and you'll be with the rest of the people being laid off. I'm like, sounds like I'm opening a place in Tampa, right? 8th grade is no time to move, right? It's no time to move. We don't know anybody here. It's a brand new building. They laid off all those people. We literally, again, drop in a new place. We don't know anybody. We're the 3 of us together, right? And we go through, and so the whole time, my son's whole life, it was literally the 3, and we became really, really close as a unit. And then I know you guys are too through the sports, and you're a very, very close family.
And we were the same. Like we moved from West Michigan to Houston when our son was 5 and our daughter was not quite 2. And then we moved back here on my son's his 8th birthday was when we moved into the house we're in now.
Yep.
And this is the longest I've ever lived in a house in my life.
Yeah.
We've been here since 2013. I had been transient. Like I went to 3 different high schools. I moved in 7th grade, in the middle of 9th grade, and then before my senior year. So I can empathize with Jacob there. Like moving in middle school. Moving in the middle of high school wasn't as bad as middle school. Like, don't ever make your kid be a new kid in middle school. That's so I was fortunate. My senior year when I moved back to my hometown where I had lived through 5th grade. So I knew, like, I know you, right? And that was a little salve on the wound, but it was awkward.
So I'll tell you the part now. So we got close, and we're really super close, and we're very much a part of each other's lives, right? Just looking out for each other, doing our thing.
I get that just from like knowing you guys just a little bit all together.
Yeah. And so he goes off to college. I'm like, I know he's going to go off to college. He's going to do his thing. He's going to do all this stuff and have all those adventures. And I'm super jealous, right? Because thinking back what college was and to be that age again and all the fun that college has and all the learning and your whole life ahead of you, it's just like, wow, that would be, like I said, super jealous. Well, then, hold on a minute. Then, I got a fan.
I can't get this damn thing off.
I got a fan here that's been helping me keep the balloons away on one side. So he goes away to college, and I think the thing that I have to worry about is just like, okay, he's going to go have a good time. We'll see him again and the whole thing. But your role changes as a parent, and I wasn't expecting this. They're now on their own. They go feed themselves. They dress themselves, shower themselves, shop for themselves. They're no longer like, oh yeah, why there's no milk in the fridge, right? They have that independence where they're doing it themselves. And when they come home, they're like, I got this. I don't need you. And it's like, whoa. And you're still the parent, right? And they're still your kid and you still have a relationship, but it's a significant shift. It's completely different than it used to be. And that's what I'm trying to figure out how to be a dad to an independent young adult now. Right. I mean, and it's like, whoa, okay. It's a different thing.
Yeah,
it's a different thing.
It's very different. My son has a girlfriend now, and that was a new development. And she's been around since like the spring, and she's awesome. And the way that he has changed and matured, it's like honest to God, like they're like a married couple, man. Like they're so different from their peers and don't have the interest in the pedantic, shallow stuff. Like I love that, man. Like and she's competitive as hell. She's a top level softball player. And it's really cool. And we meet their parents and they're like us, but they're shorter. It's, just seeing that kind of stuff. It's like when my son comes home from school and he gets himself to practice, he gets himself to wherever he needs to go. He will make himself dinner. 95% of the time it's macaroni and cheese, but he can at least do it himself.
Yep.
Awesome. Or he makes those Knorr noodle packets all the time.
Yeah.
He loves those. And he's capable of doing that, but like watching your kids do that kind of stuff and grow, man, it's wild. We're spending spring break this year. We're actually planning on coming to Florida, and we might have to come see you. And the girlfriend is coming with us with her parents' blessing because they're going to look at some colleges. I'm like, all right, this is fun. So we're going to go to USF. We're going to go to Tampa. My family lives in Sarasota, so we're going to go to a couple places that are around there, and just check things out. But like, it's fun, man. It's so different from when they're 15. My daughter's 14, so she can't be that different. But when you've got them younger, you're right, man. Like I remember being in Houston and we moved there. Like I had never been to Texas before. We fly there one morning. We buy a house that afternoon. Like, I don't know where the hell I am. Like, I think I'm in Houston. I don't really know. So I know what you went through with that. We were fortunate that where we moved to was full of people who weren't from there. neighbors were from Venezuela. He was an oral surgeon in Venezuela. He managed a Walmart in Houston. The person next to him was from like deep South Texas, like Big Bend area.
Yeah.
Person next to him, she was from Wisconsin. The people that were next to them, she was I'll use the derogatory term because I can't think of the name. She was an Eskimo, like native Canadian, northern
First peoples,
whatever. Yeah.
Indigenous First Peoples.
Yeah. And she was married to a Nigerian. their kids were beautiful.
Yeah,
they were really, really short, but they were beautiful. and that was like the experience for that. And you know, when you went to LA, did you think you were going to be there the whole time? Like stay there permanently?
Yeah. The thing about LA, a lot of people go out there and a lot of people wash out. You know what I mean? It's a hard place to make it. You talk about wealth inequality. It's huge in LA. It is massive. It's a small portion of people that own homes. Otherwise, and we were lucky. We had a great situation. The company had a big part in making things work, and that was great. I was established. My expectation was that's where I was going to live. Okay. I wasn't going anywhere until I got hit with you're going to Florida. I was like, Florida. I was like, well, at least I know Tampa because we had family here that we'd visited in the 90s or whatever. But I was like, it was not on my radar. It was not something. Now, in retrospect, and seeing what's happened there, and the having visited it for work and everything after I left, watching, I just say it's basically the boil the frog thing, right? You can't just throw a frog in boiling water; it's going to jump out. You got to slowly raise the temperature. It'll never know it until it's boiling until it's dead.
Yep.
That's what's going on there. I mean, when like 2 years after I left and the fires were going through, they started turning off the power on people during the Santa Anas. Well, during the Santa Ana winds, it's 50-mile-an-hour winds, steady, just like it's not gusts. It's just like a fan going, and it's 10% humidity, and it's 100. Like I've seen it 133 degrees in the valley, which is just over the hill from where I was. It's intense. My driveway, I've seen 106, 109 degrees on different days getting home from work. Ash in the air from the wildfires. It's like a hellscape. You know what I mean? And I was like, wow. And it's super hot. You get home, you get in your AC, and it's like, okay, we're fine, right? Because you're filtering all the air and everything else. They started turning off the power 2 years after I left. Oh, yeah, that wind, that could short circuit, blow out transformers. I'm like, what? And people are like, okay. Like they just went with it. And it keeps getting worse and worse and worse. And I'm not political, but when I moved there, it was what it was. When I came back, I left on a Memorial Day weekend on a Saturday at 8 a.m. The only time there's no traffic on PCH, and I go from TO, where the Rams facility was, down to PCH to LAX to leave, and there's no traffic at all. And all I see in every door for every business, on every park bench, and even walking is bums and homeless people, hobos, right? And yelling at me in the car going by. I'm literally the only traffic. It was so weird. It was like a weird, because I've never seen it that dead. As some kind of like post-apocalyptic whatever. I was like, this was never like this. What in the heck has happened to that? Like, I didn't realize it. I was slowly the temperature was being raised. And when I went back after being gone for a year, it just hit me. I was like, crazy. So then I got back and I started doing the math, and I saved 24% in cost of living in Florida versus in California. And it's a way better quality of life. The humidity sucks, and I don't have the beautiful mountains. But other than that, everything is an improvement, man. My license plates, I had an Explorer. The license plates on that thing in California, $420 per year for license plate tags. Here, $70. $70. Same exact vehicle, right? The tax on I leased the taxes on the lease. My payment went down significantly because the taxes went down when I moved to Florida as a resident of a different state. I'm like, holy cow! You'd go to the DMV. Now this is before it would take 9 weeks to get your driver's license. I move here. I go to the DMV. I show up. They literally printed my final driver's license right there at the DMV. Done. I walked out with it. I'm like, wow, this is. I don't pay income tax, and you do this versus the 13%, which is about to go up, and you 9 weeks. What in the world? Cops, someone breaks in your house. Are they there now? I don't know. Okay, we'll just come down to the police station, file a report. That's it. They won't do any like copping unless your meter flicks to red, ticket immediately. They have 1 million meter maids. They have the guy on the motorcycle at the bottom of the hill when you come over the hill, hiding, off by the side of a billboard or hidden, so that if you come down at 7 miles over, they'll pull you over and write you a speeding ticket. But they don't do anything for like real enforcement. It's all revenue generation. It's a weird place. And I was in the end, I had no thought of leaving. I had no thought of leaving at all. In retrospect, I left at a great time, and it was probably the best thing to happen, just to kind of get out and be able to have a better financial perspective, and then too, the housing was so good. I bought 40% more house for 60% less money in Florida, and instead of being on a little lot, I got like huge green space. You've seen it behind the house, just acres.
You've got a freaking otter back there.
Yeah, I got a gator, an otter. I've got deer that walk through my backyard. And
You've got a steer farm with an airport behind you.
Yeah. A single plane the guy owns, a grass field. It's crazy, but it's like I got so much more, and it's Florida, right? So Florida comes with Florida things. I probably won't wind up staying here. We've decided after this last hurricane, it's like this isn't really worth it. But here's something people don't know about if you're raising kids. If your kid gets a 3.75 grade point average, does at least 100 hours of documented community service, and scores at least 1,300 on the SAT, they can go to any Florida university, any accredited university in Florida, for zero tuition, absolutely free. And it happened he moved in 8th grade. We get free. You're done. No taxes. We're not paying taxes, and we get free. It's the magic secret, right? Nobody knows. Like everyone's talking about, like, and again, I don't want to be political, but burning. We want free education for everyone. We're talking about it exists, and it's cool because it's for people who earn it. So it's not. It's like if you work hard in school, you get the grades.
That's not an easily attainable goal.
No, all you need is Disney World because the taxes from that pay for it all. But I was like, this is crazy how much money I've saved coming to a place where I don't pay taxes. I don't know how it works. I don't know how it works. I don't know the economics. I think it's because of Disney World and all the tax and the money they raise from tourism. But you can't tell me there isn't tourism in California, right? It's crazy different. And I'm just like, this is great. This is great. This meets exactly what we need right now. So there we go.
It's good.
So I forgot what we were talking about.
I don't remember either. It's 3:05 a.m. We are 6 hours away. We are
3/4 away,
like
right?
6,000 and change away. We got the auction coming up in 3 hours. Like I haven't bid on anything. I might need to do that.
Ooh. Can I ask you before you do to let me go do a fluid readjustment? I haven't done one since 6 p.m. I think.
Yeah, go ahead. Go for it. I'm gonna need one in a little bit, but I'm good for now.
Okay.
I got my Belvy biscuits. These things are great. I got the gingerbread.
Ooh.
They had them at Aldi. We bought 8 boxes because they're so good.
All right.
So I'm trying to. I hit a peak weight that I don't want to be at anymore, so I'm trying to slim down. And Belvy biscuits, I love them, and I tend to eat a lot less calories with that. So I'm trying, man. I'm trying.
Yeah.
Of course, I ate half a pizza earlier, so that sort of craps on that whole thing. But
I've been doing like little snacking. I had a sandwich for lunch, and I had what my wife made me for dinner was good. Oh, some pizza. I had 3 pieces of pizza, but then I just been snacking on like pretzels and a couple things, but just like a trail mix I had, just like nuts, just slowly kind of munching along the way. I think it's
for me, weight loss is about calorie intake more than anything else because, well, right now I'm inactive because I'm just so god bloody tired even before doing this. But normally I am at the gym 2, 3, 4 days a week and I get enough exercise. But if I don't control what I put in, that's my thing. So like if I consciously watch what I eat and monitor and cut calories, I actually do lose weight pretty quickly. I can fluctuate in like a 15-pound range. Unfortunately, I have gone over the top of that range. I need to get back down into it. So when we go to Mobile, I will have my Sugar Rush burger and the fries. Yeah. But the next day, I will only drink a 40-ounce Smoothie King, and that will be all I eat that day. And that's just the way it's got to be.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the hardest battle of my life, man. Calorie. I'm my wife is helping me be smarter and be better, but I'm like, look, it's about calories over time. And if I say, yeah, I mean, over a week is one set of time, but what if we say over a millennia? I think I should be pretty good. She doesn't like.
Let me just not eat in 2027. Like, put that on the schedule.
No, I'm thinking like 2100. I'll probably be done eating by that point, and then the next 100 years after that, I won't eat, and it'll all equal out. I'll be, I'll work out just fine. All right, let me leave you for the moment.
Yeah.
Get yourself a little liquid for the throat. Get yourself lubricated.
Yeah, let me get lubed up.
I love that. That's my favorite one of all the drops, man. And then, I got a new one that I was playing too. When Ash was doing his he had like 15 sweaters on, dude. He literally looked like the Michelin Man.
I saw. I went into the Slack for a little bit and saw.
So while he's taking them off at the end, I put on. He's like trying to get him. This whole song played. It's like a 35-40 second drop. He still didn't have all the sweaters on, but he was still struggling. I could have played it twice. It was hilarious. Oh man. All right. I'm gonna A&P. How you doing, Brandon? I remember A&P. Oh my God.
I do as well. We had one in my hometown. It was actually the big store in my hometown. Then Kroger moved in.
Yeah, they took over everything. Farmer Jack took over A&P, if I remember. And then Kroger crushed.
I believe that's true.
Yeah.
I haven't lived in my hometown since 1992, so it's been a while.
All right, I'm going to leave you with our fine friends in the chat.
We will do that. I have the chat pulled up here.
Awesome. Questions. This is it. This is your chance, one-on-one. It's just you. It's
whatever you want to ask. AMA.
Night Talk with the Riz. I'll be right back.
Where the hell did the thing go? Bloody hell. All right, we're up. Finish strong. Yes, I will. We got a lot of things going on here. So so I'll just talk a little bit about since we were talking about moving and everything. When we moved to Houston from West Michigan, we knew it was going to be temporary. We just didn't know for how long it was going to be temporary. So we wound up coming back basically to the same place, different school district, but the same, like West Michigan, Ottawa County. And the cost of, so one of the things that gets you about Texas, everybody talks about, Texas with there's no income tax and everything. Well, and I shared this in the Slack the other day. Our property tax bill in Texas was it? We paid $7,900 a year for our house in property tax, and then there was a school tax that was like $3,800 to $4,200, somewhere in that range. We just got our tax assessment for both of that from Ottawa County, and our house is roughly the same price and value, and it's like $1,800. So they get you, like they talk about Chris talks about the cost of living. And there's an 8% tax on absolutely everything in Texas. So they do get it from you, but you just get more of your own money to spend it your way. So it's more the consumption tax, which I kind of like, not to get political, but I did like that. But that was one of the reasons why we decided to come back here. But to Chris's point about the house, when we moved to Houston, and again, I had never been to Texas before. And we meet a realtor, and she is the absolute stereotypical realtor. She's got cleavage out to here, dyed blonde hair, driving a BMW like 8 Series, where my wife and I are both in the back seat, and we can hardly see her. And we go to this house, and we walk in, and it's like it had never been lived in. It was like a model built house, 4,200 square feet, 5 bedrooms. 3.5 baths, master jacuzzi. It had a 2.5 car garage, which is like where you put your tools. It didn't have any grass. Like she was mortified that it didn't have any grass. And she's like, well, you can put AstroTurf down if you want. And so we're like, this house would cost like $1.2 million here. Cost us $235,000 in Houston. Like that's so you get the trade-offs as you go across the country, and that's that's neither here nor there now. We live in a modest home now. Fab will admit to that he's been here. Mike knows that he's been here. We're certainly not living large, but I miss my big house sometime. And so we had moved. As you know, I'm from Cleveland. I lived all areas of Cleveland. I have had phone numbers as my home that are 216-330-440-419 and 614 in Columbus, because I went to high school there. But I moved from that to Richmond, Virginia, and we did that in 1999. We moved from Cleveland the day that the Browns played their first game as the new Browns. That's like the day we moved. So I never really had a connection. And people ask me a lot, like, you're from Cleveland, why aren't you a Browns fan? Like, well, first off, I kind of got away from that. Like when they moved, like that was the total death knell. Like I had always, I wanted them to do well, but I didn't really root for them. Like it didn't kill me when they lost, other than the Rich Carlos field goal that was no good by Denver in the game that was the fumble. Cleveland absolutely won that game. They got jobbed. So I know my officiating controversies pretty well. But moving from that to Virginia, where, okay, you don't have a basement because your water table's right there. And like, why is my dirt red? You know, why are there wild ferns growing in my backyard? That's why I encourage people, man, get, like I talked about earlier, for those of you who've been with us for the whole ride, get out of your bubble, man. Like, move around, just explore the world, see what's out there. It's worth it. It's worth your time to explore things. If you're in a rut, I'll give some Riz life advice here. If you're in a rut where you're at, like, it's really tough to pick up and let go, but man, sometimes it's the best decision. Brian Burkheiser's song, There's Fear in Letting Go. That's why that song sings to me so much and why it reaches me so much, because it's like, there's a lot of fear in it, but you know, there's the whole, Peter Griffin thing, like, it could be a boat, it could be a box, it could be a boat. Like, I get that, but there's my waxing poetic at 3:14 a.m. Let's see what else we got here. Oh no, that's a different one. Riz, are pancakes evil? No, I like pancakes. Pancakes are good. We eat a crap ton of pancakes. Yes. Have you ever bathed naked in Lake Michigan? No, I haven't. Lake Erie, I have. And there's a lake outside of Columbus called, what's that called? It's where the zoo is. It's not in the zoo, but the zoo is there. Allen Creek Reservoir. I have gone skinny there. But yes, at Cedar Point, when I worked there and lived there in a beachfront hotel room from 1990 to 1992 for my summer job, there was a whole lot of that going on. So I'll tell a story about that. My roommate, my last year there, was from Livonia. He was a great guy. Unfortunately, he has passed away. His name is Brent Brutlog, if you happen to have been from Livonia. Rest in peace, Brent. He died of a massive heart attack several years ago now. But we would go through a bottle of tequila and a case of beer every 3 days. Like, that was our rotation. I'm not sure that I was ever legally not drunk that entire summer, the summer of 1992. And that was one of the great times of my life. I remember it fondly. I probably shouldn't, because it was some weird things happened that year. Nothing like evil or anything, but it's funny how you look back on those times. And that was I wasn't 21 yet, so that might be why I enjoyed it so much. But so I have done that. I am not somebody who tries to avoid things in general. Let's see. Any good free agent cards, to go back to football? I need to do a better job of looking at the free agency. I know just like a handful, like I know Daron Payne. I know the quarterbacks that are going to be available. I know running backs that are going to be available. There's a crap ton of them, which is why we're gonna have to talk a lot about Jamo and whether he wants to resign in Detroit, which I think he does, and how much he will cost, because you don't want to overpay for an older running back. And there's going to be so many running backs hitting the market this offseason. So maybe that keeps the price down and it's more palatable to sign Jamo for, one more year, $3 more million. I hope that happens. But yeah, that excuse me, guard is definitely something that we're gonna have to look at, because can't rely on Tommy Kramer, can't rely on Big V. Evan Brown's your backup center. I think we need to keep him there, even though he's certainly fine as a guard. I do think that if they're going to address offensive line, I would love to see them draft a tackle who can play guard, like a college tackle that might project to be a tackle at some point, but can play guard in the interim. Tony Baselli did that. Who else did that? There's several of them. Dwayne Brown did that. Walter Jones did that. Walter Jones might be the best offensive lineman of all time, and he never gets credit for it. And I should have told that to Doug, because he's a Seattle guy. Anyway, loves him. But yeah, that's a good question. So I will get on that. Chris, my son has a game against Plymouth tomorrow. It is here. They are coming here. Their head coach played at Zeeland East on our team that won the state championship in 2009. So he knows our current coach and is coming back to play at his old alma mater. And they're probably going to beat us, but we'll see. It'll be a good challenge. That's fun. Yeah. So it's weird because my nephew, those of you who know, I had my wife's brother passed away from ALS while I was at the Senior Bowl with Chris and Sandman 2 years ago, just before COVID. And they live in Plymouth, and my nephew goes to Plymouth schools, so he will eventually go to there. So it's kind of fun. That's a good one. What else we got? 6 Cedar Point destroys. Cedar Point is, now I have to put the caveat here. I haven't been there since 2005, and it's crazy because my parents live 20 minutes away. But I haven't been in a long time, but I do know the amusement park thing very well. Like I used to go to Kings Island a lot. I've been to Carowinds. I've been to Dorney Park. I've been to Great America outside of Chicago, or whatever the hell it is now. It's not that anymore. But Cedar Point, back in my time, there was such a devotion to customer service and cleanliness to the park that you did not find at other places, not even at Disney. And I've been to all the Disney parks in Florida. I haven't been to the ones in California. But yeah, Cedar Point back in the day, man, was unbelievable. I worked in the campground and I lived in the hotel, and I got off. I had a set schedule there. I worked most days 8 a.m. to 7 p.m. That was my day. So we would get off work, me and my friend Ben, and we would ride the Magnum every single day on our way back to the hotel. We worked the same schedule. And so I got in the habit of doing that, and living in a beachfront hotel room for $17 a week. You shared it with a crap ton of spiders. Like there were spiders freaking everywhere. My wife now was my girlfriend back at the time, and she refused to come. She came into the room one time and she's like, "Oh my God, your wall is crawling!" Like, yeah, they're the spiders. They keep to themselves. We got the raid can here if they start to come across the threshold a little bit. And she still yells at me for that. And that was 30 years ago. Yeah, it was a lifestyle, man. That was the era where I thought nothing of going down to the beach on my one day off a week, which was almost always Saturday. I was blessed that way. And laying on the beach in a Speedo, like, hey, I'm here, man. Let's go. That was fun times. I had leather pants back in the day. So
I demand photos. I demand photos.
I had so there was a bar called the Keys. It was the Keys Golf Course. It's no longer there. If you're driving, if you know the Cedar Point area, if you're driving on Route 2 going eastbound and you go past Route 250, which is where like Kalahari would be to your right and Cedar Point and downtown Sandusky would be to your left. If you keep going past that, there's an old golf course that's off to your right. That summer, they opened up their stage and we're in there. A whole group of us were blasted beyond our minds, and like, is that Warrant? Like the band Warrant? Is that them? And it was. and they were just like chill, like they are from Ohio, so they got up and like they took the house band's instruments and they played like 6 songs and hung out with us. And so I have the honor. One of my first concerts was Warrant. I saw them at Buckeye Lake, which doesn't exist anymore outside of Columbus. They filmed the Heaven video at the concert I was at. You can barely see a little bit of my shoulder, but you can see the dude that I went there with very clearly. He's in that video. I take credit for being in that video because my arm is in fact visible in it. But I have always loved that kind of stuff. So
I have a question.
Yeah.
Cherry Pie.
Yeah.
One of the best videos of all time.
Yes.
Did you see how unfortunate the most beautiful woman of the day turned out?
Yeah, did not end well for Bobby Brown.
Wow. That was so disappointing because she was, I mean,
she was spectacular.
40s, I would think back. I was like, wow, that video was smoking hot. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm in California now. Let me look her up.
So now if you do see Warrant now, Johnny Lane obviously passed away 15 years ago. They have a new lead singer now. For those of you who are really into this musical rabbit hole, their new lead singer used to be the lead singer of Lynch Mob, George Lynch's band after he left Dokken. They don't do Cherry Pie. They do not play it ever. It's like they're Freebird. Like we don't do that to not honor our thing.
Wow.
Which and it's weird that Leonard Skinner says that they don't play Freebird because I've seen them 3 times and they've played Freebird every damn time. Like they say they never play it, but they do.
It's like Led Zeppelin. We're not playing Stairway to Heaven, but they play Stairway to Heaven.
Then they close every damn show with it.
Yeah. Oh, it's special this time because they're doing it.
Right, exactly.
Cleveland.
Yeah. Hello, Cleveland.
Looking on the phone. Auburn Hills.
So the first time I saw Ozzy like as a headlining act was 1995. It was the No More Tours tour, the Osmosis album promoting it, and it was in Cleveland, in where the Cavs play. It's like he's reading his lyrics off of a teleprompter. He's that blasted and gone. Like his mind is just fried. And he gets to the point where he has to say, oh, it's great to be in. And he's like, I don't know where the bloody fuck I am. It's just wrong. Like, at least he was honest. I'll never forget that. Like Ozzy endeared himself there because he didn't play the game. He's just like, I don't fucking know.
That's so great, man. That is so great. Man, I remember Black Sabbath. Nobody would touch that. Nobody would touch that music, man. It wasn't on the radio. You may hear Paranoid right into the 90s, but they wouldn't play it at all. Now it's in elevators, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Like, wait, it was too bad to play, so nobody knew it, but now it's elevator. Like, you play it everywhere. It's like, people are tapping their toe at the car dealership. It's like, what the F? What happened?
I heard Supernaut, which is a very obscure, it's my favorite Black Sabbath song. And I heard it on like an over-the-air radio station, like not terribly long ago. I'm like, you've got to be kidding me. Like, that was the era where they were not good. That happens to be like the only good song. I think that's their 4th album, I want to say, and that just wasn't a good time. We talked about it the other day though, like because when we started our podcast the other day, we do this, and I told Chris the song that was stuck in my head was Black Sabbath's Heaven and Hell, and we talked about like my intense appreciation for Bill Ward and Geezer Butler as a rhythm section, because when most people they hear Black Sabbath, they think Tommy Iommi, Ozzy Osbourne, maybe Ronnie James Dio. Like Bill Ward and Geezer Butler, man, as a rhythm section, they were jazzy, they were wild, they were so creative and inventive and ahead of their time, and they never get credit for it. Y'all know me well enough to I am drawn to the people that are not given credit. My favorite hockey player of all time, Joe Sakic. my favorite basketball player and my all-time favorite athlete, Zydrunas Ilgauskas. I have his jersey right back here. I love Big Z. He's a guy that never got his due. He was a guy that went out and did a very good job, not an all-star. He did make 2 all-star teams, but just a guy that was like the guy I could have been a basketball player, I would have been him.
Riley,
so
you rock.
Thank you. While we ramble through music talk Lions.
It's tough because we've hit a lot of the Lions talk already.
Yeah. And so it's weird though, because like our audience now is not the same audience that we had 3 hours ago and 6 hours ago and 12 hours ago.
Yeah. Some are.
Yeah, some are. Some of y'all are troopers, man. I'm floored that we have raised 27,500 and change. Like that's unbelievable to me. The generosity of the Lions community and the DLP family that we have here. It's I'm going to get emotional. It's special, man. It
is, bud.
It really is. It's moving, man. The people would care that much, that you care that much, because this is your baby, man. I'm just happy to come along and help out. But the people strongly to support you and support this cause that's so cool. It really is, man.
I'm just a conduit, brother. It's you. It's all those people behind. Every one of those dollars is the people in the chat, the people who've come along the way. It's like I said, this is just a facility. I told people, like, my goal of this whole podcast is to launder people's money into charitable hands and do good things. I've been like, especially this last year, man. I mean it. I've been looking around, and people are what we call civilization is, I don't say falling apart, that's probably overstated, but people just don't treat people with the respect that they did even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And I'm like, you look at how divisive news and whatever it is, politics, nothing is bringing anybody together. Everything is out there right now to divide people. And that's not what people want. There's all kinds of people out there, like the groups that want to divide people for whatever reason, whether it's your eyes for content, whether it's your brain for a vote, whatever. It's all about dividing. Nothing is unifying. And I've thought. And it was like, this is the thing that really got me is all you can do. So I was looking, how's it change? How do you change what's going on? How do you change the divisiveness and the continuous splitting of people and bifurcation of society? People don't think about what's right or wrong. They think about how does it fit the narrative that I want to be in or how I self-identify. There's so many contradictions. And it's like, how do you change it right now? And there's nobody out there changing it. I racked my brain. I was like, all you can do is model that behavior. It's silly. Be the change you want in the world. Go out and treat people well. Just speak to people. Be nice to people when you talk to them. Try to do efforts. If you have something that you can use, like our platform, to help people out, do it. Because hopefully, the Grinch's heart grew 3 sizes that day. Hopefully, you can get through people and they'll see past these constructed. And this is why I get so mad about like manipulated media and everything else, because these things are constructed and it's tearing us apart. And I want people to get past that constructed stuff and realize that we're all better than that, and we're all better together than we are apart. And we can do some great things. And we used to do great things. And there's a chance. There's always a chance. So we keep working at it, and this is what we'll do. This is what we do, and this is a thing. And it's like I'm like an idea guy here, right? And I sit here, but you're sitting here going through it, Riz. You're part of it. It's folks in the stream. Some of these people have been here for almost the entire time, and they've heard us cover topics 3 or 4 times, maybe more for some of them, right? But they're right here. It's everybody here. It's the people who put the money in the little temperature bar across the top towards the goal. That's who this is, and that's what makes me happy, is to see people together, focused on one thing. And this is getting me this year. I never I don't usually break right at this thing, but with Mandy and the story and the personal thing this year, all I have to do is think about it. It gets me. Yeah.
We need to replay that.
I'm working on
probably at a time when more people are watching, because that's like, especially if we're short of our goal near the end. And I pray that's not the case, but if you watch that and you don't give, like, if you can give and you don't, you're just not a very good person. if you watch that, I'll go ahead and say that. That was, again, just the whole idea of the kids going through this and what they go through and what all the families go through. What struck me was she talked about, like, we go to the doctor at 5 p.m. one day. 10 o'clock the next morning, my 5-year-old is undergoing massive brain surgery. Like, there's nothing in the world that prepares you for that. Mm-hmm. And all the things that go on with it, because your life stops. You can't go to work. You can't do you can't go to the grocery store. You just don't have time to do anything. Yeah. And that the fact that she has come out on the other side and the way that Mandy talked about it and was clearly, obviously still emotional about it, but was composed and, talked about her other kids, was like, that's, like, I don't know if I could do that, man. That's unreal. That sort of strength that she shows and exhibits that's awesome. And that's the kind of stuff that can bring us together. Like, who doesn't want to help someone like that? Who doesn't want to help someone that's in need, that you can help them? You have means to do it, whether it's financially or whatever. Whether it's getting a guy a job that he might not get without your help or something like that. Why wouldn't you do that? That's the part of society where I don't get anymore, Chris. And we do steadfastly avoid politics on this show, and I don't think this is a political issue. I think it's a human issue. Like, why are we so not willing to help, except very specific circumstances? Why are we so quick to play into the divisions that you talked about? Why don't we see those things better? And it bothers the hell out of me, man. Yeah. It's frustrating. Like, there are people who used to be friends of mine who will not talk to me anymore because I don't share their political persuasions. I'm like, I didn't change. You didn't change. Like, but now because I don't believe what you do, I'm the enemy. Like, I don't get that shit at all. No. I hate that.
Yeah. No, it doesn't make sense. And that people,
I don't get that. I never will. I will refuse to get that. I don't want to get that.
The friendships that have been lost because of politics and stuff. I mean, you guys know that we don't talk about that stuff and do that stuff, but those people don't care about you. Not one of them does. Yeah. Not one of those politicians actually cares about you. And if you think your team actually cares about you, you got another thing coming. They just care about power. That's the problem. And as long as they keep us mad at each other, nobody will ever be mad at them. They can skate on by and keep.
Sounds like the plot of many movies.
Yeah. Here we are.
Yeah. So anyway. I got to ask this: has your son seen The Matrix?
He does. We really, really liked it.
Okay. So my kids are skittish about it. They walked in as I was watching it one day, in the scene where Neo has the thing sucked out of his navel.
Oh yeah.
And my son was just like, nope. Kept on walking. But it's crazy. True story. I saw that movie with my family in Sarasota. We were down there for my cousin's bar mitzvah, and it came out. It was 1997, and I remember going out and seeing it with my cousins, who I don't get to see very often, and our minds were blown.
Oh, yeah,
holy crap! That was something else. The oldest cousin of that family is 4 years younger than me, and we could pass for brothers. Still can. And I'm 50. He's 40. I think there's 46 at the end of the month. So yeah. And we were like, we were shook. We were like, we wanted to go right back in and watch it again.
Yeah.
we got our 13-year-old cousin, little brother here. There's another one that's in between them, and there was a couple other cousins that are closer to the younger age, and we're like, okay, we probably better go home. But like that sort of thing, like that's the kind of revolutionary movie that I really do think that kind of brought people together. Like the whole red pill versus blue pill thing, like it made people think on a different level than what they normally do. And we need something like that now, but it just isn't there.
Yeah.
everything is derived from comic books, which are the same basic damn story that the Bible is told over and over and over again. There's only so many ways you can package that with beautiful people playing the leads of the exact same story all the time. And that's why I don't get into those.
I'm gonna try this. If I mispronounce it, it's completely unintentional. I'm so sorry. Anadin, I think it is $50. Thank you so much. I know how people feel. I lost my brother to muscular dystrophy. Yeah, it's tough, man.
So I do have a little bit of family experience. I had a second cousin who passed away from that when we were in high school. That was awful. Yeah. Rest in peace, Sherry.
Yeah, that's the thing about Kingston that sticks with me is, and I'm not going to share them, but what his last words, just the strength of children.
Thank you.
Is something.
It really is. It's I was talking about, you were with me when I found out that my brother-in-law had passed.
Yeah.
And he's got a son who he's like 9 now, maybe 10, probably 9. And just the strength that he has, like he talks about his dad almost like it's not like it's his father. It's like a detached thing, but he's very like analytical and like not grieving about it, but he's always aware of it. And that's like I got a cat that's going to die fairly soon. I'm going to be a fucking wreck for a week. Like, I love this damn cat. And I can't imagine that, man. I'm blessed to still have both of my parents.
Yeah.
And that time's going to come to an end sooner than later. And that's a stress that I don't want either.
Have to say, Dan Campbell's barista. I am certain you are busy. Wish I could do more, but I felt the need to put something in for such a great cause. We've said this when Ash was on. I said it a couple times. $1, $5.
$1's great, man. $1's awesome.
I mean, if you can put in 10,000, sure, that's great. But that isn't what it's about, right? This is the power of everybody coming together to make something like this happen. Every dollar, every $5, it puts us closer. It makes us. It helps families. It's a wagon. It's a dinner. It's something, right? And to get something to these people, every little bit helps. So don't diminish that you only gave a little. Thank you, Dan Campbell's barista. Next time
if it's what you can give, that's what you can give, man. That's great.
Next time I see him, I'm going to tell him to work on the tips. All right, we'll get you taken care of. Katie, $25. Hello's from Sweden. Thank you for spreading the message of kindness. It's always important to remember we should help without setting rules around who we will help, because hard times can happen to anyone. 100%.
Yes, they can.
Thank you for your donation.
I went to the wrong spot here. I need to go. I'm trying to find the auction, and I'm getting there.
Oh, auction.detroitlionspodcast.com.
There you go.
It's okay. Let's see. Craig lost 2 cats this month, 1 to a car and 2 to old age. Oh my God. Oh, 1 to old age. Sorry. Wow. That's tough, man. Pets are so important.
They really are. Yeah, there's still some good deals. That DeAndre Swift football, $129.69. Like that's a pretty good deal.
Yeah.
Malcolm Rodriguez poster, $112. First off, that needs to be $69, but that's pretty sweet. We're Frank Gore, $120.
I want that helmet, dude. It is so sharp in person. That Frank Gore helmet. It looks. I was a little bit envious.
He will be in the Hall of Fame someday too, so that's one that we'll appreciate and value.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I love Lions colors and all that, but that helmet, I really that's an impressive helmet up close, man. That 49ers helmet, my goodness.
Jonah Jackson, TJ Hawkinson. I would guess that Hawkinson stuff would be a little tough, but. Yeah. So the signed Flash helmet with the authentication is at $100. So good on you people.
Yeah. I know he's playing somewhere else, but that's all right. He's a hell of a player, and he's going to play for a while. I mean, I say he's a hell of a player. At the same time, I'm like, well, he's Eric Ebron. He's a good player. He's a good name, and I think he gets in the right offense. He's going to do a heck of a lot better than those Eric Ebron numbers. We're for sale for $175.69.
That's right. We are. Have dinner at Prime and Proper with us. That's That's roughly what your bill will be.
Oh no, that's the entree.
This year when I got there early, just out of logistical things. So I go to the bar, and they've got these giant, like, weird seats at the bar.
Yeah.
And I ordered a cocktail, and I'm a beer guy. I don't do a lot of cocktails. So I'm looking at him like, all right, give me, I forget what it was called.
Oh,
and he like starts muddling stuff and sifting stuff and hand peeling like basil off of something. And I'm like, he gives it to me. And I'm like, oh my God, this is the best damn drink I've ever had. Like it had I love white grapefruit, which doesn't exist anymore. And they had white grapefruit juice. So
right.
Like white grapefruit and tequila and bitters and a little bit of cranberry. And it was so freaking good. And then he gives me the bill. They don't have the prices on the thing. My one drink, $32. Like, oh my God, are you kidding me?
Anonymous, thank you for your $20. Appreciate you.
So just be aware that if you are bidding on the prime and proper, it is not cheap.
Well, I mean, it's whatever your bill is. You're free as the person who bids on it. I buy.
That's true. Yeah, we do pick up that tab.
So you're good there. But like it was a couple last time. I mean, we walked out last time. Riz, it was like $1,400.
Yeah. It was but it was awesome.
Yeah,
like we had a great night. I will never forget that night. Nick and Joe, like y'all were awesome. I made friends that day. That's really cool. I like that.
Yeah. I'm like, and brought my boy, right? That's one of the things. And inflation from year over year was crazy. I didn't expect that. It was like, wow.
We went down to the cellar and looked at some meat. That was fun.
And cash only's down there, right? That's a good one. Good time. But my boy enjoyed it. It was one of those things where, they don't get to experience something like that.
You don't get to do that kind of, like, my son has. He's upset if we go anywhere above Waffle House or Panera. Like, that's his speed. So he like taking him there. Like, no, I don't get to do that kind of stuff very often. Like Olive Garden is haute cuisine for us.
Yeah, it's very much the same way. But
those dudes at the microwaves at Olive Garden, they cook up a mean pasta.
Yeah.
I had a friend that worked at Olive Garden when we were in college. And he's like, so his official job was a cook. And he's like, yeah, I put bags of warm water with things in it in a microwave like all day. That's all I do. Everything's pre-made. Like, really? It's like, well, we do have line cooks that cook the meat, but like all the pasta, like, it isn't made here. That comes in a freezer. We get it out of a truck. I put it in a microwave, and that's what you get on your plate. It totally ruined the illusion for me.
Let's see.
I don't know if they still do that. I graduated college in 1996, so that was a long time ago.
Interesting about Gore. This is an interesting point. Do you think Gore should be a Hall of Famer? Longevity should only count so much, in my opinion. At best, he had a few years of being a top running back. Only one second team All-Pro.
Let me look at so because I believe it or not, I was actually thinking about that because I do think he gets in.
I do too.
But running back is weird because he's going to be up against the Adrian Petersons of the world, and who else isn't in that will be in?
A couple of amazing years, but I think, especially as running back, longevity accounts for a lot because
so he had.
I do. Running backs don't last that long. They just don't. Yeah. And I think for a guy that played as long as he did and was as productive as he was for so long, I think that counts for something. I think it does.
In 13, he played 16 years, rushed for exactly 16,000 yards.
Yeah. Yep.
That's awesome. He was a 5-time Pro Bowler, 1-time second-team All-Pro. That's it. That was his second season. And by the way, as you know, I'd like to rant about the Yahoo people telling me that Jamal Williams is a bad fantasy play. I drafted Frank Gore in fantasy football in that draft and like got an F grade for it. Like, why are you doing this? And he wound up leading. That was here. He rushed for 1,695 yards and 8 touchdowns. Yep. Probably his best season. Had over 2,000 yards from scrimmage that year. I actually won my fantasy. I do remember that.
So 16
that team was mean streak.
16,000 yards. That's 1,000 yards a year. That's pretty good.
So his career comps, John Riggins, Hall of Fame. Jerome Bettis, Hall of Fame. Franco Harris, Hall of Fame. Marcus Allen, Hall of Fame. Corey Dillon, really good runner. Matt Forte, underappreciated runner. We know that as Lions fans. That guy freaking killed us when he was in Chicago.
Boy, did he ever.
Ernest Biner, best known for his worst moment, which really sucks because he was a great back for a long time, but people only ever remember him for the fumble, especially outside of Cleveland. Yeah, that's so his Hall of Fame monitor score is 100.0, which is the average Hall of Fame running back is 106.95, and they calculate that based on your accolades per season and things like that. And the longevity with him, because he never really had like the career year. Like he was, let me look at it here. He was, this is all at Pro Football Reference, by the way. He had 6 seasons as a top 10 rusher. He was third twice. That's it. I'm sorry, he was third once, that 2006 season. Beyond that, he was never above 6th in the league. Rushing touchdowns, he had 2 seasons where he was in the top 10. So, I mean, yeah, that's not the greatest. Career rushing average of 4.3, not great in the era that he's in. Like that's, the Jamal Williams averages more than that. So I don't know. That's going to be an interesting one. There's a bit of a weird glut right now. They just announced the Hall of Fame. We talked about this with Herman earlier in the podcast, where I thought he was a snub and deserves more recognition, and Lomas does too. And I agree with him on that. But there's like Torrey Holt isn't in. Like that guy was amazing. You know, Joe Thomas is getting in this year in his first ballot, but he's probably the only first ballot guy. Like Darrelle Revis will get in. Actually, I think this is his first year too, and he should get in. But like, there's a lot of guys that are in the semifinal category now. We're like, how are they not in? And they only take in 5 or 6 a year, and that's, you know, they tend to have like 1 year where they get a lot of the recent guys, and then they'll go back the next year and put Charlie Sanders in from the Lions as a tight end. And so he was a little before my Lion fandom, but I will admit when he was nominated for the Hall of Fame and was like, who the hell's Charlie Sanders? I don't remember him. I didn't have any idea. So I think he ended his career like when I was like 5 or 6. So I wouldn't necessarily have known it, but like he was never talked about. Like when you talk about Lions greats, even from the 70s, you were like, he didn't come up. I never got that.
Oh, I'm working in the background here to try to get that piece out. It may be harder than I think to try to do it in this other program. The reason it may be harder than I think is because we ran for 12 hours or like 10 minutes under 12 hours and wound up with a gigantic file, like a monstrosity.
I bet. Yeah.
So let me get in here and then see if it's going to choke lick the computer, because it might.
It very well could.
Yeah.
It could. I'm going to bid on this. I'm not going to tell you what I'm bidding on, but I'm going to bid on something. It ends in 2 hours and 9 minutes. Means I could probably get it.
Yeah, most people are sleeping, brother.
I know.
You know what's weird?
Yeah?
I'm running on, and you know, I told you in the beginning, I bitched about it a couple times. You're probably like, you whiner. 3.5 hours of sleep. I feel pretty good. I mean, it's 4 a.m., right? I mean, we're 5 hours away. I feel pretty good. You want to do it? You want to do another 12?
No. But I'm okay right now. I am. I'm coping through. The hard part will be
Sean
when the family gets up and gets out, and I'm not able to go with it. That's gonna.
Did Chris start the show? Here's Sean Patterson. Did Chris start the show with his face clean shaven? Because if so, he's rocking one hell of a what I guess is a 4 a.m. shadow at this point. I actually never clean shave. I trim this back with a trimmer every Sunday night or Monday morning, and then I just let it grow all week, and I trim it. I hate shaving. and I'm lucky where I work, they let me run a little rougher. So this is rough what it gets. Oh man, that's funny. Where's the auction at? Auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. There's some really cool stuff. I'm just telling you.
Looking at the steelhead fishing chart, that's near me.
One of one bros. I'll tell you, because this is a question people have had. How can I bid on the auction? Go to auction.DetroitLionsPodcast.com. You do have to fill in your shipping address and your billing address. You don't have to put a payment method in there. It's a little quirk in the software, and I just didn't have the time to get it fixed before we put it up. So that can be a little confusing. So billing address and shipping address, put those two things in there and you're good to go, and then we'll deal with payment after you win the auction. I got your info. No, we'll get you taken care of. But it's been great every year. Everyone's been awesome for doing this. So
I already have an account. Do I really?
Yeah, I don't know if this thing wants to move 10 gigs a file. We'll figure this out.
That's a lot of data.
Yeah.
Wow. All right, I'm resetting my password because I don't remember it.
Where's that?
I'm an idiot. Sorry.
Let's see. Okay. What I need is a good free program that I can just point at the file and say, split this into 4 pieces, right? And then I'll be able to chunk it out easier and deal with it. But I don't know that exists, and doing it while we do the show is kind of difficult. This is a little bit of like, Riz, you know what we should do?
What?
We should kind of go through what we do when we put a show together.
Yeah.
I think people would find that interesting. Could just see like how little effort. I mean, it seems silly, but you know what I mean? Because the actual like putting a show together piece where we throw it together, is really quick. I mean, there's all kinds of work with like thumbnails and all the other shit. But like for us to actually, if we had like a producer or something and just had to show up and do a show, we could be ready in 10 minutes.
Yes, we could.
and it's because we're doing work all the time, talking, looking, and reading, and talking to people and doing things, right? I mean, that's it. But literally, when we do a show, there's and Riz doesn't even have it. There's 8 bullet points that we have, and that's the whole show. And we're like, what do you want to talk about? Oh yeah, this is a good topic. Okay, this is a good topic. Oh, let me look up something on that. Oh yeah, okay, that's it. I'll have like 5 browser windows open when we start, the ones with a couple of key pieces of information, and then we just go. And this is one of the things that I love about working with Jeff is, I mean, this is our own version of Second City, right? It's improv, basically. We have a couple of topics, a little couple of stems that we work with, and then we roll. It's a lot of fun. And this is like, and Jeff and I work so well together and feed off of each other. And there's this, I mean, we're always trying to get better, but it's that, you know, it's funny how well we can hand things off. Talking an hour and a half, dude, for a show, 2 hours sometimes for a show, and we go back and forth and boom, 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 and it's done and it works and it's coherent. And I mean, and if you think about it, you think about how long. I mean, it's 2022, the end of 2022. We're 6 months away. And it was started in 15 to 7.5 years. We're 8 years. We're eight years in on this, 8.5 years of doing this. And like, you think about what that is, and this is something I think people don't really think about. If I'm going to do a podcast, or I'm going to do 8 years ago. Think about where you were 8 years ago and what you were doing as a hobby or what you thought was fun. Are you still doing that? Are you into it enough to guarantee a time to do it every week, to block out your life, to do like, I mean, like for me, the night we do it, it's an hour and a half of work to prep. And then Riz and I get ready in like 10 minutes, like I said. Then it's an hour and a half, 2 hours to do the show. And then it's an hour and a half after the show to do the show. So you're talking 4.5 hours once a week. Plus you got to do, you know, plus the post game, whatever. But 4.5 hours once a week to do a show. Can you put that time out? Can you set that time aside every week for 8 years or 5 years, right? It's actually, a lot of people don't think about it. And that's the thing about a podcast, is being consistent. It really is. If you're going to do it and you're going to build an audience, it's about, I mean, we're sitting here talking in people's ears all the time, right? So you're super close when you're in somebody's ears with headphones. Can you do that in a way that they want to actually put the headphones in their ears and listen to you for that long? It's hard. And I'm not saying we're special or awesome, but there's a lot of work to go into it to make it something that people want to listen to. And
It is.
For us, it was weird because we started out just kind of doing it, and people really liked it. And I've said this before, it became a little bit of it was an obligation, but it wasn't an obligation in a bad way. It's like people really, really liked it. And I was like, okay, let's give them what they want. Let's do a better job. Let's do something. It was, it was really great. And it's grown now. And it's probably a little bit of my my hyper kind of vigilance and that kind of thing, kind of just how I'm wired. But it's something that's just, it's fun. Love it, man. It is just really awesome. I love doing it. I love the people, man.
It's so I've been with you as the co-host for 2 years, 3 years. I literally do not remember. But it's weird when we don't do a show for a week. It throws me off a little bit because I'm like, I do plot that time out. We try to decide as early as we can when we're going to do the show, and when I don't get to do it, it's or we're taking our little summer break. It's like there's a little void in my life because it's not just working with you and talking about the Lions and the draft and the NFL and all that stuff, but there is the comment section, there is the Slack, and it's different when we're not doing anything with that. And it's fun. And one of the things that I like is that I think people have gotten to know you and I well enough to know where they can push and where they can call us crazy or ask for advice on Lions things or whatever. And that's like, I do a lot of podcasts. I don't do many anymore, but like for a while I was guesting 4 or 5 all the time and co-hosting a couple. We never had that kind of community with anywhere else. And it's as we spin forward into 2023 and wherever this world takes us, there's not a lot of things that are like this that are, a lot of people like the whole Twitter thing where you pay for your verification or you buy followers or things like that. Like that doesn't happen here. No. This is it's all organic. It's all work. That you and Case and I and Sandman and Ash and others have put in that draws people here and keeps them here. Yeah. And that I do know people that have other podcasts, not necessarily Lions, by the way, who will, I don't want to say that they buy listens, but they're certainly not drawing the audience without some persuasion. And I think you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Well, and I'll tell you,
and we don't do that at all.
No, that's the thing. How we got here and how I got the Twitter followers or whatever we've done has literally been organic, right? It is people that have burned calories to come find us, because to me, those people care. You've burnt calories to come and listen to us. There's right now 116 people here at 4 a.m. to listen to us talk, pontificate on the world, right? And why is that? It's because people they you know what, they like what we do, not because we conned them with a fake headline or this is something that I've talked about it, as you're gonna hear it again. That servant leadership piece, man. It's being authentic. It's truly being who you are. And you've heard it from me. That's what I love the most about you. When I met you, I was like, wow, this guy is fucking high energy. He's like, Case and I, the first time we were like, we got to have this guy on all the time. You just turn him on. He just starts talking. Oh my God, this is great.
Don't shut up. It's not so great all the time.
This is easy, right? This was like, it was episode 10, I think, when we started this and did that. We were afterwards looking, we were like, holy cow.
I remember I did it outside.
Yeah.
I was actually right out there, and in the process of doing it, I took my trash out. That's how little I thought.
Just talking away. And it was like, wow, that's great. And then met Riz over the years we were doing it, and he was never different. And all of a sudden we get down and we sit down and we hang out, man. And it's like, it's just who he is. There's no druthers, there's no fake. It is what he is, and he's a guy who cares. This is Riz wants. Sorry, Riz, I'm talking about you like you're not here, but he wants to be good at what he does. He cares about doing a good job. And it's not just because, I mean, there's a lot of people. I'm a painter and I do a half-ass job of painting, or I'm a car salesman and I just try to fucking take old ladies' paychecks. I don't know, right? I mean, there's people that aren't necessarily good at what they do. They just do it for a different reason, right? Riz is passionate about this. He loves what he does and he cares about his reputation. And that is everything on which he works, and that's important to him. And he follows the real rules. He knows what real journalism is, and that doesn't mean like how to write a story, but like how to act, how to distance yourself in the right places, how to bring the right things, how to source things, how to be like you talked about it when Justin Rogers won. When nowadays the way it works, he asks a question. He may have an angle he's got for a story, but he has to ask the question in the room, and now everybody hears it, and 47 different stories go out. It's like Bill Keenis was talking about with what was the guy's name, the agent's name, not Bernstein, was it
Lee Steinberg?
Steinberg, yeah.
Scooping
him, right? Scooping him on a signing. It's like Andre Ware, crazy stuff, right? It happens now. And here's Justin, who's come up with this idea and worked it. And I'm not ripping on you, but because it's the nature of the beast, the competitiveness and trying to get the story out, whatever. He came up with this great idea. He's got an angle. He hits it. He gets the answer. He wants to write his thing. And there's 10 things out about his question and what he had, the angle that he came up with. How do you make a living doing that, right?
It's not easy. And like I told him, like in general, like if I can tell that he or Dave, they're primarily the ones who ask those sorts of questions, are working on one specific thing that they want to highlight, I will generally let that go, and I'll write it after they do. I'll let it sit a day or a few hours until I see that they've done it. And one of the reasons why I worked so well with Eric Schlitt was because he does that the same way at POD. He will not poach that. But if it's like an injury report or like a Dan Campbell, like a non sequitur answer, like when he talked about his coffee, like you better believe I'm writing that up.
Yeah. Well, and that's what
and I have to, like, otherwise I don't get paid. Then I'm not doing my job, even though that part of the job is kind of sleazy.
But that's not that's the public's the setting. That's where the questions and answers are for everybody to see, and everybody winds up with those types of things and writes those stories. It's the way it used to be as well. But the thing is there used to be a lot of more one-on-one time. There used to be locker room time. There used to be interaction between the players and the press. Justin Rogers, this isn't long ago. This is just pre-COVID. Would talk to players, have relationships with them, and ask them questions one-on-one on something he was working on, and be able to put that together. And he didn't have to answer it or ask the question in that public forum. And
we do not get nearly as much of that as we used to. Yep. The Lions are pretty good about setting that up. Like, hey, I want to talk to Jason Kabinda about this. And Eamon Reynolds, the director of media relations, will try to set up, like, okay, you got 10 minutes with him after practice over here. Yep. And that kind of stuff still does go on. And I have asked for and received those while I'm at training camp and the few times that I do get over to Allen Park during the season, during practice. And they're pretty good about that. He and Solomon do a good job of making the players available, and
they're top shelf, man. We're lucky.
Most of the players want that. Not all. There are people that are like you just don't ask for a couple of them because they're not going to come. Right. And one of them is not at all a big time player. It's not somebody that you would expect would big time you, but they do. It's like, he's not talking to any of you. Period. I'm like, okay, all right. When I worked with the Browns, when they fire coaches and GMs, and they do that very often also fire their media relations department. In the 4 years that I ran BrownsWire, which I started BrownsWire Christmas Eve of 2016. That was my start date. The first thing I published was that night. I was at a friend's house in Wixom, my old neighbor, the guy who set us up at the drafting table. I was in his son's bedroom writing out the first article that I ever wrote for BrownsWire. So in the time that I did that and I still technically am paid by BrownsWire, but I ran that site through last summer or last spring. They had 3 different media relations departments in 5.5 years. Like the Lions, I think all of those guys have been there the entire time. They brought in Tran this year, and I think Ellie moved from being an intern into whatever her role is now. She deals more with like the national media that come in and those sorts of requests, but it's pretty stable. The Texans, for as messed up of an organization as they are, they have an incredible media relations and public relations department, and they still send me stuff. And like, because they think it's relevant to me. They don't send me everything. They'll send it like if they think it's relevant to me. Like, and those people have been there. Like I started Texans Wire 2 weeks after Browns Wire, and like I haven't been the managing editor of Texans Wire since June of 2019, which is when I moved over to Lions Wire.
Right.
And like I still have relationship with those people. Like that kind of stuff's important. And I do still occasionally talk to people in the Texans organization who will give me information. That is where I have garnered my belief that Bryce Young will be the number 1 pick, presuming Nick Caserio is still the GM there. I wouldn't make that presumption very strong because as we told Doug Farrar, there's a lot of rumblings that he might want to find that the grass is greener somewhere else. Because right now the grass is green because he's over the septic tank.
Irma Bombeck, I see you over there.
I can't believe you know that. Wow. The grass is always greener over the septic tank. She was a brilliant writer. She was an influential writer to me.
Will you, Riz? I got this down to where I can trim it. I need like 3 to 5 minutes. Do you mind? There's a good question up there about Campbell Coach of the Year possibility.
Pull the.
Can I? I'm just gonna mute. I'll be here, but I just want.
I will filibuster. What do we got here?
Thank you, my friend.
Is Goff more accurate? I don't know. That's probably not it.
That's under. I put it up there. Can Chris and Riz? Can you talk about Campbell's Coach of the Year possibility?
No. Oh, I see it. I'm from Randy Franks. I see it right now.
Yep.
He's got a shot, and I think that if they win out, he's got a real good shot. But I don't mean to be the rain on the parade. I don't think they're winning out. I think they're going to lose 1, maybe 2. I'm with Tony Ortiz on that. I think they get the 8 wins. But if you go from 1-6 to 9-8, and the way that they did it, and because you can point to specific instances where his coaching directly led to the improvement. I don't think he'd win. I think Brian Daboll will win if the Giants make the playoffs. I think if the Bills carry on the way that they are, I think Sean McDermott has a good chance of getting quite a few votes. Mike McDonald down in Miami, if they wind up winning the AFC East, he would probably actually be the favorite for that. Nick Sirianni's certainly going to get some votes, but Dan's going to be. So I do actually vote for this. The Pro Football Writers do vote for this. There's, I believe we released the top 5, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if Dan's in the top 5. Now, if they go on a bender here and they go 1-4 down the stretch, he's not getting any of that. But the way that he's done it, he's certainly coached his way into consideration for it. I don't think he'll win, but I'll go back to 2020, Kevin Stefanski's first season in Cleveland. Even going into like the final 2 weeks, nobody really thought that he was going to be a serious candidate, and he won. And now Cleveland wants him fired because that's how things go. So a lot of your usual suspects, like Bill Belichick, is not going to get it. Andy Reid's not going to get it. Pete Carroll is actually a good thought. As I'm cycling through the coaches who normally win, Pete's got a good shot at it because that Seattle team had. I want to say that their season over win total was 7. And the Lions, I think, went off at 6.5. And the fact that they have achieved what they have and actually already have the 7, and they did it with Geno Smith, which Doug Farrar wonderfully filled us in on. And they're doing it with so many rookies and everything. That's going to be one to watch. Pete, so because we are the media and we vote for it, we do have our favorites. We have for people that we don't like so much. Pete leans more in the latter, believe it or not, because he's just so on all the time. Like when you're around Pete Carroll, and I've only been around him in very limited instances, he's Pete Carroll, and it's Pete Carroll time. Like, it's on. It's fun. We'll try to get him actually in the Senior Bowl, because I think he will wind up being there. And we are. I am efforting very strongly to get Pat Kerwin to come on air with us instead of just feeding us information behind the scenes. I would love to get PK on. PK and Pete Carroll are best friends and very close. They work together with the Jets and have remained incredibly close throughout the times. So tough. Pete can be tough to like, but he's a damn good coach. So he's in there. I can't see Mike McCarthy, because I think that team has overriding talent. I dare say that the Cowboys are underachieving for their talent level. Like, other than wide receiver, that team's loaded. Like, their defensive line, the way that they use Micah Parsons, their secondary being the aggressive force that they are. I will say that they are a pretty well coached team, but they're loaded with talent, man. It's always been the question of, can Mike McCarthy or whoever coax it out of them. For the most part, he's done a pretty good job of that this year. But I would say, if I had to vote today, who would I vote for? The Giants are in the playoffs, so I would probably give it to Brian Daboll, who's a guy that I didn't think would be a very good head coach, because every time I've been around him, he has like zero personality. He's just not a charismatic guy. He comes across a little bit like Patricia, in that he knows he's smarter than you, and he's not going to play that card, but he's going to show you that he's got that card, if that makes any sense. That's the kind of guy that Brian Daboll is, and that can wear thin in a locker room pretty quickly. But the fact that Sean McDermott in Buffalo has done what he's done without Daboll running the offense, I think it's very impressive too. So that's probably my candidates there. So Campbell, like, he would be in the next receiving votes category for me. And again, if they finish 9-8 after the 1-6 start, it's going to get a lot more consideration from me and from other people, from people like Doug Farrar, who does vote as well. Because that's hella remarkable. And again, it's because you can point to decisions and coaching choices and coaching direction that Dan Campbell has made to why this team has turned around. And that's very big. Chris, are you back? Chris is not back. He is still muted. Let's see what else.
Thank you very much.
All right.
I'm back. I'm doing a little bit of work, but the audio part of my editing is now done, so I think I've got us.
Oh yes, McDaniel, rather than McDonald. Yeah, I should know that one. Yeah, Nick Sirianni he's probably a good front runner. But again, that's another team. They're loaded. Like, I saw them this summer, and I did bet the over on them, and they will hit it this weekend. Their over was 11.5. I'm like, that's easy. Like, that team's loaded. Like, as long as Jalen Hurts isn't awful, that's a 13-14 win team. So the fact that he's guiding them to that, like, there is something to be said for having a really talented team and getting them to meet their expectations. That's what got Mike McCarthy run out of Green Bay, because he couldn't do that. That's eventually what got Marvin Lewis, who I love and respect, run out of Cincinnati, because he could never take that team to the next step. And never. God, they had some good fucking teams in Cincinnati, man. They were really, really good, and they never got that win. It was tough to see.
Almost there. I'm going to have it exported. I have it over, I think, here within 15 minutes, we'll be able to replay that.
Nice. I'm going to take a little bodily fluid break here.
Yeah.
I'm in need.
Yeah, you got that, bro. You deserve it.
Let me be.
Awesome. Thank you. Let me just really quick make sure that the audio on this is. Here we go, baby. Okay, we're good. All right, I'm going to just do a quick export. Riz is going to adjust those fluids. He's going to resync, and then I will be 100% attentive to all you folks. Just give me 1 second here. We're going to get this last piece, because this is a key interview we did today, and we just really think if everybody could see it, it's worth your time for sure. It's gonna be it's the key message. It really is, and we'll probably play this at the end as well. But it's it's truly the why of what we're doing here, and I think it's, you know, once we get to that and you kind of get the idea of the why, it'll all make sense, and I think, you know, it'll bring something that you hadn't seen before. All right, there we go. All right, so that's off and running. I'll get that going. Let's get to the chat here. What's going to be another thing that will be tough in the Lions to get in the playoffs, dealing with the Giants? If the Eagles wind up having a 2-game lead at the end of the year, Giants play them. I am not into the playoff scenarios yet. That tie, you know, Brandon, how much that messed us up the day trying to do the math and run the show at the same time. Here we go. Sorry about that, Riz. I didn't behavior BU. There you go. That day was a mess, and I want. There's all kinds of possibilities, right? What are we at? 4% potential for the for playoffs. I think I'm good. I'm good waiting another week and seeing them play, because really none of it matters unless we beat the Minnesota Vikings. I just don't think anyone's going to lose out like that to get us in. We absolutely have to win, and we still could potentially not make it to the playoffs. So I think we take what we get this year, and we're happy as fans with what this thing turned into, and what a 6-win team pulled out. You know, supposedly a 6-win team pulled out this year. I've seen tweets from people, you know, the joke of a franchise. These are people that are like beat writers, right? I mean, it's like, oh, this is just completely railing on this team, and it's the thing I keep saying. It's overtime. You have a long season. And a lot of things happen. That's right, Ben. One game at a time. It's a long season, and a lot happens. The idea, can you imagine? And it's easy to look at them and say, oh, same old Lions fans. But I think we were all a little concerned after the New England loss. I think the Lions fans were like, uh-oh, right? Did we get fooled? Did we get fooled again? Because, oh, no, I don't like what I'm seeing here. And that would have been just incredibly bad. But a lot of people were out. The Fire Campbell stuff was out there. The stuff that people were reacting hard. I mean, people that I'm not gonna call out outlets, but playoffs, oh my gosh, Dan Cannell's the best thing. After the New England week, they turned 180 degrees. They all gave up on the team. It was crazy. That's kind of the crazy clickbaity stuff we were talking about that, you know, we don't do. I mean, it's just we try to take a more level approach to what we're doing, but they were out on them, and I don't know, that's it. But if you go back and look what they said then and now in the context of the rest of the season, all of a sudden it's like, wow, that's something. That's way wrong. That's way out of there. And it's like the thinking about the playoffs, like, yeah, okay, so you got Scotticus 43 out there, got to get to 500 before I think about the playoffs. Absolutely. Let's get this game. Let's get this game over in Minnesota. Let's win this game, and then we can start thinking a little bit about it. Okay, the schedule looks good. The schedule looks a lot more doable. We've talked about this game. We've talked about a couple signature games this year. The New York Giants was a signature game. It was a game that the Detroit Lions, the same old Lions, would have lost year after year after year after year. That was a game that they would have just absolutely choked out and lost. And then the Buffalo game. They weren't supposed to win. Any other year, they would have come back out of New York, come out, people would have been riding high, and they would have gotten blown out 400-2 on Thanksgiving. Turkeys would have been punted across backyards. Families would have been angry. Uncle Freddie's drunk, making everyone cry. It would have been a wreck. This team played it to the very last seconds. This was a character game. This was on national television. The local media was flipping out about the loss and trying to say more Lions it, while the nation stood up and said, holy cow, this Lions team is for real. Then the next one. That's right, Randy. The SOL move after that close game and building hope and getting people's beliefs built in the team. The SOL Lions move would have been what? To turn around and lose to the Jags. That would have been what they did. And it did not happen. They came out and curb stomped the Jaguars. And that's what you expect a good team to do. And that's what the Detroit Lions did to build that sense of, okay, this is different. this isn't the same old Lions. And now we're facing a Minnesota game. And this is a big one because this one is going to tell you how good are we. Because if we beat Minnesota, I'm okay talking about playoffs and thinking about playoffs more seriously because that's the team. We come out and prove this is, you've got your signature, you got your D, and we've got the Detroit, and we got a big L. We got to get the ions on the end of that, on that signature, right? We're partially there. If we beat Minnesota, I said this earlier, and it's not what I mean, but just bear with me here. You could almost lose out after that because you've got the proof that this team is building and can do it. Okay, you can't lose out. I understand that, but you've done it. You've won the signature pieces that you have to. You got the 6 wins you were supposed to get, and everything after that is gravy. But beating this 10-2 Vikings team, not allowing them to clutch in your building, that is a turn. That is a corner turn for this franchise, for this team, and frankly, as we talked with Dan Miller earlier, for the fans. Fans have to learn how to win. Dan Miller said it too. Fans have to learn how to win. Nobody was comfortable sitting there being comfortable against the Jags. People were like, I don't know what to do with my hands. I should be drinking. I should be pacing. I don't know what I should be doing right now. I don't know. I haven't seen this. That Jacksonville game was really special for Lions fans, for the Lions team. Absolutely. So playoffs, I know you asked a question about the playoffs. I'm not quite there. I need to see this win, man. I need to see this win over the Minnesota Vikings. And if I have that, my God, I'm ready to turn my heart back over to this team, break it or not. That's when I believe that this corner has been actually turned. I think it has. Like deep down, I mean, I want to believe the things we've seen though, and the way they've won, and the steps that they've taken. We've won 4 out of 5 games against good teams. We could be 5 out of 5 against the Bills. The Bills win the Super Bowl this year, or go deep into the playoffs. You remember that game and what Detroit Lions team you saw play them. Nobody wants to play the Lions. Nationally, no one wants to play the Lions. They're the hardest out there right now. This is great, man. This is really good. Just from a pride perspective in your franchise, as a fan, your pride as a player, your pride in your team, this is different. This is way different than fans have seen, and this is going to be good. I love it. I love where we are. So we'll see it. We'll see it. Yeah, Randy, I'm with you on that. Don't need to see playoff berth. Just so much growth, and I want to see the growth too. That's where the magic is. Thanks, Boom Beast. Appreciate you. This is a passion now. You guys get me going on this, and I'll just start ranting around. Brandon, just so you know, I'm not all about the playoffs. It's just a neat topic. Oh yeah. Oh, you kidding me? We've been talking for 17 hours or something at this point, or 19 hours. Anything's a good topic to talk about. That isn't something we've talked about. I'm not saying don't talk about it, don't think about it, but I'm just kind of thinking where my head is at, right? There's a lot of different scenarios, and I'm like, man, that's a lot of math for me to do with all those teams. You love it, and you're really good at it, Brandon. And I tell you, when you send me those emails, I read them, and I look at them, I'm like, cool. I've got like my cheat sheet on it. You know what I mean? I love that. That helps me out a great deal because I just don't have the time to go into it. But to have it is super awesome, and it's just in the thought process and what you're putting into that. I love it. I love reading those, Brandon. So don't take me. I'm not talking down about it or anything like that. I love the idea. I just don't have the brain power to do that. There's just so many other things tugging at my mind and everything else. So appreciate what you got, and I think as a franchise, the thing that we really, really want to see from these boys is this victory against Minnesota, because it means so much more. It just means so much more. It puts that cap on the season of what they've done this year, man. This is and what we've talked about, and this was Ash put it out there, and he was absolutely right. Talking about in 2 years of a massive rebuild, just getting 6 doubles our wins. So different. We are getting so much better. After 2 years, this is Ash. Now, some people are saying it was year 0. In this case, I'm saying year 2. After 2 years in any rebuild, you know if it's working or not. You know. And you can look at this team right now, and if they beat Minnesota, they win 2 more games beyond that. Maybe they win them out, whatever. But they beat Minnesota and pull a game or 2 extra out of that. You're going to turn around and you're going to say, you know what? This rebuild's working. This rebuild is working, and we're going to see it. And that's how you're going to know. So that's what I'm after, right? Just like you said, Randy, this is what I'm after. And yeah, the playoffs. Yeah, you missed the Cowboys. That's okay, Brandon. It's good. It helps us all think about it, right? And I love that you do that. So, I want Campbell to be our Bill Cowher, make our team so tough that no one wants to play Detroit. I want to give you a what if scenario, Riz.
Okay, shoot.
And you can talk. You don't have to think about this, I think. I'm going to go. This is a Bill Cowher scenario. Dan Campbell's our Bill Cowher. Okay. So
all right,
say we win in the next 12 years. We win 2 Super Bowls. Okay. And I know, and just that idea is like, oh, but I want you to think about what the trajectory of this team looked like, the ups, the downs, the new quarterbacks, everything else, right? Oh. Dan Campbell came in his first day talking about biting kneecaps. Nobody talks about the tourist thing, and I'm going to leave it go, but I've got it. It's hilarious. Biting kneecaps, and people thought he was a meathead in the NFL. Write the story 12 years from now. Along the way, they got 2 Super Bowls the teams have. What's the story about Dan Campbell? He's retiring. He's had a great run. He's done coaching. He's going to the Bahamas to retire with his wife and his beautiful grandkids. What's the story?
That sounds nice. I think you would go sort of crazy like a fox would be the angle I would go down, or the epitome of the modern NFL coach, because I do think that we talk about this when they hired Dan. They talked about this when they hired Patricia. Just because a guy is a good coordinator does not mean he is qualified to be a good head coach. And we talked about, I forget who we had as a guest, but I mentioned it. Like, I think Dan's a better head coach than he would ever be as a coordinator. And
so right.
I think honestly, I think Deuce Staley probably fits into that category too.
Yeah, I 100% do. I love Deuce. I love Deuce. I don't, and I think he's going to go be a coach because that's what he really wants.
Yep.
I just don't know that he's got it. I hope he proves me wrong. I like him a lot, right? I just don't know.
Yeah, and Bill Cowher was actually that kind of guy. He was a nondescript special teams coordinator, former linebacker, and he rose up to be a great coach. He was succeeded by a great coach, who I'm not sure would be a great coordinator, Mike Tomlin, but a leader of men, an organizer. And I do think that Dan, because he has that playing experience and that gravitas with players, and understands how to communicate with them and understands how to motivate them and teach them. Those are skills that not every great coordinator has. And that's where you get into some trouble with guys who are, exceptional offensive or defensive minds, but they can't pull together a whole team. And the trick is to avoid guys like that. You don't know who they're like Wade Phillips. We talked about him when we brought this up earlier. I want to say that it was with, I don't remember. It all blurs at this time. We've been at this a long time. I'm tired and feeble-minded, so I don't really remember. But we talked about it, and
Riz,
Wade Phillips is like one of the greatest defensive masterminds of all time. He was a miserable head coach. Rex Ryan, so Rob Ryan was a better head coach than he was coordinator. Rex Ryan was a better coordinator than a head coach. And there's guys like that, that cycle around. There's not a lot of guys who are great head coaches who are also like incredible masterminds on just one side of the ball. Like, you've seen them work in other places. Now, obviously, Matt Patricia started on the offensive line, moved to defense. Clearly not head coaching material, but he had that sort of breadth of knowledge for both sides of the ball. Dan's smart enough to know what he doesn't know and to fill in the holes around him very savvily with guys like Aaron Glenn and Kelvin Shepard and Todd Wash, guys who have some experience at the things that he doesn't have experience at. And he's humble enough to let that play out. And that doesn't happen all the time.
Yeah.
I'll go to, I have very mixed feelings about Bill O'Brien. And I covered his Texans teams. And I thought there were times where I thought he was a great head coach and would stay being a great head coach and was just a miserable general manager, trading with DeAndre Hopkins and the things that he did and the things that he had to do to appease the owner. But there are also some coaching decisions like if it was 3rd and 2 you knew every single time he's going to run motion and he's going to run your running back outside the tackle opposite the motion. Like that's his play. That's what he's doing.
Yep.
Like adapt a little, dude, you know. It's the little things like that. And you know, the longer I'm around the game and the more that I get to know smart football people, the less I'm inclined to say that the hot coordinator would be a good head coaching candidate. In fact, I other direction, I almost don't want them to be a brilliant offensive or defensive coordinator, because I think that means that they have focused so intently on that side of the ball that you're going to have situations like Matt Patricia not watching his offense on the field during a game, which you saw firsthand.
Yep.
Like that, and that's, I hate to say it, but that's not terribly out of like I have seen Mike not watch his offense play at times because he's so busy going with his defense. I like Mike Vrabel. Mike Vrabel was the guy that I wanted hired instead of Matt Patricia. I think he's doing a decent job in Tennessee, but then again, they just fired their GM because he traded A.J. Brown away, and A.J. Brown lit them up. Wasn't the only reason, but that was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Yeah. I love what you said. I'm gonna go. You know, and you know, you've heard me use this before. Yeah. My saying, and this is gonna be on my publishing place, so nobody steal it. I'm a TM, Chris. You can use it, but Dan Campbell, dumb like a fox.
Yeah,
that's it. Because everybody misunderstood him, and he let him. He let him think he was a dummy. He doesn't go out there and try to prove he's smart. He doesn't have any kind of chip. He's just who he is. And he lets people think, he's a meathead. And you hear it. You've been hearing it now. You don't hear it so much as now as you did, you know, after the New England game or even, you know, over the summer. He's not a dumb guy. He's not a dumb guy by any stretch. And I think there's a lot to be said about the confidence and the ability of somebody who'll let you do that and let you take advantage of yourself by underestimating your opponent. And there's a lot of humility and humbleness and not saying, I'm not dumb, whatever. And instead, you know, to say, see it in the field, right? Dumb like a fox. And that does not mean dumb at all. I think the fact they misunderstand him, and it's like that whole idea of like we want people to underestimate when we come in. We want to be an underdog. You just walk in so confident you can beat us. That's how we want you, because that's how we beat you. You think you are what you do, but you don't know what you are when you're playing us.
That was what Jim Harbaugh was really good at Stanford, and then when he first got to the 49ers, that guy, because remember he took over for Mike Singletary. Mike Singletary might be the worst coaching entity I've ever seen at any level of any sport.
Tell the Senior Bowl story. You gotta. It's the funniest Mike Singletary story I've ever heard.
It was a Shrine game back when they used to do practices at the Shorecrest Academy, and he was the head coach. Brady Quinn was his offensive coordinator. He was beautiful, and he's out there at practice, and it's the morning practice, and he's like the grass is still damp. And as the players are like going from like the warm up period where, you know, you're going with the trainers, everything into the actual practice for like the running plays, he gets down at the 50-yard line and starts doing like bicycles, like calisthenics. He's doing push-ups while the players are going on around him. Like, what the fuck, dude? What are you doing? I even took a picture of it and I put it on Twitter because people didn't believe me when I tweeted out without the picture. And I just like, he was so clueless. And I will tell the story. One of his players told me that if you've ever seen the Simpsons episode where Homer is on the power sauce bars trying to climb Mount Matter Simpson or whatever, with Rainier Wolfcastle as his coach, and Rainier Wolfcastle is just yelling random positive slogans at him to try to motivate him while he's sitting there eating all these. That was Mike Singletary. That was told to me by a player under him. Like we lost respect for that guy in 10 minutes. Like, we know he was an incredible player. He had no business. Like, he couldn't even coach like his own kids, like in a little league game. Like, it was that bad.
Man, how do you take a flyer like that, right? How do you take a flyer on a guy like that?
Because he had name recognition and their owner sucked.
Yeah.
That happens. I'm trying to think of somebody else who got weirdly hired that nobody would have expected. And didn't work out. Todd Gase. With the second team he was with, because I get why the first team hired him. He was in Miami and New York, and I don't remember the order of which, but he was an absolute moron. Brilliant coordinator, but his idea of leadership was like Stalin. Come on, dude.
Oh man.
And then you see, like, I tell the story, I gave this illusion because we watched Christmas Vacation the other night, and there's the shot in there where Clark Griswold is talking to his office mate about like putting in the pool, and Brian Doyle Murray, the president of the company, comes walking in, and he's got the phalanx of guys all walking in perfect lockstep behind him with perfect spacing. It's Nick Saban. Like that's how Nick Saban rolls. Like that's a perfect picture of how Nick Saban organizes and coaches and leads. It works for him because he wins, but when he doesn't win, it's not going to go well. And he didn't win in Miami, and the players were like, "This guy, this order, like, dude, what are you doing for me?" Like, yeah. So he's in a good spot in Alabama, and he will never leave there.
Yeah.
But that visual, I will never forget that at the combine. Like most teams, like have guys straggling in here and there. They were like marching, like the North Korean guys with the crazy steps marching in front of Kim Jong-il. That's what it looked like with them entering the interview area. Like, holy crap!
Oh man.
I remember that because I was standing with Dan Kadar, who used to be mocking the draft on Twitter, and I don't think he does that anymore. I think he's like the digital producer for the Akron Beacon Journal. But every time we see each other, we do that like little step. It's just like, and that was like 15 years ago.
Oh man, let's see. I'm almost. Oh, my eyes are burning a little.
Switch to a little water here. It's funny. I have my work laptop over here, and I've done nothing on it, so I'm getting good work done. The screensaver is pictures, and the picture of me and Brian the first time we met just came up, so that was kind of cool.
Oh, that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
Let's see if I can.
Yeah, at some point I need to do some work, but I'll wait.
Okay.
I want to thank Zach Moran and Max Gerber for doing some things for me yesterday. That was very nice of you guys. And Zach contributed.
Yeah.
He gave, I want to say he gave $200, which is crazy. So Zach is an active duty airman in Germany. And he writes on Lions Wire to like clear his head and do things on the side to get his mind off stuff.
Is he the one that recruited Hans Gruber? Max Gerber? Sorry. I can't help it, Max. I'm sorry, brother. It's your Stacey.
Max is a school teacher in the DMV, the DC, Maryland, Virginia area. Those guys are both really good writers. I wish they could do more, but they have lives, they have day jobs. They do get paid for what they write. I gotta make that clear.
Good for you.
But I wish that they had the opportunity to do more, and I didn't have to be. So we're closing in on the end of the year. I will write something between 90 and 92% of the content that was on Lions Wire this year, and I hate that. I want it to be more diverse. And unfortunately, the limitations of being employed by Gannett are such that we can't bring in new people, and we can't have that kind of thing. So unfortunately, all of the wires, with a couple of exceptions, have become the editor.
Yeah,
and maybe one or two other people that do one or two things a week.
Yeah.
And that's not what it was intended to be. That's not what I like it to be. I loved it when Eric and I wrote like 45% of the things like split like that.
Yeah.
That was awesome. When Jared Mueller took over the Browns Wire, and I shifted off of Texans, it was, I was forced to give one up, and I gave up the Browns so I could do the Lions. But I still wrote there, and I still got paid there. And he and I had a great team. Mac even contributed from time to time, but guys like Brad Ward and Josh Keatley would write stuff a lot. And we would turn out like my volume there, like the last couple of months that I was the managing editor, I was only writing like 40% of the stuff there. And that's how it's designed to be. And unfortunately, we just don't have that. Now Corey Kinnan runs it. And I wrote, how would I write? I wrote 9 things last month at Browns Wire. And I used to write that in a day, like no problem. And that wire is now mostly all Corey. And by the way, he does a fantastic job. He's done a better job with it than I could do. And I have a great appreciation for that. And I wish I could help him more, but life intervenes. There's only so many hours in the day. There's only so much that I can give to it. And I give here because I love you guys, and I enjoy doing this. I wouldn't do it if I didn't like it. Chris, you and I have had this conversation. I have said, when this is not fun for me anymore, I'm not doing it anymore. Like if Gannett pulls the plug on the wires, I'm going somewhere else. I'm not going into this. I'm not staying in this industry. I'm going to do something else. Like I've had a great run, man. I've been employed by Real GM since 2004.
That is a miracle in itself in this business.
It really is. And
nobody does that.
So if you know who Shams Charena is, he and I started on the same day at Real GM. Look what he's doing now with I think he's at Yahoo, or he might be with ESPN now, but big time dude, great guy, very smart guy, very driven guy. I don't necessarily have that kind of drive. That's one of the reasons why I'm where I am, and I'm okay with that. But I'm happy being me. I'm happy doing what I'm doing. I'm happy with the life that I live. But I'm not gonna stress out if my life has to change. I will. I have been offered positions with other things, doing writing, editing, actually voiceover work. I will do something like that. Like I don't need to keep like bounce to Sports Illustrated and bounce to SB Nation and bounce to whatever. Like I don't need to do that. Like when this ends, I had a good run. I will still write here for you. We talked about that. If everything else goes away, I will still want to write about the Lions, and I would like to think that people would still want to read what I want to write about the Lions, and you will give me a conduit for that. So I'm appreciative of that, but I won't be writing. How many words did I get the Grammarly thing of how many words I write.
Here's what's going to happen. You're going to get a chance to build it to your own, and you're going to be the guy telling you what it takes, and you're going to be the guy that tells people what it takes, and it'll be your passion project. I'm telling you, I know how this works.
I wrote,
and I know you.
I wrote 177,412 words last week.
Last week?
Last week. Man. That's a fairly normal week. That was a little on the higher side because I wrote an extra thing for Real GM last week. But it's consistently 150,000 words a week is my job. Wow. Doesn't leave a lot of time to do a lot of other things. When you wonder why I don't watch TV, when you wonder why I don't see movies, like I don't freaking have time. Like if I'm not doing this, I'm with my kids somewhere. Or I'm cooking. Yeah. We don't want my wife to cook.
All right. I'm going to do something here, Riz. I'm going to, and listeners, I'm going to stop the stream because they only let you do a 12-hour stream before it peters out on YouTube. Unfortunately, I know we're doing 24 hours, but if you go over 12 hours, you can't access the video. Like you can't download it or edit it. So we would lose all of the interviews and everything else that we had. And we want to be able to pull those out so people can see the juicy parts rather than the in-between parts of what's going on. So I'm just going to pause. It takes I'm not even kidding. It took 3 minutes last time for us to reset the stream when we did this earlier. So if you guys can just pause, go get a drink, go to the bathroom, stretch out, maybe walk to the door, touch some grass, brew a cup of coffee, and then come back, go to DetroitLionsPodcast.com. It's going to be the easiest way. And it's right there. It's the first story. Just click on it, and then you can click on the image in there, and it'll take you right back to the stream. It'll take us 3 minutes. It'll probably take you 2 to get back in, and we can regroup and get going, and then we'll be ready to go and push to the end here with the end of the auction in an hour and 13 minutes. Kyle Krabs coming up, and we're still not off the charts for a unnamed Lions person, organization person. And I don't want to say who because they're fighting the flu. They went to bed early, and they potentially could pop up for us in the morning. We'll see how they feel. We'll see. It is what it is. But we'll have them on if they're not here. We'll have them on shortly. In the meantime, you could also go to stjude.org/DLP. Toss in a $5, $10, $100. 10,000, whatever. We're really shooting for this $34,000 goal. Anything you have to spare and can help us with, we really, really appreciate it. stjude.org/DLP. Get that done, and then go to Detroit Lions Podcast and click on the link, and we'll be back by then. All right, y'all. Thank you so much, and we're not going away. Okay, again, we're not going away. We're just closing the stream. We're just shutting it down for a minute.